Christian rapper. Y'all look glitz and glamour. I don't mix with actors. Y'all miss the rapture. You breaking bread with the devil. You in bed with the rebel. But you say you Christian tripping. Milk boys.
Y'all better get on my level.
What we even talking about? You act a fool. And I gotta call it out. Wouldn't have to do it if y'all would just walk it out. Seem like you care more about what's in your pocket now. You're making your bed, now you sleeping it. So to the world, one day you'll be reaping it. You should be setting pop, but you deep in it. You ain't gon' die to that flesh cause you feeding it. I know you love the fame. You love the likes. You love the streams. Ain't getting no strikes. To that devil you harmless. Ain't calling now sin cause you mix with the darkness. You battle demons. You are collabing with Legion. Now you off the meter. Jesus got pinned to the cross for your sin. You're selling out for a feature. Look, this is a warning for people who think they can dabble with sin. Don't do what they do, they are evil. These
I love that car.
Within. Like, I'm not afraid to put gloves on a battle or rattle your chin. But I did not come to bring peace, but divide, let the battle begin. I don't mix with actors. These boys in it for the glitz and glamour. I don't want to collab, there's a list of factors. Y'all milk boys, y'all ain't even Christian rappers. Christian rappers, y'all ain't even Christian rappers. What happened? You missed the chapter? Y'all milk boys, y'all ain't even Christian rappers. Don't invite me to the dubs. Don't invite me to the Grammys. Don't really need your fake love. I'd rather stay home with my family. I don't need a cosign. God been providing the whole time. Forget that red carpet below me. You know me, my trophy's that goal line. D1, why you collabing with Satan? I thought you were part of the bride. Receiving correction is hard when you burning your heart full of pride. Jesus didn't come to bring peace. You won't even spark the divide. You call it art. I call it selling your soul. And you gon' take that mark to survive. Y'all can't be real. Y'all can't be biblical. Y'all signed a deal with the devil. I don't know nothing about being hated by the world, homie. You cannot be on my level. I'm probably smoking that weed, thinking you sowing the seed, but that's treason. You take communion with God, but it's a facade, cause then you make money with demons. Don't ever say I didn't warn you, cause I kept it real from the jump. I stood my ground, even when they hated me cause of Trump. If y'all could just see in the spirit, y'all looking like gay little runts. Y'all can't even bust a grape, you slay. Y'all never cave like you punks. I don't mix with actors. These boys in it for the glitz and glamour. I don't wanna collab, there's a list of factors. Y'all milk boys, y'all ain't even Christian rappers. Christian rappers, y'all ain't even Christian rappers. What happened? You missed the chapter? Y'all milk boys, y'all ain't even Christian rappers.
All right. Un momento.
Traditional dropship is dead. What we need to do is register.
Get that out of here. Get that out of here. All right. We're going to watch a D'Souza and Dave Smith. I was just talking about D'Souza the other day. I don't know. It should be interesting. What are they going to be talking about? Christian nationalism? What is Christian nationalism? I don't know if I never saw Dinesh as an outstanding debater. Me neither. Back in his day, he did have a couple where he shined. He had one against Hitchens that I think he did pretty good. But otherwise, no. And I also don't see him as what am I thinking? The face of Christian nationalism. I don't see it. This is from Zero Hedge. Great music, Zero Hedge.
Hi, everyone. Judge Andrew Napolitano here for Judging
Andrew
Freedom.
Napolitano.
Today is Thursday, January 15th, 2026. Welcome to this special edition of Judging Freedom in collaboration with our dear friends and colleagues at Zero Hedge. This is a 1 hour, more or less, debate between Dave Smith and Dinesh D'Souza. You probably know both of these gentlemen. Full disclosure, they each have been friends of mine for a long time.
Oh, I was actually thinking of Dillahunty, not Hitchens. I thought he did good against Dillahunty. Not against Alex O'Connor. He got destroyed by Alex O'Connor.
Dinesh is a well-known conservative writer who will be making the more conservative Trumpian, if you will, argument. Dave Smith is one of the premier defenders of libertarian principles. He'll be making the other argument. The question
Are there
is,
any?
What is America first? Now, even though I have known both of these gentlemen for a long time, in the case of Dinesh, probably 30 years, in the case of Dave, probably 10 or 15 years, I will do my best to be brutally neutral, though I probably will agree. I'm going to be very candid up front with everything Dave will say and nothing Dinesh will say. So, Dinesh, you have your work cut out for you. But I'm not the judge of this. You are the judge of this, the collective judges of it. I'm merely the glorified timekeeper. Dave's going to go first. He has 5 minutes with his opening statement, and then Dinesh will respond for 5 minutes. Then I'll give each of them a couple of minutes to respond to each other. And then I have some very pointed questions for both. If you are a regular viewer of Judging Freedom, you know that we read the comments that you write in. You might very well send in a question to me that my producer, Chris, finds is good enough for me to put in this list of questions I've already prepared.
All right.
We also want to agree to appear on.
Also, this format is lame. So it's openings, rebuttals, and then questions from the moderator. No open back and forth.
On the same platform at the same time. So, Liam, thank you very much for all of your work. Liam is, of course, one of our friends at Zero Hedge. So we're ready to go. We'll start with Dave Smith. The question, Dave, what is America First? You have the floor uninterrupted for 5 minutes.
Christian nationalism, America First.
Thank you, Judge, and thank you, Dinesh, for doing
Dinesh
this. I really appreciate it.
D'Souza
I've always
is the
considered
face
Dinesh
of
to be
America
one of the
First.
coolest and most honorable members of Conservatism Inc. And part of that is demonstrated in the fact that he's here to do this debate, whereas a lot of the other ones talk a lot but won't show up to do it. Then again, I will say being the coolest member of Conservatism Inc. is a pretty low bar, but I meant it as a compliment. Look, America First means non-interventionism. It means a preference for republicanism, little r, over imperialism. And that's what it's always meant. And it's got a long, rich tradition in American politics. I believe the first noted usage of the term was by the worst president in the 20th century, Woodrow Wilson, but he used it when he was running and campaigning. Now, as many of you younger people know, a whole lot of times presidents campaign on one thing and then do the exact opposite. All you got to do is think about George W. Bush or Barack Obama.
Why the sound is so quiet
Joe Biden or Donald Trump. So Woodrow Wilson used the term America First when he was promising to keep us out of World War I. That was what he ran on. Of course, he flipped on that and ultimately got us involved. And then the term America First was used by the old right to oppose military adventurism. It was used by figures like Garrett Garrett and Robert Taft. And in fact,
Garrett Garrett? His name was Garrett Garrett? Garrett Garrett?
I think there was a really big...
You can pronounce it however you want, but that's Garrett Garrett.
Organization that was opposed to U.S. entry into World War II, led by Charles Lindbergh. And what did they call it? The America First Committee, of course. And then, of course, Pat Buchanan, when he was running for president, he used the term America First. And what did it mean? It meant we're against the neoconservatives. We're for a non-interventionist foreign policy. And Donald Trump picked up on the exact same theme. And he said he wanted to break with neoconservatism. He wanted to break with regime change wars. In fact, when Donald Trump was running for re-election, he bragged about no new wars. This was the entire credo. And so to try to pretend, as many of the hawks are now, that America First just means this vague something that's good for America. America First means toppling the Ayatollah on behalf of Israel, or America First means flirting with wars of choice and wars of aggression is nonsense. And that's never what anyone who's...
He uses the term wars of choice quite a bit. He was using this term on Pierce Morgan the other night. We shouldn't get into wars of choice. So only wars when we don't have a choice. Okay. I don't see Venezuela as a war though. That didn't look like a war to me. Looked like an operation.
Been using the term as meant by it. And in fact, all you got to do is go back to 2016 when all of the hawks who now are saying they get to define what Trumpism is, they all objected to America first. There's all types of great quotes that you could find from Ben Shapiro and Bill Kristol and them who said, we don't like that he's saying America first. That's anti-Semitism or something like that. But of course, their beef was always that they knew what the term meant. And the term meant that we're not going to go fight wars to make the military-industrial complex rich. We're not going to fight wars on behalf of Israel that are not in the interest of the United States of America. And that's what Donald Trump capitalized on, and that's what he's abandoned. And that is why there's this huge split on the right wing between the people like me who wish to be America first and the people like Dinesh who evidently, although he admits he was completely wrong to cheerlead the war in Iraq, has not learned his lesson from that and is still flirting with more wars of choice. That's all.
Thank you, Dave. Dinesh, your opening statement, which, if you wish, can include a response to what Dave said, but he used about 3.5 to 4 minutes. You have your full 5.
Glad to be here. I always enjoy debate formats, and this is a very important issue because it goes to the heart of the future of MAGA, not just in the Trump era, but beyond. I don't understand America First quite in the sort of particularistic historical context. It's irrelevant to me what Charles Lindbergh believed or what people thought in the 1930s or 40s about the term. I think that the popularity of America First is because of...
Yeah, that's word concept fallacy, Dave. Just because Woodrow Wilson said it. And then he goes on to justify it like it's America First is a good thing, but the first person who used it was the worst president ever, Woodrow Wilson. That didn't make no sense.
The general sort of realism of the term. In other words, we live in America. Our allegiance is to America. This is our country, and our patriotism is based on an attachment to our country. Now, our country has ideals, and it also has interests. So what are our ideals? Well, an attachment to a constitutional republic, an attachment to freedom, by which we mean things like freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, a government that is accountable, at least in some procedural terms, to the people, free markets. So these are our ideals. But countries also have interests. And interests have to do with things like this guy has a lot of oil and we could use some of that. And this country has rare earth minerals and we could use some of that. So quite apart from our ideals, the truth of it is that we are a powerful country in the world. By the way, very different than we were.
So we're talking about Greenland. We're not talking about specifically Venezuela. He's talking about Dave is mad at Trump in general because he's an evil imperialist. So they're probably going to cover Greenland and Venezuela and potentially Iran.
At our founding.
Iran.
One of the problems with people invoking isolated...
I need to iron my clothes.
Quotations from the founding, we should not go in search of monsters to destroy, is that is always the natural position of a fledgling republic. It's kind of like an infant in the...
What is your arm tattoo? It's a cross. It says, Father, forgive me.
Playground saying, well, I don't want to get into any fights with anybody. That's because I'm 3 years old and they're going to run all over me. But that doesn't necessarily become the position of the guy when he's a teenager, when his position of power is completely different to the other guys on the playground. So this is what I mean by realism. Realism is taking account of the fact that we are a powerful country today. We have ideals and interests, and we live in a hostile world. So living in a hostile world means that the world is populated by not only good guys and bad guys, there are plenty of those, but people who are beneficial to our interests and people who are harmful or inimical to that. The idea that we should pretend that this is not so, which is essentially the isolationist position, it's closing your eyes, sticking your 2 forefingers in your ears, and acting like you're the only country in the planet, this is illusion and this is idiocy. Why? Because the bad guys of the world will never leave you alone. The bad guys in the world recognize you're top dog. You have the biggest GNP. They want to displace you as the world's sole superpower. They, in fact, would rather see you flat on your back. They make complex alliances with each other. The BRICS alliance, let's come up with a different currency and undermine the dollar. They have all kinds of currencies. Let's Russia and China unite with Iran, and let's all move into Nicaragua, which is just a couple of 1,000 miles from Miami. That's an excellent base from which we can conduct operations against the United States. Let's try to find our way to sneak through the border. So all of these are external threats. And these external threats connect directly with our domestic politics. So America First, to me, is a recognition that it is good for us to protect our ideals, and it is good for us to protect our interests. So we have to always evaluate, are our ideals at stake? Are our interests at stake? Does it make sense for us to get involved over here? And that doesn't settle the question of how. Do we send troops? Do we send advisors? When the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan, Reagan didn't send troops, but he sent some CIA advisors. He gave the Mujahideen some handheld rockets to shoot down Soviet helicopters. And the effect of that was to ultimately weary the Soviet Union, drive it out of Afghanistan. That supported our ideals. That supported our interests. So there are innumerable examples where the US has intervened effectively, where regime change has worked out beautifully. And the counterexample generally relies on a single case: Iraq, 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 and Iraq all over again. That only works for people who have essentially a 2 decades view of history.
Okay, we're going to stop at this point.
I'm not going to be pausing much because I'm writing something while I listen to this.
You stopped at exactly 5 minutes. Dave, I'm going to give you 2 minutes to reply.
Okay. Well, first of all, the quote, the John Quincy Adams quote that you mentioned when he said going around the world looking for monsters to destroy, he said, "We will become the dictatress of the world, but we will lose our own soul." So he certainly was not saying it's because we're weak. He even predicted at the time that we could dominate the entire world. His point is that we would lose those ideals that you're speaking of. And even when you say this, Dinesh, like, it's nice that you say that the Constitution and free markets are one of your ideals, but you've destroyed these ideals. You and all of Conservatism, Inc. They're currently asking for a $1.5 trillion defense budget. The Constitution does not allow us to be an empire, and the Constitution is what created this federal government. And all of the politicians put their hand on a Bible and swear before God and all of us that they will defend it. And all these wars are totally illegal. Donald Trump was not repelling an invasion in Venezuela or in Iran. He had all the time in the world to go to Congress and get permission, but he didn't. And as far as sitting there and saying the isolation of...
They just called another congressional meeting yesterday because Congress was trying to say that, well, okay, we can't get you for what you did in Venezuela because it wasn't illegal and you don't need congressional approval to do that. We've done it many times throughout history without congressional approval. But in the future, we want you to always come to Congress and get approval before you do any further actions in Venezuela. And that got voted down. They said, nope, we're not going to tell you anything that we're going to do in Venezuela, Congress, because you're filled with a bunch of ops and a bunch of spies who will leak our information to our enemies. If we tell you, it'll get on social media, it'll get out on CNN, it'll get out to our enemies, and they're going to find out what we're going to do. You guys intentionally disrupt our actions militarily and geopolitically, and we're not going to have that anymore. So Congress said, nope, you don't got to. You don't got to tell us nothing, Trump, in this situation regarding Venezuela.
The position relies on you closing your eyes and pretending that none of these things exist. This is the exact same thing that you and all your friends said in the war in Iraq. And that you're right. It wasn't that they were closing their eyes. It's just that they were making a wiser calculation than you and all of your friends, who got 1 million people killed and cost us trillions of dollars. And I'm sorry, but the only example of disastrous intervention we have is Iraq is nonsense. We could go back to the 50s in Iran and Guatemala, where we overthrew the commie government and hundreds of thousands of people died there. You could look at Ukraine. You can look at Libya, Syria, Somalia, Afghanistan, Yemen. We got examples all over the place of this thing turning into catastrophes. But every single time that you guys want to sell us on a war of choice, a war of aggression, you just say, you don't understand how complicated the world is. You don't understand the threats that we have. And then you all have your plans about how Chalabi is going to be embraced and we'll be greeted as liberators. And every single time it blows up in our faces. So I just think this is totally you're saying a lot of things that sound nice, but the onus is on you. And the onus is always on you if you're going to launch a war to demonstrate how clearly you know that this is going to work out well. You guys just launch them so haphazardly, even when the last 6 that you've supported have blown up in your face. It's truly unbelievable. I can't believe you're here still advocating for it again.
Thank you, Dave. Dinesh, 2 minutes to respond to Dave Smith.
The moderator holds up his hands. Time out. Okay.
The United States, right in the aftermath of World War II, enforced regime change on a whole bunch of societies, including notably Japan and Germany, and the results have been excellent. In the Cold War, which was a war, it might have been a war, as Margaret Thatcher said, quote, without firing a shot, but there was an awful lot of defense spending that went into it. There were awful lot of missiles that were built, the MX missile, the B-1 bomber, and so on. In the Cold War, you had innumerable examples of regime change. Ceausescu was out in Romania. There were tyrannical governments that were out in East Germany, in Poland, in Bulgaria, essentially the entire Soviet orbit, including the Soviet Union itself. Is anyone going to say regime change in the Soviet Union was not a good idea when the Communist Party abolished itself and got rid of it? In the 1990s, George H.W. Bush assembled a coalition to eject Saddam Hussein out of Kuwait. That was forcible regime change. That's why Kuwait is basically a free country today. Is it perfect? No, it's a monarchy. It's a autocratic society, but it's stable. It has good relations with the United States. So that advanced our ideals and our interests. So again, there's example after example after example. Let's take the 2 that probably are the only ones that benefit you, and that is Iraq and Afghanistan. Now, there are 2 aspects here that should be distinguished, and they typically get conflated. The first one is the regime change itself, and the second one is the kind of managerial aftermath. So was the United States wrong to fling the Taliban outside of Afghanistan? Those are the guys who provided the monkey bars for the terrorists of 9/11. We were directly attacked on our own soil. It was completely right. It was both in our interests and it supported our ideals to go over there and pulverize them. Now, if you fast forward 5 years, and I see this ridiculous sight of U.S. generals supervising some, tribal meeting and trying to tell them how to conduct the meeting and how their schools should be run and what their attitude should be toward girls. This is the nonsensical aftermath. This is the Condoleezza Rice, Colin Powell nonsense that if you break it, you got to fix it. We somehow have to own these societies. That's pure bullshit. So I say,
I'm going to stop you here.
Change and no to the aftermath.
I can tell from the look on your face you want to respond before I start with the questions, Dave. Go right ahead, please. 2 minutes, more or less.
Well, okay, so Dinesh points out the successful regime changes in Japan and Germany, but what he leaves out there is the tens of millions of civilians that had to be slaughtered in order to do that, and the decades and decades and decades of military occupation that followed. And so if you're telling me that anyone in the United States of America has the stomach for anything like that right now, we both know that's just completely off the table. Even if you can get past the little pesky morality of it, there's just no way that anyone has the stomach or the political will for anything like that today. And then, of course, you can say that the Soviet Union or the Cold War was a war, even though it was just defense spending, but you got a yada yada over the millions of Cambodians and Vietnamese that were slaughtered in those wars. And then to talk about the Soviet Union dissolving, I mean, okay, you could say that is a regime change, but we're obviously talking about like US-led regime change wars here. And like I said, look, first of all, we went and pretty much took out Al-Qaeda's terror cells in Afghanistan by Christmas of 2001. It was mostly done with CIA and special ops. And then we fought a 20-year regime change war against the Taliban. And so if you want to say that the problem isn't overthrowing the regime, the problem is sticking.
We've been considering taking Greenland since Abraham Lincoln. Lots of countries have. It's just been a matter of who's going to spend the money to do it. And now it's more important, I think, because of space, but also trade routes and controlling the Arctic, that whole region, or the Atlantic and the Arctic, I think. I don't know. And they say climate change, there's a new ocean forming. Therefore, we need Greenland.
Around and nation building. Okay, but we didn't do that in Libya. We just completely destroyed the place.
Yeah, I watched that last night, Auntie. It was pretty good. I thought maybe we'd watch it today. I saw that last night. It was pretty good. The Hasidics in that the name is funny because the name sounded like he was saying something else the whole time. Something Josie. I can't remember.
And we didn't do that in Syria, and it looks like that place is on its way to being destroyed too.
Denmark
And
says it's not
yet
for sale.
The fact is that if you're going to do a regime change, well, the only way to really have a say in what government follows.
What's Denmark gonna do about it? I was watching a guy who went to Greenland, and he was talking to all the people last night, and the people in Greenland were like, we're starting to understand how powerful we are in this global system, and we don't really necessarily need to be ran by Denmark. And what's Denmark going to do if they lose us? So a lot of people over there are like okay with China taking them over, and they're being like turned against America. They say, well, the Chinese are bad because of communism, but the Americans are bad because of colonialism, and they'll colonize us, and they've done a lot of bad stuff to tribes of people over the history.
Follows is you have to militarily occupy the place. But if you want to go around, again, like I gave you a whole bunch of examples, and you're saying the only one I really have is Iraq and Afghanistan. But of course, Libya is an obvious other example. Well, yeah, we didn't make any of those mistakes that you suggested. We just destroyed the place, and there's open air slave markets there to this day. I mean, you guys at this point, I'll wrap up. I'm sorry, Judge, but you guys with your regime change, philosophy, you have a Holocaust's worth of dead people on your conscience.
Dinesh, how does the United States gain by its extraordinary obeisance to and financing of the government in Israel?
Andy, if I may, give me 2 minutes to respond to Dave, and then let's launch the questions, just because he got the extra 2. I just want to address a couple of specific
Go right
things
ahead.
First of all, I don't agree at all that somehow the United States has turned into a nation of namby-pambies and would not engage in World War II style operations. We haven't been subject to a World War II style attack. Yes, if the Chinese came over and, let's just say, bombed Chicago and took out the city, or wiped out 1/3 of our Navy, as happened in Pearl Harbor, I think we'd have a lot of appetite for responding very aggressively. It's just that we've lived in an era of where that kind of attack on the United States directly has not occurred, and therefore we've had these sort of smaller wars, at least by comparison. I think you totally misstated the history of what happened with the Taliban. You said it took 20 years to get rid of the Taliban. That's laughable nonsense. All of us were there. The Taliban was essentially out in a matter of weeks. They were gone. They were in the mountains. They were in hiding. I remember Dick Cheney saying, we've run out of targets. So this was a case where the intervention itself was a massive success. Now, you said, and I think this is the fallacy here, that if you knock out the government, you have a responsibility to go and run the country. False, false, and false again. All you have to do, look, if you're running out a bunch of thugs, all you have to do is go and find the rival thugs who are more friendly to you and say to them, in this case, by the way, they happen to be called the Northern Alliance, we're giving the country to you. You run the country from now on. We're not telling you how to run the country. We're not telling you what policies to have or what your educational system should be. All we're telling you is you need to be a friend of the United States. That's how a mature foreign policy is run. It's been run that way, by the way, for centuries by powerful countries. When the British, for example, defeated an opponent, they didn't necessarily feel we've got to go over there. No, you basically get your friends in there and they deal with you on a different basis than the bad guys.
Dave, I'm going to let you respond.
Well, look, I mean, just to say that this is a mature foreign policy or something. By the way, I just never said, it was just blatantly not at all what I said. I didn't say if you depose the leader, therefore you break it, you buy it. I'm suggesting we don't go around deposing the leader. And to sit here and say that this is a mature foreign policy, like it's a, yes. So we're sitting here. So currently we have a white hot war going on in Europe right now, which is a proxy war between all of Europe, the United States of America, and the biggest nuclear power in the history of the world. And at that point, where Donald Trump has been unable to bring this war to a close, which he promised to do on day one, he's been unable to do that. So at that point, we're going to start flirting with multiple wars of choice, wars of aggression, wars where we have not been attacked, that we do not need to fight, that risk catastrophes. There's nothing mature or wise about that. This is reckless. This is a result of living in an era of decadent elites where the most unimpressive have risen to the top. And there is absolutely no tradition of serious conservatism or right-wing thinking that would tell you that this is the move to make at this point in history. Start attacking and flirting with wars of nations that pose no threat to you based off lies. All of them based off lies. There's no maturity in that whatsoever.
Briefly answer, if I may, and then we can do questions. I'm just trying to keep the even timing here. Look, so I strongly oppose this Ukraine war. And in no way do I want to take the position that I'm defending every war, defending every intervention. In fact, I think a key aspect of this debate is to ask, when is it appropriate for the US to intervene at all? So my view is that we should intervene only when both our values and our interests are involved, when it is to our benefit, both in terms of values and in terms of interests. So let's take Ukraine. We may have certain common values with Ukraine, a little hard to say, but let's say we did. We really have no interest over there. It's a very distant country. It is on the Russian border. It comes out of the debris of the Cold War. So our interests there are minimal at best. Now, contrast this, for example, with Iran and Venezuela. Venezuela has been a staging operation ground for hostile powers for 20 years. There are Iranian radicals sitting in the Venezuelan parliament. There are Chinese operatives in Venezuela. There are Cuban bodyguards guarding Maduro. So the idea that somehow there's this sort of innocent nation operating on its own and we just go over there. Iran is the node center of problems for the United States since the Iranian Revolution. Radical Islam has for the first time got a hold of a major state. It's difficult enough to deal with ragtag operations like ISIS and Al-Qaeda, but when you have a powerful country, 90 million people, very smart, possibly nuclear capacity or certainly nuclear potential, you're dealing with a serious threat. There's no other way to look at it.
Dinesh, how does the United States gain? What does the United States gain from the billions of dollars it gives to and the utter obsequious behavior it shows toward the government of the State of Israel?
The United States is not obsequious toward Israel. Israel is mostly obsequious to the United States. It makes no sense to talk about the rabbit controlling the elephant when quite clearly the elephant controls the rabbit. Case in point, the Israelis would have been really happy after the U.S. Took out the Iran nuclear facilities to go in there, wipe out the mullahs, and their hand was stayed. By whom? By us, by Trump. Trump's like, I've had enough. I'm done. Now, Trump may change his mind in the aftermath of all the Iran protests of now, but the truth of it is that's a clear indication of the United States calling the shots and not Israel. Now, why are we friends with Israel at all? Well, first of all, can we wake up to the fact that there is a global red-green alliance? The red representing the socialists and the leftists, as the global left is allied with radical Islam, and they're basically, who's their target? What does LGBTQ have in common with radical Muslims? Here's the answer. They are opposed to the Jews, they are opposed to the Christians, they're opposed to Israel, they're opposed to the United States, and they are united by that common hatred. So doesn't common sense tell you that it's better for the Jews and the Christians to come closer together, for America and Israel to come closer together to repel this global threat? The answer is yes. And so to act as if the United States is somehow kind of acting on the orders of Israel, when A, we have a common interest with Israel, B, the Israelis are the best people in the world to fight radical Islam. They know how to do it. The second best, by the way, are countries like UAE. I just saw one of the leaders of UAE say anti-Semitism is an opinion in Europe and America. Anti-Semitism in UAE is illegal. There's no Muslim Brotherhood in the UAE. So the best fighters against radical Islam, number one, Israel. Number two, countries like UAE. The worst fighters against radical Islam, Australia, Canada, Europe, the United States. Don't we see that this Islamic infiltration is occurring right in the middle of our own country? I saw after Mamdani won, one of his activists said that the radical Muslims will have 50 congressmen in 10 years. So are we pretending like this is all happening, quote, over there instead of right here?
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
Dave, what does the United States gain by its obsequious behavior and enormous donations to the government of Israel?
Nothing but a lot of trouble and a lot of unnecessary wars. And I love just that Dinesh says, well, look, it's not just over there. Look, we have to fight it over here, because I was reliably informed by Dinesh D'Souza 20 plus years ago that we have to fight them over there, so we won't have to fight them over here. And then we spent 2+ decades fighting them over there, slaughtering them by the millions, blowing trillions of dollars. And now it's like, oh, look, we got to fight them over here. Yeah, that's an immigration issue. And I think our immigration policy has been horribly mismanaged. Maybe if we had listened to people like Pat Buchanan and not the neoconservatives who kicked him out of the old Conservatism Inc., if we had listened to the wiser, older conservatives, we wouldn't have gotten into this mess to begin with. But the rest of this is all just totally circular. Like, look, if we support Israel and then a whole bunch of Muslims hate us because we support Israel, well, then it's proof that, see, the Muslims hate us, and therefore we have to keep supporting Israel. And as far as like the idea that we're the big power and they're a little country, well, that's true enough. But it certainly doesn't mean that they don't have influence. And I agree. I think Dinesh just kind of admitted the whole game. Yeah, they wanted us to topple the government of Iran last summer. They still want us to do that right now. And yet, in other words, as he's admitting, they are trying to pull Donald Trump into a war that he resisted. But right after that, they came back and kept doing it. They keep moving the goalposts, and you're moving them right there with them. It was 60% enriched uranium last summer. That was the big deal. Then they Trump brags that he destroyed their nuclear program. Then they moved the goalpost to intercontinental ballistic missiles, but that's not really true. They don't have any that can touch us anyway. So now we've moved it to shooting protesters. That's something now we got to launch a war over. And, you know, all this talk about we should launch wars when they're in our interests and when they support our values. Well, how about the value of the just war theory of Christianity? You don't attack other countries unless they've attacked you first. You don't start wars of choice. You only fight wars of necessity. And how about the value that Congress declares the wars? I mean, you know, you listed as one of your values preserving the Constitution. By the way, Conservatism Inc. didn't do such a great job conserving that, or anything else in this country for that matter. But the Constitution is very clear. Only Congress can declare these wars. The last war that was declared by Congress was World War II. This is an absolute outrage. And the fact that anyone would even pretend to respect the Constitution at all and not have a problem that every single one of these wars are illegal is absurd.
Question for Dave. Under what circumstances can the president use military force?
Well, certainly if he's repelling aggression. If there was a situation where a country was attacking us, he certainly doesn't have to go to Congress before he can mobilize the military to defend them. And perhaps with some of the more like liberal interpretations of the Constitution, you might even say that in immediate emergency, you can take some type of military action. But the idea that when there's absolutely nothing imminent and there's no threat to the country and it's a war of choice and you've got months and months and months where you're planning for it and laying down propaganda about drug boats or something like that, the idea that the president does not have an obligation to first get a declaration of war from Congress is there is no reasonable way you could read the Constitution and think that's what it meant.
Well,
Dinesh, same question. Under what circumstances can the president use the military?
the president is the commander-in-chief of the military. the way our government is structured, there are certain operations, for example, the passing of taxes, where it makes sense for Congress to drive the whole thing for the simple reason that you're talking about a law. Time is not of the essence. The law can be passed this year, it can be passed next year, and then the president's job is to, quote, carry it out. War doesn't function like that. A war is very often instantaneous. There's an attack, and you have to move quickly. Now, you can then seek congressional support, but the president is, in fact, the director of these military operations. And I can think of multiple scenarios, even ones that don't directly involve some kind of, launching of a missile attack on the United States. Let's take, for example, something really simple. Let's just say tomorrow, the Chinese invade Taiwan. It seems to me that, according to Dave, the president is powerless. He has to go to Congress. Now, let's remember, Congress is completely immobilized. You essentially have an ideological divide. You have block and tackle. You can't get a majority through either house of Congress, and this is why our immigration laws haven't been fixed. This is why there's no comprehensive reform of pretty much anything. So our Congress essentially is paralyzed with essentially its intellectual, ideological, and partisan divides. And
what are you guys saying? What's up, Jeremy? Obsequious is an interesting word. Obsequious. Obsequious. Why is Dave having so much trouble saying words right now? I don't know. I think he's sick or something, because in his interview with Fuentes, you see him from a side angle. Usually you see him front on when he's on camera, but you see him in a side angle when he's with Nick. He's like scary skinny. Like he's like a skeleton. He's like, he looks sick. Like he's got something. Excuse me.
so you could have all kinds of mayhem happening, and the president has got to sit tight and say, listen, we have this armed force. We have U.S. interests involved. Vital interest, by the way. You have a rival country. Think of it. The number 2 country in the world, China, wants to become number 1. It undertakes blatant military aggression, which, if unchecked, will lead to other military aggression in the way that the world actually works. And yet, we need a congressional declaration. And short of a congressional declaration, the president is powerless. This is nonsense. Now, I'm not saying that we forfeit a rule of prudence. The rule of prudence is going to say, listen, are we going to necessarily get into a full-scale war over Taiwan? We've got to decide how important Taiwan is to the world and to us. We might decide Taiwan is worth sending some forces over to reinforce the power of Taiwan to defend itself. On the
Enforcement Act of 1986. This in front of me, this is the Maritime Drug Law Enforcement Act of 1986, authored by a member of Congress in 1986 from the state of New York. His name, Chuck Schumer. He wrote the law that passed almost unanimously that makes it legal to blow drug boats out of the water. It happened in the 80s a lot, in the 90s a lot. Go ahead, look it up, folks. Chuck Schumer, the author of this bill that made what we're doing with Venezuelan drug boats fully legal. We don't need permission from the rest of the world. Chuck Schumer gave us that in 1986. This in front of me, this is the Maritime Drug Law Enforcement.
On the other hand, we're not going to commit U.S. troops, or we're going to take this action, but not that. So I'm not resolving the prudential issue of what do we do, but the idea that we are forced to do nothing is absurd.
Next question is for Dinesh. Can the president blow away people on speedboats and fishing boats in the Caribbean?
The president, to do that, has got to make some...
Congress finds and declares that trafficking in controlled substances aboard vessels is a serious international problem, is universally condemned, and presents a specific threat to the security and societal well-being of the United States, and operating or embarking in a submersible vessel or semi-submersible vessel without nationality and on an international voyage is a serious international problem. facilities, transnational crime, including drug trafficking and terrorism, and present a specific threat to the safety of maritime navigation and security in the United States. Maritime drug law enforcement. Penalties, 7056. 7056. What am I on now? Oh, 7052. 7054, 7056. A person violating paragraph 1, 7053 of this title shall be punished in provided section, Comprehensive Drug Abuse Prevention and Control Act. The offense's second or subsequent offense is provided in section 1 of the person shall be punished as provided in section 1012 of Act 21 UFC 962. A person attempting or conspiring to violate section subject to the same penalties as provided for violating section 7053. Sample possession in general, any individual subject to jurisdiction in the United States after notice of an opportunity of hearing to have knowingly or intended possessed a controlled substance within the meaning of the controlled substance shall be liable to the United States for civil penalty not to exceed $5,000 for each violation. Shall notify individual in writing, determination of amount, threat of civil penalty assessment under some purpose, state or federal law may be considered proof of possession if such determined. Operation of so much without nationality. It's not going to say you can just blow them up in this bill. Territorial sea or country limit countries to adjacent countries with intent to evade detection. Navigating or has navigated into literal several violating structure. Any incidents, paragraph 1 may be consent in the totality of circumstances to prima facie evidence or intent to evade detection. Submersible involved was at the time of the violation. Quest to make a claim, provisions, lawfully operating government, blah, 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 production of documents, civil penalty. Failure to comply with international law. Jurisdiction and venue. Outside territorial jurisdiction. Sorry, I'm reading something. I'm skimming through it, so I don't want to read it out loud. It doesn't say that they're allowed to blow up the boats, but I don't. Controlled substances. Drug Enforcement Act of 1986. White House Initiative Against Drugs. Drug-free amends the Rehabilitation Act. Otherwise, This is not the one I'm looking for. Oh, wait. Part 2. It's in Part 4, right? Part 2, Narcotics Traffickers Deportation Act. Amends them to provide exclusion or deportation of alien for possession of use of certain controlled substances. Authorized but required protection. Permits the Secretary to authorize exchange information or documents. Death penalty and continuing drug enterprise. procedures to be followed for the imposition of the death penalty, sets forth mitigation and aggregating factors to be considered in determining whether a sentence of death is justified. Modifies, provides imposition of penalty, murder by a federal prison, murder during the counsel of hearing, controlled substances. Assess forfeiture amendments. There's a lot here. I can't read all this right now. I don't even know if this is the right thing. This is not the maritime. Well, it's in here. This is the Drug Enforcement Act of 1986. 99th Congress, 1985 to 19. Sponsor, Senator Dole. Dole. Like Banana Dole. Robert J. Doesn't say that it was brought up by Chuck Schumer, though. Not sure if this is the right one. Schumer wrote law making it legal to blow drug boats out of the water in 1986. Maritime Drug Law Enforcement Act. I have it here, but implemented in the United States as a piece of legislation combating illegal drug trade, that it is legal for anyone on board a vessel belonging to the United States or within their jurisdiction to psychoactive status, lack of nexus. Act provides that the legal United States jurisdiction reaches any vessel registered in a foreign nation where the flag nation has consented or waived objection to the enforcement of the United States law by the United States in recent years. Controversy has been met with controversy as it permits the U.S. Coast Guard to the authority to reach and imprison drug traffickers who are operating over international waters and foreign citizens who are not located on board the watercraft but operated overseas as a conspirator. First revised in 1986. Small provision, clarified jurisdiction. Find a semi-submersible of any kind of water vessel capable of operating with most of its hull or bulk under the surface of the water, no matter whether the watercraft be crewed or uncrewed. The amendment defines a submersible vessel as a watercraft completely bloated by a person in violation of civil penalty. These amendments strike and watch program and inserting a period additionally. Suete. This does not say that it gives them the right to blow up boats. I would not use this as my argument. I mean, I can mention it, but it wouldn't be my main focus. But that's just related to the drug thing.
Kind of determination that these boats pose a threat to the United States. To our interests again, and in this case, the determination, which I'm not going to sort of attempt to evaluate here, is there is a massive narco-trafficking operation being directed out of Venezuela. That once Maduro forfeited his oil revenues, which he forfeited for very bizarre reasons, but he did do it. The oil, by the way, the prosperity of Venezuela was by and largely manufactured in the United States. It was our oil companies that refined that oil. So the United States, in partnership with Venezuela, had made that country really prosperous in the 1960s. But Maduro shifted his operations from oil to basically narco trafficking. He essentially became the world's biggest drug kingpin. Now,
I think he did that after OPEC came along and crashed the oil prices, and under Perez, before even Chavez, that whole lead up was happening. Their economy was already crippled. They had failed the oil business because Chavez didn't want to work with, and Maduro didn't want to work with America, so they screwed themselves. And then they went to drug trafficking. It wasn't like we stopped making money on oil because we focused on drug trafficking. It was, we're not making money off of oil, so let's try drug trafficking. He's putting the cart before the horse.
To argue that the drugs in the United States are not a massive kind of killer. They may not be a killer in the same way as Al-Qaeda, but they've killed a lot more people than, let's say, 9/11. And so I think for President Trump, this is a real national security threat. And so the president takes action to neutralize where the threat is coming from.
Before you respond, Dave, I'm going to follow up with another question. I'll give you a chance to follow up with both. Shouldn't people be able to put into their own bodies whatever they want, Dinesh?
No. In general, yes, of course, but I would not take that principle to its absolute conclusion. I don't think, for example, that people have a right to, let's say, commit suicide. If someone was committing suicide, I was on the street and some guy started running in front of a car, I would jump on them and try to restrain them. Why? I could, of course, be a pure libertarian. Listen, you're running in the street. I don't see anyone stopping you. It's your choice to run in front of the car, so I'm going to let you. No, my assumption is that this guy is A, not in his right mind, B, is in some kind of catastrophe, C, will probably have a different view once he gets to settle down and get some drugs, some treatment. And so similarly, I think there are all kinds of things we can do, even to ourselves, that are harmful to ourselves, but they're also harmful to the body politic in all kinds of ways. And so drugs, by the way, are not simply a matter of supply and demand. They destroy families, they destroy communities, they have wiped out entire communities in this country. So we can't ignore the larger debris that has been caused by the infestation, I think, of drugs in a widespread sense. By the way, these are drugs that are obliterating your ability to think. I mean, as libertarians, don't we value the mind being clear? Free choice itself depends on the ability to make clear decisions. If I voluntarily take a bunch of drugs that turns me into a zombie, I'm essentially out of libertarian land immediately.
Dave, I'll give you 4 minutes because there's two questions here. One is, can the president blow away people on boats in the Caribbean? And the other is, can't you put into your body whatever you want?
Yeah, ironically, when Dinesh was giving his understanding of the Constitution,
ask the libertarian about the drugs. We got to be able to do drugs, guys.
I was thinking he must be high on drugs right now. So evidently not. But the idea, I mean, what Dinesh is describing is the dictator of an empire. It has nothing to do with the government that the Constitution describes, and certainly nothing to do with a president. And the idea that, I mean, just think about how vague this, it's like arguing with a postmodernist, like America first can mean anything that might be in our interests. And the president can bomb boats when he's determined that the boats, and then onto this drug problem. So first of all, the idea that, like, I don't know, we were talking about what's legal, what is legal and what is illegal. And you, not me, said upholding the Constitution is one of your ideals. And so I'm sorry, I guess I must have missed the clause where it says only Congress can declare the war unless they're ideologically captured. In which case,
we didn't
then
declare
the president
war.
becomes a dictator with all the war-making power. So I just think that's silly. And in terms of the drugs thing, I mean, look, man,
these aren't wars. We're not talking.
No, Dinesh, hang on. Let him finish. Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah. Well, okay, they're not wars. So we haven't fought a war since World War II. Vietnam and Korea and Iraq and Afghanistan and Libya and all of these, they're not wars. Oh, okay. If that's what you're, again, my point was that you argue like a postmodernist. Thanks for making the point.
I didn't say that. You just invented that. I didn't say all those.
Hang on, Dinesh.
Well,
Dinesh, hang on. Don't take any of this personally. Finish, Dave. Dinesh, I'll give you all the time you want to address what he's saying.
As far as the drugs go, in terms of relation to Venezuela, this is the most obvious pretext for war that I've ever seen. The drugs coming from Venezuela make up a tiny fraction of the drugs that get into the United States of America, and almost none of the fat.
You argue like a postmodernist. How do you not take that personally? It's a personal. It's basically that's an ad hom. That's saying you're wrong because you're arguing like a postmodernist. Or that's like when I'll say something and somebody would be like, "Oh, that sounds like something an atheist would say." So what?
And all. And so even if you were really going for the drug argument here, you would be going after Colombia or Mexico or something like that. The idea that Venezuela has nothing to do with any of that. And it's just one of the many lies that were used to sell us into this war. So yes, Judge, to answer your question, I do believe people ought to have the right to put into their own body what they want to. But also, this has nothing to do with drugs anyway.
Dinesh,
How about a chainsaw? Could I put a chainsaw through my body in public? Can everybody just start putting chainsaws into their bodies in public? Or if you see somebody walking into the town square with a chainsaw running and they're about to stick it in their belly, should we run up and tackle them?
go ahead. You can respond.
Okay, number one, we are not at war with Venezuela. We have captured the narco trafficking kingpin of Venezuela. He's facing trial. The trial will play out as it will. His deputy is in charge. The Chavistas are completely in charge of Venezuela. Some of the Venezuelans don't like that, but that's the reality of it. So the idea that we are at war with Venezuela is just an example of the verbal promiscuity, where if the United States takes any action, you declare it to be a war and want to know why Congress hasn't been consulted. Same with the drug boats. Look, I agree with you to a degree that I think for Trump, this is a little bit of a pretext. I agree. This is how Trump is. So what Trump does is he has a grievance, and sometimes the grievance is a little different than the pretext. I think Trump's real grievance with Venezuela is that Maduro opened up his prisons and he sent a whole bunch of really bad guys to the United States when the Biden administration had the back door open. I think that this has pissed off Trump to no end, and Trump is looking for a reason to sort of whack that guy. So I live in the real world. I'm not saying that the world is a pretty place, that Trump even thinks in ideological terms. I don't think he does.
Everybody, what does that mean?
The way Trump looks at it, he's the CEO of the team United States of America. There are rival teams in the world, and there are rival teams that want bad things for us. Trump is not like Bush. He's not a neoconservative, and it's a complete misunderstanding of Trump to think, oh, it's Bush all over again. No, Trump's idea is to take a middle course between, I think, the kind of vacuous isolationism that you're recommending, Dave, and the overzealous interventionism of the Bush era. And Trump's idea is Soleimani, al-Baghdadi, grab Maduro, support the freedom forces in Iran, do it prudentially, short of war, and yet get the same result as you would if you won a war.
Dave, well, I guess my next question is to Dinesh and not to Dave. When the president says that the only thing that can restrain him is his own mind and his own morality, has he rejected his oath of fidelity to the Constitution and to the treaties enacted pursuant to it and to the laws written under it?
He's posturing.
Hey, everybody.
He's talking how Trump talks. Who the heck is Walter Goggins?
A business is never.
I've seen that guy before.
The fact about Trump is that he says things that are, on the face of it, ridiculous. Everybody knows it. His supporters know it too. On the other hand, the weirdness of Trump is he doesn't act that way. So almost everything he says carries a rhetorical extravagance. He's not just not anti-Semitic. He is the least anti-Semitic person in the world, perhaps the least anti-Semitic person who has ever existed. This is Trump, like it or not. Trump is publicly ridiculously egotistical. He wants the Nobel Prize. He's happy to take Maria Corina Machado's Nobel Prize if she'll give it to him.
She did.
But Trump, in reality, is actually quite humble.
She gave it to him yesterday.
Narcissistical people, and I've known quite a few.
That girl
don't
dropped
show
that
any interest
dang.
in other.
That girl dropped that dang Nobel Peace Prize off like it was a hot potato. She said, "Here, Trump, here. I don't even want the Nobel Peace Prize, Mr. President. Please, Mr. President, take my Nobel Peace Prize. I don't even want." And he said, "Thank you. I deserved it anyway. Let's take a picture." Trump got that dang Nobel Peace Prize given to him. Has anybody ever won a Nobel Peace Prize because they basically took it from the other person who won it? Trump just strong-armed that Peace Prize. I think she would do a better job than Delcy. But everybody's like, Delcy's just as bad as Maduro. I don't think she's gonna be just as bad as Maduro. we don't know that. I gotta look into her ad too. I gotta look into Delcy. What is it? Delcy Rodriguez? Delcy Rodriguez. Something like that.
People. Trump has great interest in people. He wants to know about you. He knows a lot about the people who work for him. And so the point I want to make about Trump.
Okay, I remember him from the Fallout show and Walking Dead. And GTA 5 commercials, I don't remember that.
Is that he will say, throw out the Constitution. Who cares about the Constitution? And to you and me, we live in the world of words. We are wordsmiths. We're like, oh my gosh, he needs to be impeached. But then you realize every time there's a judicial ruling that says to Trump, you can't do this, you can't send federal troops to Chicago, Trump is like, I don't like it, but I'm going to do it. Trump did not like the results of the 2020 election, but guess what? He exited the stage when the day came. So you have to, with Trump, you do have this kind of verbal extravagance, but it's accompanied, I think, by prudential action. And we have learned ultimately to judge Trump in that way.
Before you respond, Dave, for those who have just joined us, and by the way, gentlemen, the two of you have produced an enormous audience across all of the platforms that are watching us. But for those of us who are just joining us, I'm Judge Andrew Napolitano. Our host program is Judging Freedom, which is the
Napolitano. That's a cool ass name.
Podcast that I run 3 or 4 times a day. We post about 20, 30-minute programs a week. We are doing this debate between Dinesh D'Souza and Dave Smith on what is America First on our platform and on the platform of our dear friends and collaborators at Zero Hedge. This was a Zero Hedge idea. They sort of had to twist my arm into it until they told me the two debaters would be longtime friends of mine. Back to the debate. Dave, do you want to respond to what Dinesh just said, particularly when he called Donald Trump humble?
Yeah.
He's very
I think
humble.
All of what Dinesh just said.
I'd say the
could be,
most humble. He's probably the most humble person who's ever lived. I'm very humble. Some say the most, frankly, nobody's more humble.
It could essentially be reduced to, yeah, Donald Trump says a lot of crazy shit and you never know what he's going to actually do, which I do kind of agree with Dinesh on. And I think the point about him leaving office
for a term already.
You got to keep your enemies guessing. You got to keep them on their toes.
But
we know what he's going to do. He's not
ahead. Dinesh, please, Dinesh, don't interrupt him. Go ahead.
Damn it, Dinesh. Stop interrupting. Where they do that at? India?
Yeah, I mean, in other words, of course, all the admissions are kind of buried in what Dinesh is saying himself, that it was never about drugs, that it was never about taking their oil, that it's some type of revenge for Maduro opening his prison and sending those people up here. But again, if that's the case, then seal the border as Donald Trump has done and attempt to deport those people. It doesn't make any sense to say that we're now, but again, I guess the admission that's in there is that Donald Trump is lying through his teeth to sell this to the American people. And as far as Dinesh objecting to me calling it a war when we bomb another country, when we kill people there, when we kidnap their leader and bring him over here to face trial, I mean, I'm sorry. I remember after 9/11 when Dinesh and all of his friends said, we're at war. That's all. We got attacked. That means we're at war. And that means you'll go support invading all these countries. And even though they all turn out to be catastrophic and get millions of people killed, you'll continue advocating for more wars in the future. You know, if anything like that were to happen to us, we'd immediately recognize it for what it is. Let me say, if Nicaragua or Venezuela or Mexico, let's just say they bombed an American city. Can you imagine Dinesh D'Souza saying that was a limited military strike? It wasn't an act of war. Of course, these things are active wars. Now, how much the wars expand is always up in the air. But again, as you said, yes, Donald Trump's, listen, it's quite possible that Donald Trump never does anything further with Venezuela, but that's it. He may forget that he said anything about it tomorrow. But what he's saying right now is that we run the country. We're going to determine the next regime. We're going to extract the oil. And he told the New York Times it might be a matter of years. He, in fact, thinks it will be a matter of years. And then he went and requested a $1.5 trillion defense budget, which, by the way, all of these fiscal conservatives like Dinesh D'Souza have no problem with whatsoever. And so I'm sorry, it's almost impossible in this situation for us to not at least kind of take him at his word and say maybe he's serious about doing all of these things. But absolutely, if anybody else bombed America or attacked America or kidnapped our leader, even Joe Biden, even though most Republicans believe the 2020 election was stolen, I know Dinesh did a big documentary on that, most of which was completely incorrect, but even if that election was stolen and he was an illegitimate president, if somebody came here and kidnapped Joe Biden in the middle of his presidency, we would all say we're at war with that country now, because that is for us to figure out who the president of our country is.
Okay, go ahead, Dinesh. I'll let you respond.
Here's where I think we have to bring the kind of comedian view of foreign policy into line with the way the world really is. Because yes, I agree with Dave. If we had kidnapped the leader of China, we would be at war. There's a big difference between kidnapping the leader of China and kidnapping the leader of Venezuela. What's the big difference? To Dave, there's no difference because they're a sovereign country. The big difference is that Venezuela can't do anything to us and China can. So there's a big difference in the real world. Now, with regard to Trump's reasoning or his pretext or whatever, in the real world, we recognize that the language of diplomacy, the rhetoric of action is not the same as the cause of action. Thucydides says, for example, in the opening of the Peloponnesian War, he gives long speeches on the part of the Athenians, on the part of the Corinthians, on the part of the Spartans. And then Thucydides says this key line. He goes, whatever the parties have said, he says, in my view, the real reason for the war was the rising power of Athens and the fear that it inspired in Sparta. That's the real reason. The rhetorical reason is, oh, you crossed the border over here, you took away my fishing rights over there, you did this, you did that. That's talk. But the real reason is the motive for doing it in the first place. So the point is, I think that strategists of foreign policy, Sun Tzu, Clausewitz, have understood for generations that you have to separate the kind of boilerplate rhetoric from the motives of action. And all I'm saying is that in the real world, we have genuine interests in the world. We have friends who can help us. We have enemies who can hurt us. We need to ally with our friends and undermine our enemies. And that's going to call for a moderately interventionist foreign policy.
Dave, I'll let you respond. And then I have a question for both of you in which I will let you sum up your arguments as well. It's a question very different from what we've been discussing. But Dave, you can respond to what Dinesh just said.
Well, from this comedian's perspective, our moderately interventionist foreign policy seems to be us being the dominant force in South America, Europe, Asia, and the Middle East. It's a moderate intervention where we have thousands of bases in hundreds of different countries all around the world. I'd say it's like the most interventionist foreign policy in world history, but okay. Dinesh, you could say this is the separation between the comedian's understanding of how these things work versus yours, but like you were aligned with the neoconservatives, man. I'll put my track record on foreign policy up against yours any day. And it's not because of me or I'm a comedian. I just listen to all the best people like Ron Paul and Pat Buchanan and Judge Napolitano and really wise people. And you followed like idiots like Bill Kristol around. So, whatever. I mean, yeah, I'm a comedian, but if you want to talk about the way things work if you'll notice in this debate, there's a whole lot of times where Dinesh is saying, Dave says this, but if you'll notice when I'm talking, I'm never saying that. Obviously, it would be a different thing to go kidnap the leader of China because they're a stronger country. Of course, no one's denying that. But if you really want to talk about the real world and how wars actually work and how they actually get sold, well, here's the real world. Dwight D. Eisenhower warned us of the military-industrial complex that had just been created. And those weapons companies fund think tanks where all of Dinesh's friends work and write papers. They were all sitting there, writing all of the Project for a New American Century, every think tank, all the ones that Dinesh worked for, every neoconservative, they all get big money from Lockheed Martin and Raytheon because they want to pay for people to write policy papers that advocate for more wars so that they can sell more weapons to our federal government. So in other words, a giant transfer of wealth, but worse than what the socialists want, which is from the rich to the poor, a giant transfer of wealth from the working class in America to the politically connected makers of weapons of wars. And if you drive around this country, all you got to do, this is the results, this is the fruit that Dinesh D'Souza's Conservatism Inc. has given us. Drive through the middle of this country and see all the destroyed towns all around you, all the closed factories, all the where the places where people are dying from those OD deaths. And then you go drive around the suburbs of Washington, D.C., in Virginia, and see where all the multimillionaires are living who haven't produced anything. And it's not because of capitalism. It's not you go there and you see great big factories and that's why the rich people live there. It's because they work for think tanks that are funded by weapons companies.
There's a
I'll let
GTA
you
movie
respond
coming
to
out.
this, Dinesh, before I put this final question to both of you. Go ahead, please.
Yeah. So for the whole
Interrupting is very customary in India. So Dave wants socialism. Got it. I mean, libertarians aren't far from damn commies.
of this debate, we've been hearing that foreign policy is the province of Congress. It's not the president. It is Congress that needs to make these kinds of decisions. Well, who is bought off by the defense industry? Answer, Congress. Why? Because the typical congressman has a choice, and that is to take $50 or $100 from his constituent, or to take $100,000 from Lockheed or from Raytheon. This is why Congress has appropriated these massive defense budgets. So this is a place where Dave and I are somewhat in agreement, except for the fact that there is a guy by.
I liked it, but I was just sending you what the symbol looks like. Like, that's not a good sketch of it. Like, that's with like a weird pen on a phone. I want it to look cleaner than that, but I need like a AI to look at it and be like, make this look better. And take it and make it 3D or something. Make it look cool. You know, like the New York Yankees symbol? I want it to look like that. I want this to be that style of lettering as the New York Yankees letters.
By the way, who can't be bought by Raytheon, and that's because he happens to be a billionaire and his name happens to be Trump. So if there's anybody who actually doesn't need the contribution from Lockheed in order, for example, to have a nice house or to have a nice car or to go on vacations, it's not Congress. Congress actually does. They need money for their re-election campaign. They're the ones who sit down with the lobbyists. They're the ones who vote these appropriations. Trump doesn't decide what the defense budget is. Congress does. So yes, we find an area of some common agreement. We agree that the whole appropriation stuff, domestic and foreign policy, is a racket. But I think where we disagree is that you somehow think that that is what is leading Trump down the wrong path. And I say not at all. That is actually why Congress is, to some degree at least, bought and paid for.
Right, I'm
Well,
going to
then-
give
well, then
each
the
of you. No,
response
hold on.
Sorry,
I'm
go
going to
ahead.
give each of
Sure,
you
sure.
5 minutes to reply. You first, Dave, and you can incorporate anything you want. But the initial question for your 5-minute reply is, who is more faithful to the Constitution? Donald
Yeah, but I could do a better handwritten one than that. Like, that one didn't come out too good.
Trump or Thomas Massey? Now, Dave, you can take it from there. Take your 5 minutes, and then Dinesh can respond as he sees fit. This is your closing argument.
because he's anti.
I mean, you might as well ask whose name is Thomas Massey. That one's pretty obvious. And again, Dinesh is kind of just talking past the point that I'm making, because I'm not saying whether Congress should have the power or not. I'm saying the letter of the law is clear. If you believe what you just believe, then if you care about the Constitution, then you should be advocating that we amend the Constitution. I mean, it's really that simple. And yes, Dinesh will at the end admit that this whole thing is a racket, including foreign policy. But of course, he's advocating you give that racket more power. I wanted to end. I'm going to do on my closing statement something a little bit more meta. I think I've already demonstrated the America First part. But you know, it was funny because before we got on, you guys were talking about how in 1983, I guess that's the year Dinesh graduated college, I believe, and that's the year I was born. So I was born in 1983. Dinesh basically went into Conservatism Inc. in 1983. And he had something, you know, that was real. Like, Dinesh had a real platform. I mean, worked for a presidential administration, was in the game in a time where it wasn't like today. It wasn't like everyone had a platform. It really meant something to be a
Look
part
at
of
the
Conservatism
chunks
Inc.
coming off my
And
armrest. I need a new
obviously,
chair,
you had
guys.
a profoundly important goal, which was what? To conserve the best parts of America. Now, juxtapose that to me. I really started
can't even
blowing
put
up
my
in
arm on
2020.
it.
I mean,
It's
I've been around
uncomfortable.
for a little bit, but my audience started really growing in 2020. And one might ask themselves, what had been conserved? What had been conserved by the time we got to 2020? Well, was it the Constitution? Was it the Bill of Rights? No, we shredded those long ago. Was it Christianity? The country was more atheist and secular and tribal and divided than ever before. The country wasn't nothing. The cultural dynamics, the racial dynamics, the economic dynamics. By the time I came around, this is how much had been conserved. The debate was over whether my 4-year-old boy ought to be turned into a girl. That's what I inherited. That's how good you guys did. But what I did also inherit was $39 trillion in debt and an ocean fill of the blood of innocent people.
Dude,
that's what we inherited. And
these commentators keep upping it like every day. Every day they add another trillion to the debt.
I see Dinesh D'Souza coming back around now, almost trying to gatekeep. You know, I saw Dinesh on an interview, and he said, you know, the problem is we used to have an Irving Kristol, and we used to have a William Buckley, and they would decide who's allowed in and who's allowed out. But
This
now
chair is already held together by This chair is already held together by like J.B. Weld in like 3 spots. It's not even safe.
Anyone that can say Tucker's not allowed in and Candace isn't allowed in and Nick Fuentes isn't allowed in. But the thing is that, like, you guys blew it. You guys completely blew it. Honestly, Dinesh, and I mean this, I like you. Like, as a dude, I really like you.
I'm
I've actually enjoyed a lot of your work. I've learned things from you. I think you're a brilliant guy. But for you to come out, I mean, I'm sorry, after supporting the war in Iraq, I think you should leave this game. I don't think you should be giving your opinions anymore about a war that you're supporting. I just think that's, anyone messes up that bad in any field, you got to leave and go find a different field. But so the fact that you're coming around and saying Candace is wrong and Tucker's wrong, honestly, with respect, I think it's time for you to sit down and understand that we're here now. We're leading this movement now. And we've had more cultural victories in the last 5 years than you guys put on the board in 30.
Dinesh, 5 minutes, please.
Yeah, I put a lot of miles on this chair.
In the interview that Dave is
hours.
talking about, I was deploring the fact that the intellectual quality of our debates has deteriorated. We used to have debates on firing line with people like Buckley, Gene Kirkpatrick, Irving Kristol, Robert Bork. And now we have debates with Candace Owens talking about Charlie Kirk being a time traveler. And of course, we have Dave Smith. And then we have Tucker talking about why Sharia is not such a bad idea, or why Maduro is a real conservative. So there has been an intellectual degeneration. I think it's true. People like Irving Kristol would be a little embarrassed to be listening to this kind of claptrap. Number two, the people who haven't lived through the 80s and 90s don't recognize the triumphs of Reaganism, of which I will mention only 2. I agree that you were an infant. And I agree that you didn't really have your mental faculties, but the point is you're supposed to read history and look back a little bit and see important.
I think it's weird that people put the Zins in their top lip. That's what it says on the packet, on the thing, to put it in your top lip. But I guess these people never dipped before. But like, you put dip in your bottom lip. Some people put dip in their top lip too, and that's weird too. But I can't talk right with it in my top lip. Let me get it dried out and try to get up there. Nah, this don't feel right. It slips around when I'm talking. I don't like that. Gravity's pulling it down. It's weird. I put it in my bottom lip. Jim Bob's meme on that was top tier. I have no idea what you're talking about. Put the chair on your wish list. The chair I want's like $500. I'll get it. I got to get a car first. Then we'll do a chair fund. But nobody will donate to a chair fund because they don't want me to have a comfortable chair. They don't care about my back health.
Things were conserved. The top marginal tax rate in 1980 when Reagan came to office was 70%. Let that sink in. Of an additional $1 in the top rate, you had to give 70 cents to the government. Reagan brought it down to 28%. That's a fiscal revolution. Trump can't even come close. So all the victories of right now you're talking about, they pale before the reduction of a top tax rate from 70% to 28%. By the way, it's up to about 39% now, but it's not even close to 70%.
I'm aware.
Yeah, all right. Now let's talk about the Cold War. You had a Soviet empire that stretched across multiple time zones, that controlled all of Eastern Europe, that had giant orbit all over the world, and a huge arsenal of weapons pointed at us. Reagan won the Cold War without firing a shot. The world is vastly better off.
I need to schedule a dang haircut appointment for tomorrow morning.
Now, did we win all our battles? No.
That's what I need.
Andy was there. Andy Napolitano can tell you the affirmative action battle that I was an active part of. I wasn't part of the Iraq debate. I was part of the affirmative action fight. My early books, Illiberal Education, The End of Racism. Now, the affirmative action DEI complex had massive support. Every university, every corporation was pushing it. There were about 5 guys on the other side whom I could name: Thomas Sowell, Walter Williams, me, Glenn Lowry, maybe 2 other guys. So 6 of us are fighting a giant industry, well established across the country, and we won. We get a Supreme Court decision. DEI is now being unraveled. So if you want to know what we fought for, that's what we fought for, and that's what we conserved. Now, you've come along in a generation where it is your guys who basically promoted the trans culture. It's younger people ultimately who have voted in all this stuff, and now you're trying to blame it on the Reagan generation. We didn't do all that. You did. It's your generation that voted for it. It's your activists who are showing up protesting for Palestine, this, DEI, that. You know, we want to open the borders. The immigrants are our friends. They came yesterday.
Today's Friday.
They're Americans today. All of that stuff.
I could do it for,
if
no, I'm
you
not
want
doing it for
me
today.
to take blame for what everyone did in the 80s, you need to take the blame for Obama. You need to take the blame for everything that's happened in the last 12 years.
Doesn't work on
we need
Saturday.
to apply an even standard. I think we conserved a lot given the forces that were available to us. In some cases, we were grossly outnumbered. But did we promote gay marriage? No. Did I promote the trans movement? No. Yes, I was wrong on Iraq, but I was right on a lot of other things. And so the idea I'm going to be banished from the conservative movement because I called it wrong on Iraq, at least I'm man enough to admit it. Whereas you, the Iran strike will lead to World War III. Doesn't happen. Not a word of regret, not a word of apology.
Just very quickly.
I was wrong. I was an idiot. I didn't call
Dinesh,
it. So,
hang on. 1 minute, Dave.
I know you want a second closing statement.
No, I was just going to say, no closing statement. No closing statement. It's just, you made that up. I never said it. That's
okay.
Right.
You thought the Iran strike was a great idea.
No, I never said it would lead to World War III. You just made that up.
Okay, that was just tough.
All right. We'll stop.
Okay, but I didn't say it.
I think you guys are both super smart and passionate about what you believe in. And I thank you very much for the time that you've given us. I thank our friends at Zero Hedge. If you're watching us on Judging Freedom,
I'm not going to be able to get a haircut before the debate because my barber isn't in time. He's there Tuesday morning, but if I can't, I got to get some sleep. So we're going to have to wear a hat during the debate. The hair's getting crazy. I gotta get a cut. Maybe we'll do it Wednesday. He's not in on Wednesday. Next Thursday. Dang it, what day? He's only in on Tuesday? What the? He's in today. I could go in 30 minutes. Or I could go later today. What if I go in a couple hours? How's he got 11:15? Going 30. I don't want to. I don't feel like it. I got beers. You won't wake up in a couple hours? I'll be awake in a couple hours. If you don't have a fresh haircut for the debate, I'm going to vote for the other guy in the debate. Well, get your vote in now, because I'm not getting a haircut till afterward. Just gonna be how it's gonna be. I wear a MAGA hat. How about that? How about that? Where do I want to go? I want to go. Thursday. No, wait. He doesn't work Thursday. When the heck does this guy work? Oh my God. He's taking 2 weeks off? Holy crap. He's like taking like 2 weeks off. What the heck? He said that too. He's like, I don't take a lot of vacations. Oh no. Dang, he is taking like 2 weeks off. What am I going to do? The 29th? He's still not there. Maybe he's just not in the... He doesn't come back till the 30th. I'd have to do it today. Fuck. Might just have to do it. Stop being a bitch. Get it done. If I don't do it today, I have to do it. Ugh. Okay, 11:15 today. That means I gotta leave in like 40 minutes. I gotta leave in like an hour. Log in? What you talking about? Log in? What? Log in with Facebook? What are you making me log in for? What are you talking about? Save your login info? I don't know if I want them seeing my Facebook. No, stop. Oh my God. This is going to my Facebook. It's going to be a different email. They're not going to know who it is. I don't know. I don't know. How do I... You can get your pet's haircut there? What the heck? Required. No, add no. I don't want to add nobody. Oh my God. No, I don't want to add anybody. What the fuck? Who are you booking for? Me. Appointment is booked. I gotta go at 11:15. Well, it's an appointment app. Dude, I don't like them. I don't like these apps.
Which is the host
Okay, this is over.
venue here at 3.
There's something I needed to write down. Complete chaos in Minnesota. Is this new? This is 2 hours ago? Ow, you hurt my pussy. Ow, my, what's that one where he goes, ow, my pussy. This thing is clogged. They stole an ice rifle? Did they get shot when they did that? This looks like an insurrection. Wasn't January 6th like an insurrection? This looks like an insurrection at a federal building. Well, you see, when I stream, I don't write anything nearly as much as I should. I'm going to have to be writing tonight. I'm trying to form this. I almost just want to go in and just say it because I don't know how to write it. If you had a sewing needle, you could unclog a cartridge. It's not clogged like that, though. It's not clogged like... I know sometimes they get clogged and you can't pull through, but it's not that. It's like... It's not clogged like that. It's clogged... Maybe it is. I don't know. I do have sewing needles. Do you think I ain't industrious? Shoot. I got sewing needles. Doxing all agents, locations, holdings of illegals. That's insurrection. See that right there? Shoot him. He just kicked an incendiary device at a federal agent. Done. 2 words. Paper clip. Let me get a close-up of this gas can. Oh, shoot. Are they breaking that fence down?
You kill people! You kill people!
These people are like truly retarded.
Our streets! 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 Our streets!
Well, y'all's street has a chain link fence in the middle of it. Whose fence? Their fence. Whose fence? Their fence. Therefore, your streets are not your street. Otherwise, why do you have their fence in the middle of your street? Dumbasses. Yo. Look at this guy trying to break this chain link. Oh, wait. I need to go big screen for y'all. Y'all deserve big screen in this piece. This guy's trying to break this fence down. Looking like a limp noodle up in this piece. Oh, my God. I don't want to go get my hair cut. I was going to do Discord and stuff. Now I got to end the stream and go get a haircut.
Enjoy your little building, I guess. Yeah, have fun sleeping here, bitches.
Rip the fence down! Rip the fence down!
Insurrection. Looks like insurrection to me. It's like they want martial law. It's like, and I know Insurrection Act is not martial law, but they're acting like they want martial law. You can't even pull down a chain link fence. Maybe if you whistle at it harder. Use your purse. Hit it with your purse. Maybe it'll fall. Whistle at it. Yeah, they like it. I'm not talking to you fools in Discord while I'm getting my hair cut. Barbara, look at me like I'm crazy. Oh shit.
Thank you for your support, citizens.
Oh shit, they broke the chain link fence. They're not even working in unison. It's like sycophantic rhythm should just happen naturally in normal people. Like when people start clapping in an auditorium, you'll notice that the claps kind of start to make a sound wave where they all start clapping together. But Antifa are like retarded, so their brain doesn't get them in unison. If you want to take the fence down, you pull and you push in unison, and it'll come down really fast. But they can't do that. They're all like spurgs, so it doesn't work. Look how suck they suck. They suck at everything. They're fighting each other. Just look, ready?
Hey!
Ho!
Fuck off the fence,
Ho!
They can't do that. Stop.
Stop, buddy. Hey, buddy. Listen, you're doing an insurrection right now. Trump is about to bomb us.
Stop. Oh, shit, they're gonna do it. Just don't
Damn, Woody. Damn, Woody, look what he did right there.
destroyed life, dude. It comes really easily
Sounded like they had a black guy in the crowd, but there's no black guys at this thing. Maybe.
from a white dude to say to keep the peace. That's all I'm saying.
It's all a white dude. You're just a white dude trying to tell us to keep the peace. I'm a strong white woman. I'm going in there. I'm taking ICE.
It comes really easy for a guy like you to say keep the peace.
It's easy for a guy like you to say keep the peace. You're a white man. Shut up, Karen.
Oh!
I wanted the word
What is that?
cuppa, as in cup of tea, I thought it would be great to mix with hug. When I saw the domain was available, I was like, I'm taking it, I'm trademarking it, I'm...
What the fuck? What is that? Get off my screen. Dude, how they gonna hit my streams with not safe for advertisers? I don't think the advertisers are safe for me. Or children. Trump makes healthcare announcement. We're gonna talk about that on Monday. I don't have time to watch it all right now. We'll watch it a little bit. I gotta go pee. I guess I gotta put my freaking hoodie and jacket and crap back on.
This is a very important one today. We've worked on it long and hard. For years they've been working on it. And I see Kevin's in the audience, and I just want to thank you. You were fantastic on television today. I actually want to keep you where you are, if you want to know the truth. Kevin Hassett is so good. I'm saying, wait a minute. If I move them, these Fed guys, certainly the one we have now, they don't talk much. I would lose you. It's a serious concern to me. So I just want to say thank you very much. You've done incredible. We don't want to lose him, Susie. But we'll see how it all works out, okay? Thank you, Kevin. Great job. And thank you for all being here as we discuss the largest investment in rural health care in American history. This is the big one. We're delighted to be joined by many incredible members of the healthcare community, including doctors, nurses, and pharmacists from all across America. We're also very happy to have with us some very talented people. A man who is really good at this, extremely non-controversial, which is, I wanted somebody non-controversial. So I chose Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. to head the whole shebang up. And he's also happens to be a great guy. Brooke Rollins, who's doing a fantastic job
they
at
flipped
agriculture, and thank you. And
they totally flipped the food pyramid also. And their Obamacare was ending. We talked about this when we were prepping for the Epstein debate. I think it was the Epstein debate. No, it was the Trump as a socialist debate with Fabian Liberty. And we were looking into the end of Obamacare and what Trump's potentially going to do. Some people were theorizing that he might potentially extend Obamacare if he got other things that he wanted. That didn't end up happening. That was a bad prediction by that economist that we watched that day. But Obamacare's ended, so now we're putting in the Great American Healthcare Plan, or I think it's called something like that.
And how are the prices coming?
They're coming, sir, they're coming down.
Don't forget, we inherited a mess.
We sure did.
Remember eggs? They were up 4 times higher than
They're
they
like
ever were.
$7.
And in my first day, they said, what are you going to do about eggs? I said, I didn't cause the problem. We didn't cause, we inherited a mess, but the prices are coming down.
Yes, sir. Wholesale prices are down 86%. Retail a little bit less than that, but yes, you're making America affordable again.
With you in charge, I have no doubt, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And administrator for the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, a really good man, a really brilliant guy, Dr. Mehmet Oz. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Oz.
I'm not a fan of Dr. Oz.
And thank you also to Governor Jim Pillen, Senator Dan Sullivan, and
he got on board. He
Representatives
does as he's
Rob Bresnahan, Mike
Oz.
Waller, John McGuire.
Oz was talking about transgender children needing all that mess years ago. Now, maybe as new research came out, maybe he was jumping on a woke bandwagon when it was new, and as new research has come out, he's legitimately changed his mind. But Oz was on that. Oz was on that trans and the kids up early.
And Nick Begich. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate it very much. And we have other congressmen here, I see, and a couple of senators, and we appreciate everybody being here. Everyone wants to.
What's up,
be a part of
Avarice?
this.
Long time no
so
see.
important. It's maybe, I don't know, for many people, there's nothing more important. I would say maybe defense. You know, we need defense, and we need offense too, by the way. As part of the great big beautiful bill, we're increased, and we have increased funding for the health care by an unprecedented $50 billion. That's rural health care. Nobody thought that was going to happen, and we got it done. So we have rural health care for those that were trying to make a case that we weren't taking care of the rural community. I'm all about the rural community. We won the rural communities by numbers that nobody's ever won them before, and we're taking care of those great people. So we already did this. We increased funding for rural health care by an unprecedented, record-setting $50 billion over 5 years, which will benefit Americans in all 50 states. And this made possible and was made possible by cutting massive waste, fraud, and abuse from Medicaid and reinvesting those funds to revitalize hospitals and our cherished rural communities.
Tell this
and
man to take
hospitals
us
in
on an adventure.
Rural communities. And I want to say, with all of the fraud that we're seeing,
I haven't even put out my Florida adventure video yet. I'm kind of like having second thoughts because there's a lot of like my family. I just need to. Well, really, I just need to edit it. But I want to make sure I don't have any addresses or anything in there. Because if I'm gonna keep messing with Antifa, then I want my family all up in it. Open market, transparent pricing, and funding assistance to those who need medical insurance and supplies. You talking about this new Great American Health Plan? But anyway, I was saying they flipped the food pyramid upside down. Much more accurate, by the way, food pyramid. You don't need all that dang carbs, bruh.
Minnesota and California and other places. I actually think that if we do an unbelievable job, you could almost balance your budget, Kevin. If you take a look at the kind of numbers you're talking about, nobody ever saw anything like it. They're all corrupt politicians, from the governor of Minnesota to the governor of California to everybody. They're just corrupt politicians. And you're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars in fraud.
I dare you to let me build you a completely free e-commerce store.
Look, his cup's got a little paper thing on it to make sure no dust lands in it, but also maybe to show that it's been checked. There's no poison.
Fraud and abuse. But in fraud, you're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars.
I wish Thomas Sowell was in charge of our
Under the Unaffordable Care Act, which is Obamacare. It's called the Unaffordable.
I need carbs.
It is
I like them.
unaffordable.
Like
Remember
me.
that.
Plus, I'm petite.
Rural hospitals
and
and communities were devastated by soaring costs, and that continues. Despite colossal increases in government spending since Obamacare was passed, only 7% of the
I don't even care about the national debt. I don't believe in it.
Annual Medicaid spending on rural hospitals has gone to rural hospitals. So there's only a very little. They didn't care. Obama didn't care about the rural community, to be totally blunt. What he did care about is insurance companies. And this was a bill to make insurance companies wealthy. And they did. They made insurance companies very wealthy. I would say they don't like me too much because they spent hundreds of billions of dollars, and we're going to have that money spent to the people and given to the people.
My OF page, that's on my Patreon.
Companies. Partially as a result, rural healthcare facilities have suffered from low occupancy rates.
But are they?
Workforce
really?
shortages and failing programs that put Band-Aids, literally put Band-Aids over the problem.
Like if I'm bigger and stronger than you, I could just borrow from you and never pay you back. I could just basically steal from you.
In those communities, and we're not going to have that. We're taking great care of them. With the Rural Health Transformation Program, we are getting rural communities the health support they need, and we're getting it immediately. These funds will go to empowering rural hospitals, strengthening their workforce, modernizing facilities and technology, and ensuring that rural Americans get world-class
It's making sure to repeatedly hit on the word rural.
Community, right smack in their own community, like they've never had it before. And they've been hurt very badly by the Unaffordable Care Act. Every single Democrat in Congress voted against the lifeline for rural communities. And I hope everyone knows this, and this is not about elections, but I hope you remember this in the midterms, because the Democrats are just so horrible toward the rural community. But I want to take a moment to thank the incredible House and Senate Republicans who worked so hard on making this historic investment possible. That's what they did, and they did work hard. I don't think, got a Democrat vote. Did we get one Democrat vote? We got all Republican votes. It was an amazing feat, and I want to thank Mike, our Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, and John Thune for really doing a great job. It was tough. We have small majorities, and I want to thank the congressmen that are here for doing, in particular, for working so hard and getting this done. Yesterday, I also announced our framework to lower health care prices for all Americans, including those in rural America. And we're calling it the Great Health Care Plan. We had to come up with a name, and everybody wanted to say, oh, well, can we put something about lowering costs, because we're lowering costs very substantially. So I had Bobby, and I had Oz. We had everybody in there. We had a whole group of people, and we're trying to come up with, so we're saying, the cost reduction plan that gives you good health care. And I said, it's too long. It's not going to sell. I said, we had more plans. And they wanted to get the words cost reduction in their law, especially you. They wanted cost reduction in, and then they wanted great health care in. I said, look, you can have one or the other, but it gets too long. We're talking about the name of a plan. So we got it down to 7 or 8 words, and which is far too long. Nobody can remember that much. And I said, how about just call it, because this is the great health care plan. Now, a great plan
just the great
has to
healthcare.
be cost-effective, otherwise it can't be a great plan. That's the way I looked at it. So we have a very glamorous name. It's called the Great Health Care Plan, not the Unaffordable Care Act. I don't like that name. This is called officially the Great Health Care Plan. That means low price and great health care. So you're going to have, at a lower price, great health care. First, our proposal codifies the massive discounts on prescription drugs that my administration is achieving through our most favored nation provisions. Okay, we can go into this. We can go into this for hours, but
This is
the
about the
bottom line
price.
is we'll be paying the lowest price of any nation in the world. Whoever's paying the lowest, we match.
It's not price
This could have
capping,
been done
but
years
it's
ago. I was going to do it
favored
in my first
nations.
administration. But when COVID came toward the end, I said,
Which is smart because we well, I don't know about so much anymore, but America was #1 for R&D, medical advancement, innovation, coming out with new cures for new diseases. Now, I think we got a little bit ahead of ourselves, and we started making too many drugs for too many things and pushing them, but that's capitalism, baby. That's the medical industrial complex. We're gonna make drugs, but if we're producing these drugs in other places, or if they're coming up with new drugs, we shouldn't have to pay all this money. And I don't know why. Where are we buying drugs from? We can't make drugs here. And also, why do we need so many drugs?
I can't believe it wasn't it wasn't exactly a good time to be doing it. But I said, why isn't somebody doing it? And the reason they're not doing it is that no other nation would agree. France, as an example, paid 10% of what.
I don't know, guys. I don't know anything about any of this stuff. You guys are saying, when will prices go down? The cost of mine went up this year. I don't know anything about this because I don't go to the doctor's office. I don't do drugs. Pharmaceutical drugs. I don't do medicines. I don't got glasses. I go to the dentist when something hurts. I go to the doctors when I'm dying. I go to the dang dentist when something hurt. So I don't know anything about this. I don't believe in insurance. So this is not my my field. I'm just kidding. I could talk about this, but I really I don't have no experience with this, but I can read stuff. You don't have the answers? Well, shit, JS. You're supposed to have all the answers. I got the answers. You're just not going to like them. I'll say, shit, you don't even need insurance. Tomorrow's not guaranteed. The sun could explode in 5 minutes. I may not even get to my haircut appointment. What you paying for insurance for? Insurance for what? An impossible to comprehend future? What am I paying into? What if I die tomorrow? Where's all that money I paid into in? I could have bought a jet ski, but instead I was paying for insurance on my car. Then they'd want me to pay insurance on my jet ski. That's why you ain't never gonna be grown. You're not grown. You're being forced to put money in a savings account for a future that's inevitably not gonna happen. That ain't grown. That's childlike.
We paid. Germany was paying 13 or 14% what we paid. In other words, we paid many times more, not a little bit more, not 10% more, 10 times more. A pill would cost 10 times more in New York than it would cost in London, as an example, than it would cost in Munich. And this went on for many decades. This was right from the beginning. And the reason it went on was a little bit of the healthcare companies, but it was other nations. And I understand that. If I were heading Germany, I'm not going to double and triple and quadruple my healthcare. They got the healthcare companies to pay. It just took place over a long period of time, got worse and worse. And it just hit numbers that were just absolutely unsaleable. And if you remember, the doctors in the audience remember, they say, well, we have to do research.
What are you guys talking about? A rabbit
said, well,
with
what
glasses?
about research and development for Germany? Well, we've decided to put up
glasses.
so the pill.
He needs his glasses. He can't see without his glasses. How's that jet ski working for you when you're dead? Sitting in your driveway, no insurance, no registration. Bro, I can drive around with no insurance. I just can't get caught. Okay? And I could I could ride a jet ski. I don't have nowhere to water. Damn, if I get a jet ski, I got to get a trailer. Then I got to pay to drive for gas and get it to the lake. I don't know if a jet ski is a good investment, but I would love to have a jet ski. Let me tell you something. No insurance. Bareback in that jet ski. Riding life raw. I'm out here riding life raw, dog. I'm raw dogging life out here. No insurance. Never even heard of it.
It costs 5 times more because of research and development, and 5 times more for other reasons. They had all these phony reasons. And finally, I said to
if I wake up dead, first thing I'm doing is hopping on a jet ski.
The healthcare companies, we can't do it anymore. We can't do it. And it started, really, I tell the story. It wasn't meant to be funny. People find it funny. But
insurance. You probably wear seatbelts too. Gay?
But a friend of mine who's a very smart guy, very, very rich, very powerful man, actually. But he's very fat. And he took the fat, I call it the fat drug. I won't give you which one.
I call it the fat drug.
Ozempic? It was Ozempic.
It was Ozempic, yeah.
And he went to London on one of
Lazo.
his many business trips. It's all he does is business. He can't walk across the street, but
What's
he's
up,
a great
Mike?
businessman. And he said, President.
Don't raid me.
I said,
I got to
"What?"
go
He
to
used
the
to call me
haircut place
Donnie.
in like 15 minutes.
Now he calls me President. So I said, you've come a long way.
I'm leaving.
He goes, but I have a problem.
I'm
What's
ending the
problem?
show very soon, in like 10, 15 minutes. Because they forced me to get a haircut. I would have went till like 1. But nah.
In New York, I pay $1,300 for this drug. Now, this means nothing.
Why am I
to
not
you.
in Discord?
This is
'Cause
like a penny.
They were all sleeping in Discord earlier. And also, I'm about to be ending soon. I got to go get a haircut in like 15 minutes. Why, you want to, why, are you in there? Avarice? I'll talk to you for like 15 minutes. What time is it? I'll go in there for like 15 minutes. Let's wake these fuckers up. Go on an adventure. I'm not streaming while I go to the barber shop, dude. That's weird. I'm not doing it. Avarice is in the wrong thing. You're in the wrong thing, Avarice.
What's up, bitch?
Bitch!
Why aren't you taking us on an adventure?
Hey, Avarice, I couldn't unmute myself. You left too fast.
Who you calling
call-
bitch, bitch?
Yes, Urban Adventures is a YouTube name and not take us on an urban adventure, you fucking asshole.
I'm not doing IRL at the barber shop. That's weird. I want the
Dude,
guy
you need to
like
do
me.
IRL at the barbershop. Take us on an urban adventure.
No,
Yeah,
only if
let's go.
I'd have to talk to the barber first about that, but I don't know.
No, there's no talking to the barber. You just walk in there. It's a what is it? It's an office. You're allowed to
Private
record
business?
your time in
It's
the
a
office.
private business.
Yeah, but you're allowed to record your experience
Inside
as
of a
a
private
as
mall.
You don't have to.
a digital
You don't have to
presence
record
device.
in the barbershop, bro. Record there, record back. What are you talking about?
It's
Yeah.
it's a
what,
te-
2
it's a
hours for a haircut?
it's a
20 minutes.
7-minute walk. You want me
On
to?
top of it, why haven't you recorded your urban adventure in Florida? Is it because you spent a lot of urban adventuring inside of Maryland? You simp?
That's because he
No,
sucks
I
at
did
editing.
not. I did not do it. I did not even meet Marilyn.
He sucks at editing, Iris. That's the problem.
What's that?
That is the problem.
He sucks at editing.
I suck at editing, and I hate editing myself.
Why don't you have an edit guy then?
Because that costs money. I like editing the juicy videos because it's like not me. It's like I'm editing somebody else, and it cracks me up.
No, that's not how that works.
Right.
It is how it works.
And
You can't
look
tell
at the
me
whole
my
fucking
experience
chat
is
is
not.
in agreement. The whole chat is in agreement. We want
Wait,
an
you
adventure.
can't tell me my experience is not valid. What?
No, I said the
Just
whole
did.
chat is in agreement. We want an adventure.
Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, is this not JS Urban Adventures?
It's a
Or is this
7.
JS
Is
just
this
streams for a little
JS
bit and then
Urban
shuts down the
Adventure,
stream?
or is this JS Suburban
God.
Adventure?
It's a
Which one is it?
7-minute walk. It's a 7-minute walk.
Listen, I don't look at. I don't want a chair stream on an urban adventure stream.
It's literally 2 blocks away.
What's your YouTube called?
It's called JS Urban Adventures.
It's called
right.
JS Urban Adventures. Why are we not on an urban adventure?
I don't know. What would be a really fun urban adventure to do at this time of day right now?
Yeah,
that
like or why aren't we
magnificent
doing
hosts
urban?
have to
Why
do?
aren't we doing like Google Map, like 3D urban adventures through ghetto areas that we can't go through?
Oh my gosh. I gotta go to bed. I gotta get a haircut and go to bed.
Oh, see, now you gotta go to bed.
How do we ever know if you need a haircut or not? You're always wearing a fucking hat.
You're wearing a hat because I need a haircut, fucktard.
Well, you're always got a hat on. How do we ever know if we need a haircut or
I
not?
don't always have I have a hat on when I need a haircut.
No, you're a homeless man, so you always need a haircut.
No, that's not how that works.
Yeah, that is how that works.
What if a homeless man shaved his head?
It's a homeless man still wanting a haircut.
But he doesn't need a haircut for at least a couple weeks.
No, have you ever seen them when they wake up?
Yeah.
They need a new haircut.
What?
Yeah, they grow hair overnight.
I knew this guy who had one giant dreadlock and it was like a pillow because he was homeless and he would just like lay on his back on his dreads all his life. And he just had a giant he had like a what's the
that's fun
guy.
that you're
He had
telling us. That's cool that you're telling us about this dread guy.
On his
But
head.
wouldn't it be nice? Wouldn't it be nice if I could just see this guy through an urban adventure?
No, you should never see him.
I don't know
That's
if
not
he's
what this
around
channel's
anymore.
about.
He might have died or something.
This channel's not about doing adventures.
Yeah, he's not going on an urban adventure.
I'm just boring debate stuff now.
Boring. All he cares about. If you wanted to be an Andrew clone, you can do debates. Yes, but your name. Then you can just name.
I'm not an Andrew clone. I'm
You can name. You can name your channel JS Crucible, but right now it's JS Urban Adventures, and you're giving us lack of urban adventures.
Right. Well, how long have you been going to the barber for? Like a couple weeks?
I don't know. Like 6 months.
6 months, and you haven't built rapport enough for you to.
Since I cut my dreads a year, more than a year now.
Okay, yeah, so a while. You've been going to him for a while, and we haven't even adventured to him once. I mean, is this not JS Urban Adventures?
I'm not doing that. That's weird. I'm not one of those weird IRL guys.
Oh my god, bro! Then what is your channel about?
That if she wishes to talk to me, she has to unblock me so I can see her messages on my own screen. I'm not looking at her messages through your little box.
You heard it here first, Auntie.
Now, next statement is why are we not going on Urban Adventures?
If I rebrand the channel and I just call it. See, I'm not going to be able to get Josh Smith.
Yeah, well, look, it's either. I mean, the only thing that you could really rebrand it to is like JS Sims for Maryland.
No, that's never happened.
What are you talking about? Yes, you do all the time.
No.
Yeah, by giving her grace, you sim for her.
Listen, dude, you can't be mad at me because you'll watch whatever where they have all these whores on and they just roast them the whole time. I can't have.
I don't watch. Where's your proof that I watch whatever?
I can't have them rage quit.
Hold on. Where's your proof that I watch whatever?
I think you've spent some time watching whatever.
What?
The body count question, the rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10. You got that from whatever. Don't lie to me.
Wait, you sure? Wait, no. You're saying that we don't ask those same questions in the Foundry?
Yeah, because Andrew was on whatever for like 2 years straight every week.
Okay, again, so am I a whatever guy or am I an Andrew guy?
Okay, but listen, how can if Marilyn and Dark Cat are the only two like that type of girl that comes around here, if we make them rage quit and storm out and leave on day one, then there's no more to make fun of. And there's
it's not day one. Look, it's not day one. It's hour 1,472. What the fuck are you talking about? Day one. It's hour 1,472.
What? I'm trying to milk
It's hour 1,472.
You got to keep the weirdos around. You got to
wait. Okay, hold on.
Know how to just right amount of roasting, and also, showing them some grace so that they stick around. And
Jeremy, stop fucking telling on me, Jeremy. A, B, what you said day one.
Hold on. You came on Discord one night telling us you had to go watch whatever because there was some chick on there that was more crazy than Marilyn. You had to go watch and Andrew wasn't even on whatever? That's crazy.
Well, just so we're clear, I'm the backup prompt guy to help Kath. It's me and Manted that help Kath with the prompts for whatever.
Oh, so you not only watch whatever, you work for whatever.
No, I've never been paid.
Okay, so you do it for free. This is not looking good on you.
Now, just because you needed Jeremy's help, all right. Let's get back on topic here.
Got him.
All right, to Urban Adventures.
Okay.
When are we going on one?
Yeah, don't you gotta leave?
I gotta leave.
Oh, you said it's 7 minutes away. Okay, yeah, no.
My thing's at 11:15. I need to leave in like 15 minutes.
No, well, you should take us on an urban adventure then.
It's wonderful. Great idea.
I'm walking to the thing, getting my hair cut, walking back, and going to bed.
No, that sounds like a lack of urban adventuring.
I know.
Sounds
well,
like
what do you want to do?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm trying.
I want to go on an urban.
It's cold.
I want to go on an
now,
urban adventure that does not include your simp path to Maryland Snatch.
Yes, if you didn't do your haircut, you'd be up for like another 2-3 hours. Chilling?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So what's the difference if you stay up for that amount of time out doing an adventure?
Because that's the amount of time it's going to take to get my haircut and come home and go to bed.
A couple hours?
Then it takes you to
if the haircut's 11:15, I'll get out of the thing. I'll be home by 12:30. I would have been ending the stream at 12:30 and going to bed.
Look, there's no ending this stream. The stream is called JS Urban Adventures, and we've yet to be on an urban adventure.
Going and go on an urban. You guys will watch the chair for 2 hours until I come.
Why haven't you worked out your GoPro yet?
Not an hour and a half. It'll be like.
How come First Amendment auditors have figured out how to go live and walk on the street? Wait, how come First Amendment auditors have found time to go live and walk on the street, but you haven't?
Whatever, dude. Yeah. I'm not a First Amendment auditor.
How come there's people? Wait, didn't you say you streamed while you were out on the riots, which means you have mobile streaming?
I've talked about this before. I started the channel and it was called JS Urban Adventures because I lived on the street. So all it was Urban Adventures. Once you get a place to live and you have a roof over your head and you got a nice computer and you got screens and you got a chair to sit in and you have air conditioning. It's nice to have an apartment adventure.
What you're saying is that you're too posh now to go on an urban adventure? Is that what you're saying? You're too posh for an adventure?
You got 15 people. 15 people in your chat want to go on a haircut adventure, bro.
No, I'm not going.
Are you saying that you're too posh for an adventure?
I'm not saying I'm too posh for it, but I'm just saying
You're
that.
too posh for
He's
it
just too good
now.
for it. He's too good for it.
No, I got
He's
a
too
little
good for his
burnt out
chat.
on the
He's too
urban
good. He's too
adventures
good for
a
the
little
people.
while.
He's too good for the people. You know, the thing that made you unhomeless, you wanted to cut
He was
us out
part of
from
the
underneath
people.
us and say, you know what? Thank you for making me no longer homeless, but now we're going to take away your adventures.
Yeah. He was JS used to be part of the people. Now he's above the people. What the hell, man? Give this guy just a little bit of clout.
I mean, that's the goal, right? The goal is to never have to do another urban adventure again.
What are you talking about? We're going to have you do urban adventures till you fucking croak.
The goal is to get out of work and only do urban adventures. What are you talking about right now?
Yeah, what are you talking about?
You can die in an urban adventure.
Good.
That's the best
risk
part.
you're willing to take.
Dedication to the craft.
Yeah, dedication.
He ain't about that life anymore. No, I will do some, but it's cold out. I'm gonna do some urban camping.
Oh my god, you are so posh now. You're a little bitch. You're like homeless JS would never complain that it's cold. Look at the posh shit that you got now.
I mean, is that a bad thing though?
Get him, Max Man. Get him, Max Man.
If I was still homeless, you'd be making fun of me for being homeless.
You know, JS, the amount of times you fall asleep. You know, JS, the amount of times you fall asleep while you're streaming, you're more likely to die by banging your fucking head on that desk one night.
Yeah, Wally.
I lean back to make sure that doesn't happen.
He leans back.
Yeah,
Why is everybody jumping in here?
Yeah, but see, hold on though. Besmirch the chair again, and the chair won't hold you next time.
Dude, I gotta
You're gonna fall.
This thing is falling apart.
Yeah, that's right, JS. Just lean back. Forget all about any thoughts of ever having to protect your neck and the back of your head. Just let it all out of your head.
It's got to be bad for my back because there's like a metal bar sticking into my back. But whatever.
JS, when's our urban adventure?
I don't know, man. I got a bivy sack. I'm gonna go find a rooftop to camp on. What do you think about that?
Dude, there we go. Now we're talking.
All right. Well, just give me some time.
Yep. He's got to plan it. He's going to do it in the summer when it's nice out with no bugs.
What is that bug?
Well, don't worry, Avarice. He also said he got a mini tent, and if there's one thing JS knows, it's how to pitch a mini tent.
You know, it would be funny. JS claims to be like, I've lived on the streets, right? I can last all this, but like, it's only on his dime. Like if this was the military and they were like, hey, go out to the wilderness. He's like, no, I'm not ready for that. I got a house now. I'm not ready to go out in the wilderness.
Well, yeah.
To damn the fact that I signed the dotted line and this is what got me here, was going out there. But one deployment later and now I'm good. I don't need to go on my second deployment because you guys already paid me.
It's not just like I got like a control center now. I don't need to be running around.
I got a control center. I got a hub. That means that you should have better urban adventures now and more planned out ones. If you got a control center.
No, you're right. Now, yeah, right. He's got a control center, less editing, less videos.
See, this is what happens with these professional hobos. They get a little money and some indoor plumbing and they ain't hungry no more.
Yeah.
It's about right.
I know. I'm just a bot in the system
Fix his
now.
teeth. Now all he wants to do is eat.
Yeah, kid barely afford himself, and then he's like, I'm set now, guys. I no longer have to worry about my urban adventures in my life, even though I'm still a single man that doesn't have a home and yet to afford it. And my only source of income is urban adventures. I'm refusing to go on these urban adventures.
I want to change it to JS decently comfortable adventures.
Well, do you think that you'll actually make views off JS's decently comfortable adventures?
Oh man. Auntie, we're gonna make all this gear and then these guys are gonna make me we're gonna make all this merch and then these guys are gonna convince me to rebrand.
Thank you.
Does Auntie have me unmuted yet? Because I don't think I could see her.
I don't know. You gotta
Yeah,
unmute
see,
him, Monty.
no, I
You
can't.
gotta settle
I can't
your
respond to
differences.
Auntie.
Monty, if I knew Andrew Wilson like I know JS, you're damn straight. I would be doing the same thing to him. But I don't know Andrew Wilson like that, so I wouldn't come at him like that.
Oh, trust me, I would be on Andrew just as if Andrew stopped debating today. All right,
Yep.
I would call his fucking cell phone and be like, "What are you doing?"
Right. Get away from your namesake. Come on, bro.
Yeah, but I think I'm better at sitting in front of the camera and debating people and arguing with people.
You think
I
you're
think I'm
thinking
better
a
at
lot,
that
but
than I am at.
I think you're thinking too much. I think you're thinking too much. Here's a real question.
JS,
How many times?
the one
How many
thing
times have you?
that you are actually really good at is the in real life stuff. You're really good at approaching people.
Hold on,
You're
here's
good
the
at
question.
talking to
Did
people
you?
in public.
No, answer the question, Blackout. Here's the questions. Here,
I don't know
did
if
you
I
go
could
on
do
and
that on like just like a man on the street cold video, but at a
no,
protest,
JS,
I get
answer this
hyped
question.
up.
Did you go on Urban Adventures before DebateCon?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay. And did you go on a lot of adventures before DebateCon?
Do you mean since the beginning of my channel?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and now since you think you're this elite debater, have you gone on a lot of adventures?
Yeah, but the adventures kind
No,
of the adventures
hold
slowed
on.
down
Now
over
that
the
you
last 4
think that
years.
you're a good debater, do you
It's
think
not like
that
the
you're
adventures just suddenly stopped. They've
hold on.
slowed down
Now,
over the
new
last 4
question.
years. And now
Okay,
it's just
final
every
question.
now and
Have you
then.
won Verbal Combat since you've been back from DebateCon?
I never win verbal combat. I don't look
There
at
you
that
go.
as
There you go. So you're obviously not a good debater. You're obviously better at Urban Adventures.
No.
Everest, to be fair to JS, I did send him back from DebateCon on his shield. He didn't return home with a win.
Shut the fuck up. Wicked, don't defend him.
I disagree.
I'm saying I beat him. He didn't come home with a win. See, in his defense.
No,
Yeah, which means he needs to go on Urban Adventures.
I'll be a fanboy.
Oh, I made an urban adventure video from DebateCon.
No, you made an Urban Adventure video going to McDonald's and back, and you didn't even do much.
Nuh-uh. I went to the club in the video. I went to
I went to the club.
You went to the same club we was all at.
Yeah. With them. I made a video of that.
I'm pretty sure me and Millie's
Airport.
Saturday afternoon walk to find a Dunkin' Donuts was more of an urban adventure than what you went on all weekend.
No. Airport adventures, those are urban adventures.
No. Finding a Dunkin' Donuts in the middle of downtown Nashville was more of an expedition than you think.
Day.
Watching you eat and drink in an airport and then miss your flight. Yeah, you're right. That's an adventure. Or just JS being lazy.
And I got the Florida one. I just got to edit it.
It doesn't exist until it's edited.
I got one from California from like 2 years ago that I have to edit, but it's so much.
It doesn't exist.
Happen. It's been like 2 years. It's never going to happen.
Right. It never happened. That trip never happened as far as YouTube knows in the YouTube universe.
I could make like 5 videos out of that. I just need to like throw some shit together and upload it.
What happens is you need to actually sit down and do some work from your command center instead of being a lazy fuck, right?
I don't even do the editing on my computer. I do it on my phone.
Avarice, it's okay. It's okay. He's busy doing all these urban
You do it on your phone, but what's the point of the
minute.
command center then?
I don't know, but it's cool.
Oh my God.
I like to just sit here.
Yeah, dude. We know.
Okay. I gotta
More orders, Josh. You gotta go.
I gotta go.
All right.
I gotta go.
Next adventure. Let's go. Let's go.
No. I'm not going live while I walk to the barbershop.
Come on.
I'm not going live while yes, you're going live while you walk to the barbershop.
No.
You're not going to take us on a hair-raising journey?
Did you feed him?
Not much of a chill stream if you just end it right away.
I mean, I could just leave the chair on.
No, yeah, I think
Come
you should
back in
take us
your
on an urban
Discord.
adventure.
Yeah, there you go. Sounds good. Come back mobily through your Discord. Perfect.
Urban adventure time.
Let's go.
We're gonna meet the barber.
I'm not.
Let's get this man some business.
Yeah. Plus, think about it this way: you're bringing your barber some business views.
No, I'm turning off the microphone and the camera. I'm getting out of the Discord when I get my haircut.
What are you talking about? You're giving him clout.
It's
When
a
I
personal
go
relationship between me and my barber. I don't need none of y'all getting up in that.
a person, what are you fucking him?
No. It's a barber. It's intimate. What are you talking about? He's rubbing on my head and shit.
You going in the bedroom and playing bump?
No.
Intimate and shit. What the fuck, bro?
Yeah. What's this intimate shit you're talking about?
I've never told my barber intimate. Never.
This is so complicated to figure out. Oh my god.
Like I could take my phone and record, like bring it in I mean, I do this all the time here in this Discord. I just turn on the camera wherever I'm at. Hi. Meet this person.
Okay. How's this gonna work?
You're gonna take us on an urban adventure.
You know what you could. Okay, so you know what you could do. You know what you could
But then
do
they can't
is
see the
if
chair. Well, oh, here, I can do this.
You're the best, dude.
Does someone have keys to put your video in the Discord full screen when you get there?
You do an adventure, Jess? I'll make my Friday.
No. I can make
you
my
could just-
video full screen before I go. Hold on a second. I gotta get the other earpiece out, and the audio sucks on it.
Get into your other one. Come on. Yeah, we gotta go. Log into your other one.
I love how he's hating every step of this journey.
Hold on, chat.
He's like trying to figure it out.
It's not gonna work.
It's been so long since I've had an actual adventure, guys. Get to you guys.
It's not gonna work.
The real
Shit,
reason
I have to-
the real reason why I wasn't going on urban adventures is because I forgot how to
do
stream.
this.
You figure it out. You got time. It's only a 7
He
minute
forgot
walk. Walk a little
He
fast,
forgot
it'll
how
be a
to stream.
5 minute walk.
He forgot how to stream, boys.
Make it too
Everybody get your
complicated.
damn towels, or we'll never get to the damn pool.
Because I forgot how. Yes, you forget how to stream?
I can't do. I have to do it the other way. Fuck.
You forget how to stream, JF?
How the fuck do I do this? I need to log out. Log out. Hold on. It's going to make me confirm. I'm going to do this quickly.
Hold on, chat. I'm trying to figure something out.
They took that too. They even took the cardboard cutout. That's how much they ransacked.
Imagine breaking into a place and wanting that.
Yeah, like my Ryan Reynolds cardboard cutout of the Green Lantern.
Yeah.
Oh, snap.
You were probably taking inventory of everything, being like, you all had horrible taste, and I'm judging you all harshly right now.
At the time, I was a little baffled because the Green Lantern, it was big, but the movie tanked. So I didn't think any of the things were like the value was going down, not up, right? I think the biggest like regret out of it all is I had ownership of the Larfleeze bust, which is impossible to find now. And I had the entire Blackest Night action figure set. Which
This conversation sounds lame.
But bittersweet now because like I don't like buy toys and things like that. Like I don't have any of those anymore. So like I guess the closest thing to a toy I could buy is like the Gundams models that I do.
I gotta take these headphones off so I can pee.
Toy robot thingies that he plays with.
Yeah, I put together one Megatron model like one of those and decided I never had the patience to do more of them.
Hell yeah.
I'll show you mine, Wicked. Hold on here. They're in my office. So here's a few of mine.
Dude, that's fucking so cool, Everest.
So and I did the
Those are the
panel
ones that he
lining.
bought.
You can see I did all the panel lining, so like you can see where I fucked up on some of the paint here, where I need to clean up on some of it still. This is my newest one, so I need to clean it up. But yeah. So
Apparently, they just released Deadpool and Marvel Rivals today.
oh, that's crazy. That's gonna be a big hit. So I was Marvel won me over with a single game. I was never a Marvel fan, but Marvel had this game. Why am I drawing a blank on it? Fuck. It was by Funcom. Ultimate Alliance or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
Or whatever it was. But they shut down the server. It was by Gazillion, and they shut down the server. Right?
Dude,
like
I
literally
played
3 months after.
Bro, I played that since early access, dude. I could talk about that all day.
Yeah, and so I was really mad because I was on Xbox and they had Deadpool. My buddy loved Deadpool, so that's why he played it. But I was playing the dude that Dr. Fate or whatever. Or no, the guy that shot the beams. Whatever he was. I'm not a Marvel guy.
They had a Doctor Strange in there. I know
Nova.
that.
I was playing Nova. Yeah, and I was just ripping through and I enjoyed it. It was like Diablo. It was fucking awesome.
Oh yeah, they had
Ultimate Alliance is great.
I played Magneto more than anybody, but I also loved playing as Gambit because they made the Horseman of Death skin for him in that.
Yeah, and there were all the skins too. So that was like hold on one second.
They actually, when that game got shut down, they actually had Thanos in development as a playable character for the next, like, major patch, I guess.
Yeah, so I thought that was...
Let's show everybody the exact map of how to get from my apartment to where I get my...
Look at he's getting so ghetto about it right now. Look at he has the Discord up.
Wow.
Look at how ghetto this is.
You asked for it. Hold on, how do I flip this camera?
They need to get some of the old Marvel games re-released, like
You
X-Men.
forgot
look at that
to
string
full
side.
screen yourself. He's just walking in a little square.
You know,
This is what you wanted. Are you entertained?
I expect more snow from a Utah January, sir.
I know it's been like there's been no snow. It's crazy.
Looks like fucking
Dude,
beach weather up there right now.
This is the most ghetto his stream has ever been.
Wouldn't say that.
You
Gotten
can
pretty
clip
ghetto.
you can clip all of this out going back like a half hour now to JS gets shamed into an urban adventure.
Yes.
Dude, I'm fucking excited. I watch his old videos more than his new ones. No offense.
It's the old JS. Shut up, Marshall.
Imagine telling somebody, man, I miss when you were out on the street.
I guess, dude, you were out on this. You were better when you were poor.
Yeah.
This posh version of JS is just out of control.
I got to learn all of what not to do.
All of what not to do. Everything JS does, do the opposite. JS is walking up to homeless people. Hey, can I get your shoes? Your lack of engaging with people on the street is not enjoyable.
There's nobody on the street.
You should be engaging people.
I'll show you how it's done.
There's a lady up there. Let me run and chase her down real quick. She won't feel threatened if I fully sprint.
No, you're a white boy. You'll be
200 yards
fine.
away. Everybody's white here.
Then you'll be fine.
It's Utah.
Hey, Everest, you end up going out to Jersey last weekend?
I did not go to Atlantic City, no.
You didn't miss much. I watched the live stream.
Yeah, I was not. I mean, the event looked fun. I did not like the Anna Caspian Pearl debate at all.
That was the worst women's debate in the history of women's public speaking.
Yeah.
Which is already bad.
Like, that was an L for women. That was not just an L for women's debate. That was an L for women's public speaking in general.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was supposed to.
They did prove feminism is wrong, though, because feminism is what got those two women on the stage.
W? Question mark?
All I know is that I'm sure the venue and everything, like the party and shit, looked fun, but like the actual debates themselves, man, saving money on a trip never felt so good.
Yeah, that stream I did got a lot of views and a lot of views afterwards. And pro fans are insufferable because they're all saying, this guy's fucking annoying. I wish he would stop interrupting the debate. It's a debate reaction, dumbass. What do you want? You go watch, and I explained like 3 times throughout the stream. Go here to watch the full debate on your own. You don't have to watch it here. And they all kept saying.
Yeah, though the main thing I was more worried about, I don't know if you guys were watching off the beginning, but I couldn't hear shit. Right? I had my TV cranked up to 100, and I couldn't hear anything.
I heard the audio. The audio was messed up in the first one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like,
so
most of it, I had to max the fucking speakers.
Well, Ryan's an acquaintance, right? He's Rob's friend, right? So So I was really wanting to tune in so I could be, at least because I know that since I crossed paths with Ryan a lot, at least I would not be ignorant enough not to have watched his show. Because if I know that if I was in something big and Rob was involved in it, Ryan would watch me as well, right? Ryan probably doesn't like to hear me on the Rob Norris show, but he watches me on the Rob Norris show because he supports the show, right? So I'm going to support Ryan as well. I don't know him like a friend. I can't call him a friend, but he's a good guy and he deserves, from what I can see, at least the respect for me to pay attention, right? So I wanted to listen to his debate, especially since a lot of the people I know are involved with Ryan. So I just couldn't hear. I couldn't hear the debate at all. I feel like I let him down, a little bit because I couldn't hear Ryan debate Pisco at all.
Yeah, I didn't even watch that. Yeah.
So, yeah.
What I
They
don't
get the audio
understand-
fixed in the second one, but the second one was kind of boring too. I didn't know either of those guys.
Here's what confused
Well,
me.
I didn't know the second debate, right? So I just kind of let that sit in the background.
Yeah. Here's what confused
like
me
a
though
real
about
debate.
the Pearl debate. I got confused because at one point they seemingly leave the stage and they play it off like the debate is over, and then Erudite and McGinnis get into it for like a good 20 minutes, what it feels like at that point, and then all of a sudden Anna and Pearl are back out on stage and we're resuming another round of the debate that even like the commentary team thought was over.
No, I think they said they're going to go to the commentary and then the debaters are going to for their closing. It was kind of weird. Yeah, it was weird the way they did it.
And then all of a sudden, Anna and Pearl.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't speak on how they did it, right? I can only speak on I can only speak on like my thoughts of like my observations. Because I do hope that it does well and they do continue making on, because we do need stages to have debates, right?
Yeah, it's just I think they
on
had,
the other note, coming from a person that does production, right? I do internet production. I think it could have been handled a little bit better.
You guys
on the
come on this adventure.
What's that?
You want to see? You get to see the mall now.
Yeah, but you're not interacting or engaging with people yet.
What?
The lack of engagement. Your lack of engagement is disamusing.
I'm going to get a haircut and then I'm leaving. That's it.
The malls. You can't see the mall. We see the floor, bro.
Did they even burn that? No, they didn't even burn that metal.
Pan up, JS. We don't need to look at the floor, bro. There you go. Now, like a real professional.
I don't like that. I don't like walking around just. It's weird. I'll go to a protest and do it, but I know where I'm going.
It's a pretty nice car.
There's nobody in here anyway. It's just open. A lot of these stores aren't open. I think I'm going the right way.
Lost in his own mall. Somehow I feel like we've done this before.
We did it in a call once. Stream.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm going inside. Now the stream's running and you guys are on. You in the chair.
Wait, hold on. We gotta say hi to the barber.
No.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Oh, say hi to this plant.
What are you talking about? Tell the barber that your audience wants to say hi and that you're obliging them.
No, I'm not
Everest
doing
feels
that.
like he's getting cut short.
No, I'm not doing that.
Yeah, hey, barber time.
No, because I have a very politically and religiously
What did he say?
Whatever.
opinionated channel, and
You gotta.
need I mean, my
No.
barber.
He's got a gay. He's got a gay Mexican illegal
Are
alien
you
barber.
saying that
It's
you're
cool.
too much of a pussy to fucking say something? If you're
think
not
that's
willing
true,
to
but
stand by
that's
your
funny.
political beliefs in public, you might as well not have a belief.
Listen. This is what I got to say to you. We can't make you look good. You ugly.
JS, do you think that in public, you know me personally, do you think in public that I back down from my beliefs?
Yep.
No, I don't either. But I'm not going to the barber shop.
What do you mean it depends on the barber shop?
Yeah.
You got 5 minutes.
Or in public.
I got 5 minutes. I'm going in. I'll be back, and I guess I'll be we'll be streaming when I get home.
Are you going in there for a secret sex session that we don't know about?
Yeah.
Oh, weirdo!
Well, then why are you hiding the
All right,
camera?
wait. Before you go in, give a before shot. Take your grungy hat off.
One shot.
This is horse shit.
Here you go, chat.
There's
Before.
I want to. What's that? I want to. What's that word when you protest? I want to go on a protest. Formal protest.
There's a protest.
We'll wait right here and we'll protest while you're in barbershop.
Formal protest. I want to meet the barber. Let me see the guy you're fucking.
Right here, we'll protest.
Formal protest. Look, he turned us off. He turned us off. You see that?
Get him! Get him!
Well, I
What?
mean, we're technically,
Oh my
we're
God,
technically
what
still
a
on the
cunt.
stream, so you're kind
What
of carrying
a
the stream now,
cunt.
Everest.
We're now in charge, gentlemen.
What
We
a
are the
fucking
content.
cunt. Look at now we could break TOS without him paying attention. Think how mad Jeremy who's in here is Mod. How fast would somebody get removed is the real question.
Seconds.
But yeah, Everest, that was my
I mean,
biggest.
I might take a few seconds because I got to get my phone, but
You gotta get your
I'll remove it.
That was my biggest criticism of Word War, though. Like, they need somebody who can really help them out with the production as far as formatting and tightening the show up, because they shouldn't have all that dead air.
Blackout.
Yeah.
You about ready to hear my new song from Yee? Listen. No? You don't want to hear my newest song from Yee, Blackout?
No, I mean, you're good until you play it, I guess, huh?
Jeremy, don't break Discord. I don't want to. Is Jeremy not in here?
No, he's not in here, but he can be. If
Why
he's
is he not
watching
in
stream,
here?
he can be.
You know
Yeah,
what?
why is he not in
I
here?
assume he's working.
You know what you all need to see? You all need to see the Christmas present I got Millie.
What'd you get her?
I'll show you. Give me 1 second.
Don't break this, but I don't answer. Is Jeremy not in here? Why is he afraid to show us the fucking barber?
I don't know.
You think he's got stage fright?
No, I bet you his barber's gay.
You think his barber's gay?
Yeah,
You think he's got a gay barber?
I think so. Why
That-
else
that
would he
would
care
add up.
about? Why else would he care about our opinion in
That
regards
would
to
add
our
up. That
to
would add up if
our
he's got a gay barber.
political beliefs?
So I got her a kitchen appliance I figured a woman of mine absolutely needed.
Hold on.
You think he's got a gay barber?
Give me a second.
I think so. Why else would he care about? Why else would he care about our?
There it is. Iris, you got an echo coming through. Nice,
Do
dude.
I?
That's awesome. I don't want
Is
to
it coming through the TV? Is it you guys
Coming
hearing the
black.
TV
I want
echo?
one. That's probably what it is.
Okay, yeah, I got the TV on so I can see Wicked Wally because I'm still doing my Rust shit.
Nice.
Oh,
But yeah, I got me an X-shaped pizza cutter. I saw this in the gift store, and I said, I don't give a shit if it can't even cut right for shit. She's getting it.
That's awesome, dude.
It was absolutely necessary.
A Michael Myers pizza cutter?
Yeah.
Oh.
Her official Axeman pizza cutter.
We shouldn't have an echo now, right?
Oh,
yeah, we got no echo. The echo's gone.
Yeah, see, I turned down the TV. It's so I can read chat and shit. Because we're in
Right,
Discord
yeah.
now.
Yeah, I got you. I got the same thing going on with mine.
I'm waiting to.
Chat's on TV. Discord's on my phone.
I'm waiting to see if right now. I've just been sitting back and waiting for a couple days to see if Menar's seriously gonna cash in his little call out on me from the other night. So I haven't heard anything else about it yet.
Menar?
Yeah.
Context?
Oh, I sent a super chat during his debate with Marte that made incest jokes because I said his argument failed in its deliverance, and I put a banjo next to the word.
Dude, there's nothing better than calling Muslims inbred, so I don't care.
And his response to the super chat was, "Wally, you're next." And I haven't heard anything else since, so we'll see if he actually really wants to cash that in.
Dude, the Matar are you talking about Matar? The dude from
No, Manar.
Manure.
We all call him Manure. Yeah, that's the
Spurg?
favorite one. Manure. Yeah.
Dude, I've talked to this guy.
Yeah, no, we all have.
I've talked to this guy. He spurged on me. He called me one of them. Because he said, I'm the guy that talked to Daniel Kakikachu. And I was like, yeah, I called you all retarded. He goes, I know what guy you are. I go, yeah, you guys clipped me, and it made you guys look like a fool. The way you guys clipped me actually made me look good.
Right.
Blackout broadcasting live from his security
Dude,
bunker.
they didn't even
100
answer my
yards
question.
underground.
Did you even walk it? Will it? Ollie, did you even see? They didn't even answer my question at DebateCon. He just said that they were going to kill us while we were attached to the masturbation machines.
Yeah, I remember. I mean, I want to say I remember the question, but it's been like 2 months.
My question was, it requires a massive amount of infrastructure and energy to maintain AI. If they were going to use AI to make up for their retarded nations, how are they going to build the infrastructure?
Exactly. They can't answer it. They need other people because they need other people to do it.
All they said was that they were going to kill us while we were hooked up to our 3D masturbation machines.
I don't know. The last I saw of Manure before his debate with Marte was when he was on, I think it was Vic's panel, crying about ice.
Dude, I want nothing more than demongoloid with that guy. I think him and I can have a good mongoloid session.
So, Avarice, maybe I'm an idiot, but I'm listening to Minar's whole diatribe about the ICE shootings, and I'm wondering, why does this professed, like, conservative Muslim give a shit about how the federal government treated a liberal lesbian protester?
Because I'll tell you why. It's that one clip, right? Where because they're always going to vote left because they're the idiot, right? Have you seen that clip?
Well, they vote left because they get to take advantage of all the diversity bullshit and get to basically subvert the left that way.
Yeah, have you seen that clip where they called the left retarded?
Oh yeah, they know what they're doing.
Yeah, they know what they're doing, for sure.
So I mean, if Manure really wants to have a scrap with me, I'd be more than happy to question him about all the ICE shit and why he really has a problem with it.
Don't give me an anti-ice debate.
I have a problem with all these people being in an outright roar. Here's the problem. You're impeding justice. If you go out there and you're stopping ICE and you don't have a badge, you're the problem. All right? If you think that this is wrong, if you think that what ICE is doing is wrong, then go be a lawyer, go to court, go be a cop, go join the force of you think how we should do it. You go pass the tests, and then you go do it from your side. Stop impeding justice. We didn't impede justice when they were taking J6ers out. We didn't stop the cops and say, try to grab back our people as they were being cuffed. No, these are people that are, as soon as they're given a direct order, they do the opposite. No, fuck them. Shoot them all. If you don't comply, then I don't care in that perspective. I'm not saying in a negative, go out and do a shooting. What I'm saying in this perspective is that if you go out and actively try to stop the law, prepare for something negative to happen because you're doing it wrong. You're not even doing the system which you believe in. You're not even part of the system. Then what you're doing is called vigilanteism. You're not even doing that. You're not even believing in the system of which you're upholding. If you're out there stopping the law.
Yeah, and you know what it is then this is what really starts to fucking get me, is then these people want to start talking oh, everyone who was protesting years ago should be with us now. No, you were cheering for them to go to jail. They owe you nothing. And everybody muted.
No, I think so. Here's the thing. I think another thing you got to think about too, also is I also think there's a whole despite the system, all these other people that are outraged. But look at all this fraud, all these other things. This isn't just the only fraud that people need to look at. In perspective, right? There is the fraud with the Somalis, yes, with the daycares. They just found one. But what about all the people that just live in prisons and are okay with that? Look at California. Just so we're clear, California prisons have gaming rooms with Oculuses in them.
Yeah.
Why would people not want to go to prison at this point?
And here's the thing, and I can say this as someone who has to do a lot of geopolitical research as a part of my actual profession. Somalia is not a good place. I don't know who needs to be told that, but I will say that out loud just to front load everything else with this. The federal government has no authority in Somalia outside of Mogadishu. The entirety of the rest of the country is divvied up by tribal elders who essentially live, in many cases, like extremist warlords, and they just will never come together because there's so many hundreds of years of worth of legacy rivalries between different tribes and regions involved. these are not the kind of people you want to be importing.
No, I want to import a bunch of fat Vikings like Wally.
Like they don't tend to live like very peaceful people in that area of the world, and that's not a bold thing to say.
Right over my fucking. You walked right over my low blow on you. How dare you, Wally? How dare you not get offended at my underhanded comment?
Well, truth in labeling laws can be strict. I didn't want to dispute it too much, and I would actually take Tubby Viking as a compliment.
At least you got the hair down.
That's like I was complaining in the other. I forget whose chat it was yesterday. I was complaining that I'm like, I don't get called a misogynist nearly enough as I should be, and I wish people complimented me more. That's why it hurts.
You know, I get called a misogynist way too often. I think there's a trend with calling Avarice a misogynist.
Man, I wish I could get some of that, because I just feel more. It's just such a compliment. I wish I received it more often.
Yeah, I get that one. I get that compliment all the time. So, maybe you just rack compliments.
You know what it is like maybe people get more. Maybe people just think they're going to get more out of complimenting a married man because I'm not officially married yet.
Well, no, maybe you have an intimidating presence. Maybe it's the size of the situation.
You never know. Maybe it is.
I'm like a little rusted out, but I feel like I can go like another 6 more days.
I have never played that. My son's played it, but I haven't.
How long until he's done with this how long does it take for a man to get his fucking haircut?
No.
Isn't it just like a buzz?
I'm now at that phase of my life where my son is messaging me on Steam to check out different shit. He's now trying to get me into playing Zomboid, which I've just never played before.
There is a Crucible server for Zomboids.
Oh, nice. I'll have to bring him in there.
Andrew even plays in there.
He'll be mad at me now if I don't bring him in.
Do I not have Savage Shells? No, I do. Okay.
All I know is he's going to be very happy after I told him that Rob Zombie's touring again this summer with Manson, because we missed it last summer. Yeah, they just announced it yesterday with all the tour dates for July and August.
That's exciting.
Yeah, I've never seen either of them live before, and we missed it last year because the same day I took him, Millie, and my best friend to Falling in Reverse was the same day that Zombie and Manson were playing down in Massachusetts.
My missus likes to go to all those fucking concerts. The Aftershock and shit.
Yeah, the other thing I got Millie for Christmas was taking her to Evanescence in June.
Oh, my missus would like that.
Dang.
So yeah, I've seen Zombie 4 times live now. And I saw Zombie and Manson. That was a little while back when they were touring together. I've seen Manson live twice. Don't expect a lot from Manson. I'll just give you that one right now. He was a bit of a disappointment. His songs are amazing. And he can still sing them, but he's not a performer like he used to be. He kind of just stands up on stage. But Zombie is fucking amazing. You're gonna love the show. It's absolutely awesome. Like he gets in it, he gets down, he runs through the crowd. Like it's fucking wild, dude. It is absolutely a performance.
I'm still mad that I missed back in 07 when Ozzy and Zombie toured together in the fall after Ozfest that year.
Yep.
And I was pissed because on the one hand, I wasn't that upset at the time because we had just seen Ozzy do Ozfest. And I didn't have the money because I had bought Hallowicked tickets that year. Because I was still in college then. So this was like in my Juggalo concert phase. But what killed me was that every show they ended it with Zombie coming out at the end and him and Ozzy doing the Ironhead song from Zombie's Sinister Urge album. Would have loved to see that.
Yeah, that would have been awesome.
All right. Well, I'm gonna wait for him to Dread to come back. I'm gonna take a quick little break here, get some coffee, talk to my team in Rust. I will be back when Dread comes back to heckle him some more. So you guys keep the stream going.
Oh, sure.
Wicked,
Yeah, thanks,
entertain the
Avarice.
crowd.
Yep. Mhm.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Thanks for bailing on us.
Just put it all on, hoist it all on our shoulders, Avarice. We're really equally
Loudest,
yoked in
loudest
this.
man on the room wants to bail on us, and we give him off. All right.
I
Thanks,
can't
dude.
always. I can't
Appreciate you.
always be. I can't always be the entertainment monkey.
But I know you don't have as big a shoulders as me and Blackout. That's why you got to hoist everything onto us. We get it.
It's fine.
Whatever. I got shit I gotta go through. 30.
So what else is new?
Oh, fuck. Current events? Not a whole lot here. What about there?
Marshall, are you on your computer?
Yeah. Do I need to do
Your
something
mic,
with the settings?
your microphone's wrong.
What?
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
on
no shit.
something making you sound 50 fucking feet away.
Yeah.
Oh. I sound far away.
You?
Yeah, you're on the wrong mic. Yeah, but are you talking, or do you have a headset on, or are you talking through your computer?
Talking to the computer. I don't have that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you guys stay close to your computer so we can hear you, bro.
Yeah, that's fine. I got shit I gotta do anyways. You asked what else is new, and I said there's not too much currently going on that's new around here. What about there?
I'm waiting to see if this whole Iran situation goes tits up because it's going to make my job very interesting for a while if it does.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that sounds fun.
You know what the other argument I could throw at Minar Blackout, and I don't think he would want any part of the debate?
What now?
What's up?
The other topic I would put forward is Islam a cult?
Yeah. I mean, he might take it. You'd be surprised.
Yeah, but when I started thinking of potentially doing that as a topic at some point, I don't think he really wants to contend with where that argument can go because it's not pretty for his side at one point.
Right. I mean, he don't realize just when ours worst. Well, yeah, it's his worst part. Well, I mean, there's many things that make him not a great debater, but one of his worst parts about debating is he's overly confident in his skill. So he'll think he's got the winning argument, regardless of where you take it.
Oh no, I just from thinking it over here and there the last couple days, I think I can make a very strong presentation of a case that Islam is a cult, and he would not be happy with me.
What's up, Rev?
So
Howdy, partner.
What's up,
Islam's
Dowdy?
just a degenerate version of Mormonism. So, what up?
We
Well, yeah, that is the other thing, Blackout, is that you can basically compare a lot of commonalities with Mormonism side by side with how Islam grew, and they're basically the same, and they both come to the same scriptural dilemma.
Now you made up your stupid shit. That's
Yeah.
Long story short.
Because really, in a lot of the Mormon debates and shit that I've seen, no one ever really points out how much Islam maps on, because it's a very similar setup. It's just, instead of Joseph Smith, it's a guy goes into a cave and is told everything, because trust me, bro.
I also think you don't see people do it a lot too, because the Mormons do give a shit ton to charity and are like way better people to be around. So like, you don't want to slander them quite as much, but yeah, it's both made up doctrine though. So
Yeah, I agree. I'll take the Mormons any day over those fucking other guys.
yeah, I'll take Mormons over secularists too, but that's a whole different thing. But yeah,
Let's go. They'll like do your yard and shit, right? Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
because
we
even,
talked about that.
even the thing is like, well, because even the other thing is that the militant Muslims who believe in like full Sharia law and imposing everything by force, they would just call all the peaceful Muslims, yeah, you're not the real religion, you're just a bad cultist, and we need to make you follow what we do.
well, the Mormons have a similar to that too, because you got like the FLDS, those are the ones that do polygamy, and then the LDS, and those are like the more peaceful, business type oriented Mormons. So
yeah, but it's one of those things where it's like the ones who try.
They both point the fingers at each other.
Well, yeah, and then it is the thing where in both groups, the Mormons and the Muslims who both try to mainstream to everyone else in those groups, they're just bad members of the group.
yeah, but I mean, I don't know. I think there are probably more violent Muslims out there than there are violent more violent Muslims than there are violent Mormons.
The violence isn't even the point in the comparison. The point is within their formation and their theology and how everything kind of grew up. It's like they both are almost a one-for-one imitation. And when authentic religions don't tend to have one-to-one imitations that map onto each other like that. That's more what you see in how cults form. They form in very similar ways.
Yeah, I grew up Mormon, so I can't argue that it's not a cult. I mean, I left pretty early, but I can't argue that it's not cult-like. So.
Well, yeah, because what's the difference between like a cult and a religion?
I
now
think
you're floating on dangerous waters here.
No, not really. I think cults are demanding. Cults demand a lot of you. They demand you isolate yourself from others. So, from that perspective, at least the modern day Mormons probably are not a cult. But I think like I'll give you an example of this. Like when I was before I was baptized Mormon, like they wouldn't let me go to the Boy Scouts or like hang out with any of the Mormon kids. As soon as I was baptized, they did. And then we left the church like 2 years later, and then I could still hang out with them though. And the Mormons didn't care. They're like, "Well, you're still Mormon forever now." They have this weird like thing where even if you tell them the church is stupid, like you guys, it's totally fake. They don't care anymore. They just care that you were baptized. So it's like such a weird. So it's like it's not. I wouldn't say it's quite as cultish. Now I don't know how the Muslims operate because obviously I've never been involved.
The thing about the question itself is that I think depending on who's answering it, you can have very different definitions that make perfect sense. Like an atheist would say anything else is a cult because they don't believe in anything. Like
Right.
as a
Which
Christian,
which would be followed up with what I would say next was I was gonna say, yeah, no, there is no difference. They are the same thing.
now
One just
within
one thinks it's more righteous than the other. I can say that much.
Well,
now
no, King,
within
did you ignore? You ignored my answer. Is that Colts isolate you? They isolate
Yeah,
you. They don't want you to participate.
but religions isolate you as well by saying that the one religion is the true way, their religion and only their religion. You can talk to everybody, but our way and our message is the only one way. And then if you want to go even further into
Yeah,
that,
but
you get
Colts go
deeper
way
you get
further
deeper
than
into
that.
those faiths, and they tell you to take people such as atheists as nothing because their word means nothing because it's grounded in absolutely nothing and it means nothing. So how's that not separating yourself from others?
I haven't seen
Yeah.
Christians do that. Even Mormons, I haven't heard them say like, don't listen to atheists.
Yeah, they still go to their house. They literally send people to their house to try to convince them.
And, like from a religious standpoint, because I was thinking about this while I was considering the prompt, like from within a religious worldview, I would define a cult differently. I would say a cult is any organization that does not ultimately lead you to whatever the true faith or the true church is. If it's just leading you to like following a personality that ultimately leads to nothing for you other than following a particular person, it's not leading you to a true faith.
Well, would you say Scientology is a cult or not? Because I've always thought of it as a bit of a cult.
See, but then how could you argue that? How could you argue that with Christianity? Because it brings you to Jesus Christ.
Yeah, because a lot of people would say
That's
you're
a
just
person.
you're trying to obtain his personality, and then that is the truth, and that is the end of the
so like
line.
the
is
branch
obtaining that
Davidians are
personality.
not bringing you to Jesus. The branch Davidians are not ultimately bringing you to Jesus. They're not leading you to a true faith. Like the Jones was not leading people to Jesus.
Right.
That's what I'm saying is Jones was their Jesus. So to them, that was, you understand? Like to them, that was who their person was. Like it
That's
wasn't
kind of
like
where it becomes
just
a
like
cult.
the
That is
cult
the
is kind of
personality.
like you replace Jesus with someone else.
just like the Branch Davidians, it was David Koresh. They believed that he knew something, just like they would say that, just like how you guys say that Jesus is the Messiah. They believed that David Koresh was the Messiah.
Yeah, and that's where I was saying it's like that's another thing you'll see is that a cult, at least in response to a Christian cult, those tend to replace Jesus with someone else. Normally, like the living figurehead person is somehow now the Christ. Like what was it? The Aum Shinrikyo founder in Japan, Shoko Asahara, literally wrote a book called "I Am Declaring Myself the Christ."
Yeah, and you.
You know about it, Johnny. Yeah. But
Because the other thing is, and in most cases, it's not always true. Because if in the case of like Mormons and Islam and Scientology, those are definitely exceptions to the rule. But like cults become infamous, but their views don't usually ever reach a saturation level where they actually become a worldview for a large number of people. Like the Branch Davidians became infamous and most people know of it and of Waco in the incident and who they are, but to most people it's like aside from like the civil rights issues, they were just a group of crazy people rambling in the desert.
yeah.
Like nobody ever seriously and like said, "Hey, I'd like now that Koresh is dead, I'd like to examine their worldview." Like, nobody learned about them and said, wow, this is really giving me some shit to consider. So for the by and large, cults do tend to remain the ramblings of a few crazy people.
They're also not based in like really any type of history. Like I think about this quite a bit too. Like even if you just remove yourself from Christianity for a little bit and you look at the flood myth, right, or the flood reality, whatever you want to call it, right? Like a lot of like mainstream religions that go prehistoric have some semblance of that. You can look at the Younger Dryas, and you can see that this is actually a possibility that this happened about like 12,000 years ago. So you could probably argue that cults don't have a historical basis pretty much at all. So
no, it's
Well, what about like
pulls it out of their somebody came along and pulled it out of their ass.
Right.
Yeah, or like fruits, like you could maybe base it on like the fruits of the labor and if there are any or not. Is it yeah, think about evolution. Hello? Hello?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, what about like evolution? Would that be closer to like a cult or religion or doesn't count?
Like believing in evolution, you're saying?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so, because like a lot of Christians are not young Earth Christians, and they do believe in evolution. They just, like, so I think there's a lot of ways that people interpret the Bible differently, even the different churches. So I don't know if believing in evolution makes you part of a cult.
Well, it's
I would probably argue
the biggest issue theologically with evolution would be the randomness of it. Like if science could disprove that there was no randomness to it, then it would be like theologically acceptable to most people. But when it's the insistence of the random element where people will go, well, no, like accepting that means that you are rejecting like that God designed everything as a creator.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that point. But if there's, that's sort of no different than omniscience, right? That God knows what's going to happen. So you would still say, if you were a Christian person that believed in evolution, you would still say God planned this out, right?
Yeah, you would just need like they would need to make
so
some kind of scientific.
You're right. So you're right. There wouldn't be randomness to it. You wouldn't just use that as like an excuse to get out of the religious part of it. But yeah,
like there would have to be some kind of scientific discovery with evolution that would actually say, well, no, look at this. You see, there really is no RNG process to this. Like it's actually like very structured, like it's happening purposefully over time, and there's no random. If you could totally cancel out randomness, then I think a lot of people would then come to agree, like, okay, then if this is more affirmative of creation, then it's acceptable. Like we can square this now.
Can't you kind of already do this? I mean, obviously, like this is like an eye test issue, but like there's these, birds. They've got these like super long ass beaks that have to get into one type of flower that exists in one jungle, right? And yeah, they're going to say that's randomly evolved over thousands of years, but it seems like there's some planning going on there. It's just it's like that damn beak is like, it's like 6 inches long, reaching into a 6-inch flower, and that's the only thing that bird can live on. So even if it did come through evolution, the steps were there to lay that out. So I don't know if you could ever actually prove that, though. But
ultimately,
it passes the eye test, though.
Ultimately, I think a lot of what they try to explain as what people will try to chalk up to evolution could be things that may ultimately really be no more different or particular than whether or not someone gets brown hair or blonde. depending on, like, does a turtle have these kinds of colors or shell patterns or not, than an evolutionary thing. It seems more like it's just like it would be just dominant and recessive traits being passed on more than a quote than an actual evolution where you're creating something actually new with a different identity.
But how far down the line
Yeah,
does it take before it comes a different identity? You know,
yeah,
like
because that's
muddy the waters enough, then eventually it does become a different identity. You know, it's the
Well, that's
whole-
kind of that becomes kind of an issue there, because if I was going to, because then at that point, if I was going to agree with that and go in the evolutionary direction, I would have to be just now I have to be basically granting that over enough time, this will just happen. Like, just keep, like, even if I can't prove it, I can't demonstrate it, the answer is we'll just keep adding time and eventually you're going to get there. But
if all indicators show you that the only variable missing is time, and from all indications that you can perceive in your knowledge and in your logic and your ability to reason and everything, understand that time is, as far as you can believe, it's continuous and ongoing. And if the only variable missing is time, then how can you say that it's never achievable when that's literally all that there is time?
But if we're talking in a thing where it's like, okay, time is the only variable, but if it's still something where it's like, well, I'll never see it, or I'll never be able to have it demonstrated, then I'm appealing, at that point, it is just appealing to a standard that I can't prove.
Fair enough. No, okay, fair enough.
Because this is something where, like, this is where I started considering it more when I was talking through it with Millie a long time ago. And as we were listening to, like, one of Jim Bob's debates, and I was saying, it's like, no, I think the more I hear the arguments, the more it's making sense to me that there is kind of this issue. And because I saw that one debate around the time her and I first started dating, and it was where he was articulating that very problem, that it's like the time problem, where it's like the evolutionist comes in basically expecting you to just grant them time, just grant time into the argument. And when you don't grant time, a lot of that then starts to make a lot less sense, and it starts to fall apart when you're talking through it.
Yeah, even in the opposite, like, even if you grant them, like, the trillion, thousand, million years or whatever, as soon as even you grant that and you work a little closer, or you work on to the next steps, they end up saying, well, actually it happened super fast over a very short period of time. So I think it ends up leading them into their own contradictions.
Well, and especially, and like, this is something where I think, like, maybe this is something JS could start incorporating into the race argument in a way, because he could always argue with the racism thing. It's like, well, genetically, he could say race is not truly real, because you could argue on a practical level, there's very few genetic differences, because ultimately we can all eat the same food. We can all travel to different climates and exist in them without any, like, crippling penalties on our bodies. And you look at civilizations like in Brazil, it's like, okay, well, people have been able to crossbreed there with no problem. And if there was a meaningful genetic racial distinction, you would expect to see at least a diminished capacity to reproduce. And countries like Brazil don't have that problem.
Right, and that was Trench's argument, was that it's more based on the ethnicity. But then then my question to him was, because I was taking JS's side for the sake of argument as well, was how much of it, like, do you have to be 51% to be considered that? Or if you're 50-50, then are you both at the same time? You know, and then it kind of crumbled down from there as well, of like not actually being able to establish when it is and when it isn't.
Yeah, it's like, take it, like, you could put me in a New England winter when it's like 20, like, 5 degrees out and windy, and a Nigerian guy. Now, he may feel extremely uncomfortable, but we're not going to experience, neither one of us is going to experience a unique physical penalty from being in the climate. We can both live in it and breathe the same atmosphere. Just as the same, it's like, I might get really hot and sweaty like a fucking pig in Nigeria, but it's not like I'm going to collapse because I switched climates. Like, it's not like I'm going to lose the ability to walk.
Correct. Or it's not like you're going to lose your ability to like reproduce in those areas.
Yeah, exactly. It's not like how being on Earth affects like a Saiyan differently in Dragon Ball because the gravity's different.
I don't even feel like this is a solvable problem through science, even because like humans do continue to reproduce with each other through other races throughout the, unless there's like some mass mutation or something, we're going to continue to reproduce with each other, at least on some level. Maybe it's not a good thing always, but I don't know if you're going to see a speciation that happens. And then you have the other problem where history is going to be rewritten by whoever's in charge all the time anyway. So like I just don't know if it's a solvable problem. So it does really come down to faith versus not even science. It's kind of faith on both sides, really. So
ultimately the only way you could actually prove at least elements of evolution for sure would take a very long study that people would have to commit to monitoring for probably thousands of years, to the point that
probably hundreds of thousands. Yeah, that's the problem.
You would need to have some way where you could isolate two populations of humans and then see at some point if the separation means that taking one from each group can no longer reproduce together.
Right, and I don't think that's going to happen. That's what I'm saying. That's why I think it's like I don't think it's a solvable problem. I mean, like technically, I guess you could do it. You could put some people in biodomes or something, but I don't think
there's other examples that not necessarily human, and I think that's where a lot of it gets mixed up too. Is when you say evolution, it's not that evolution doesn't exist. It's just the idea of that's where humans came from, I think, is usually the part where people start talking past each other. Because an example that I've heard would be, well, rhinos. We've studied rhinos in the wilderness, and the ones with the biggest horns, they end up getting hunted, and so now the rhinos have evolved to growing smaller, not very sharp horns, so that they get hunted less. So then they're like, look, they evolved to adapt to the environment. And then what happened was, so I kind of believed that for a long time, and then looked into it, and then they found out that the ones that didn't have big sharp horns couldn't survive long enough to reproduce. And then they had no weapon against their predators. They ended up not being able to reproduce. So it actually ended up being a devolve on their end. And I think that's when, even like you said, even if you could study that in a matter of like 10 years, it still wouldn't actually answer your question.
Well,
but and you could
like right now we can see like there is like genetic, like certain groups of bears can't reproduce cross species. Like I think polar bears and like maybe brown bears can't, or like pandas basically couldn't crossbreed with any other type of bear.
Yeah, but it isn't just the like donkey and horse. Like a mule can't. Like a donkey and a horse can make a mule, but a mule can't make any more of itself. Something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Like there are like I think brown bears and grizzlies or black bears and grizzlies can crossbreed, but it's a similar thing. Like you end up with an infertile one generation animal. So it's the fact now somebody could say that's evidence of the genetic drift I was bringing up, but like examining it like in time like today we can't prove or disprove that. We can just see like, oh, certain groups cannot reproduce. Could that be it doesn't, we can't prove or disprove that it's intended to be that way either from that perspective. That's why you would need some kind of long-term study that I would even acknowledge, yeah, achieving that burden of proof is unreasonable.
I guess like what I would argue is like it doesn't, like theism versus evolution doesn't make sense from that perspective. But also like if you think about, okay, like even if you just granted evolution, you could still just say that this is God brought the peak species, humans, to the point where we're the dominant species on the planet. Like it doesn't, unless we have a big speciation that happens, in some observable fashion. Like but it's just like the likeliness of that seems very off at this point. It seems like maybe as a group we evolve together and we become closer to God or whatever, however you want to say that. Like it doesn't, like they don't negate each other is what I'm getting at. They just don't negate each other.
It's one of those things where it's like I could also like see like hypothetically like you could have like turtles that look very different and they could be hearing humans think they're different species, and they could be like, what? We just have different shell colors. That's common. We may not know that, but like observing it, we could be mistaking shit that's no different than like differences in beard length and hair and shit in humans, but we're calling it evolution in animals because we have this obsession with biodiversity. Like we have to have as much of it as possible for some reason. Like science just thinks it's a good thing to have. Yeah, that's a good point, Elder Lion.
JS is definitely getting a rub and tug right now. No haircut takes this long. It's impossible.
Oh, he's going to be coming out of that faded. Don't worry.
Slouch-eyed.
I mean, he did say he's the guy that likes to rub up on his head. So those were his exact words.
It is a very lib mall. I don't blame him for not wanting to film in there. They don't like the filming the libs. So
yeah.
It is a very, very liberal mall.
I forgot. Yeah, you would know then. So he goes to a gay barber, right?
Now, I mean, that's not my area, but, that particular mall, though, it's located like, so Utah's weird because like Salt Lake, where JS lives, it is very, very liberal comparatively. So like that particular mall is going to be like that. Now I live in like the immigrant zones, so it's it goes both ways here. Mostly it's just Asian people, and I like them, so they're fine. I don't give a shit.
What mall were you talking about?
I'm not gonna dox JS's mall.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
He can tell you if he wants, but I don't want to like.
No, he won't. It's the one that he's at. That's all. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Then ignore my question. Sorry, I was.
If he tells you, I can tell you some stories about that. I could tell you some stories about that mall, actually, but yeah. There was a shooting there quite a while ago, but.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Probably shouldn't have
crazy
said that.
Somalian stabbing in the mall that I grew up in Minnesota. Went running around. It was an off-duty officer who shot him.
Holy shit.
Dude, that's actually what
after
happened.
that
That's what
happened.
happened in this mall too, dude. Same
Yeah,
exact thing. except for it wasn't
after what
Somalian, it was
happened,
like
they removed all the placards that said you couldn't conceal carry. The mall removed all those after that incident happened. Hasn't been
Oh,
another
that's
stabbing
actually
since.
that's see that proves my difference. Is I guarantee they still don't want concealed carry in that mall. But I think Utah did away with that. I don't think that places can do that anymore unless they're public buildings. But
Yeah, the business can still post those signs, but the state itself is a constitutional carry.
yeah.
You can only be held civilly liable. You can't actually get criminal charges for if you were to do something like that. The mall will just trespass you.
That's very true, Jeremy. Right now, Minnesota's fucking crazy. I mean, they've always been kind of crazy, but they're going crazy. Just absolutely nuts right now. But it's all these fat, and I know I'm fat, but fat, white, butch women. What they are, all of them, and then the nose piercings. Like, dude, it's insane. Every single one of them has a nose piercing. They're all over the place. Like that's like ding ding ding. It's like a alarm bell. Oh, nose piercing. Let me guess.
I was
shit,
hanging out
it's
with
crazy, dude.
when I was hanging out with my buddy on New Year's, and he had his baby mama along with him, and like we started getting into a little bit of a debate about something, and I'm like, I can't talk to you while you have that nose ring in. And she got so fucking mad. It was like just from saying that one thing, because it's like she's been criticized about it before, so she got so fucking mad. I'm like, all right. I'm like, if you want to debate with us, you got to do the spicy challenge with us. And she didn't make it past level 2.
Jeremy's niece has a nose piercing. That's bad news, Jeremy. You know which path she's going down.
Yeah, my favorite
Always
is
the
when
first
you
time.
kind of do the like, hey, you got a little something right there, and then they're kind of like, what? And they do the like try to wipe it as good as they can. Like, did I get it? And you're like, no, it's still there. And they're like, that's my septum piercing. And you're like, oh, my bad. I didn't realize you did that intentionally.
Yeah, nose piercings tend to have a type. Most likely lefty.
Left liberal. Put some hair dye on it, and then you're getting extreme.
They should just make a parody movie where like hair dye causes people to mutate into zombies that are like basically all woke screaming Karens, and you could call it like blue-haired freaks.
Yeah, but
Right.
you have like
We
all these
finally
zombies
got JS
attacking.
back. Can you
They've
guys
all
see
got
this?
nose rings. They've all got nose rings and blue hair.
Can we see let's see this haircut, JS.
All right, let's see the reveal, JF.
Oh, here we go.
All right, wait, Auntie, are you in chat? You wanted the reveal. He's here for the reveal. You didn't miss it.
You guys didn't get me banned yet, did you?
No.
What?
We were,
I
of course
did.
not.
I did. It was my fault.
Avarice,
It
you
would
left,
probably
you
be
dick.
your fault. Probably be Avarice's fault.
It would be.
I gotta pee.
My fault. I did it.
See? God. That took an
It looks
hour?
just like you left it with. It didn't even change. You homeless bitch.
It up.
Yeah, he cleaned it up. He cleaned it up.
That took 2
He
hours.
got a rub and tug. He got a rub and tug. That
got a
doesn't take
rub
an
and tug.
hour.
Dude, you're
Yeah.
right. His barber's gay, and he got a rub and tug.
Yep,
That's
he
the only
figured
thing
it
that
out.
makes sense.
I did tell them, JS, that you went to a liberal mall. So it's very likely that they were offering the rub and tug to men.
That's why I didn't want to be streaming in there and going to the barbershop streaming. They watch my stream. Next thing I know,
Because your barber likes to smell your hair, don't he?
He is gay.
that sign that said, if we can't make you look good, you're ugly, on the other side of that are cuts free.
Maybe it was a woman. Maybe that's why he didn't want to show it. Maybe it wasn't really a barber. It was actually just like some woman cutting his hair.
No, there is a woman that works in there, and when she's there, I hear her talking to her customers, and she's super good.
She flirty
Dude,
like
that's
Marilyn.
that's the one my uncle got shot at, JS.
Yeah, that mall.
Yep.
Really close to where I live. Well, you've seen where I live. No, a good fade takes a long time. He's very meticulous in the fading.
I mean, overall, it wasn't too bad. I mean, all things considered, your appointment was at quarter after. It was
You're just
less
saying
than
that
an
you
hour.
like him rubbing your head. You just like that head rub, dude. You want that mushroom tip rubbed.
What? That talking.
What the?
Callum told us you have a gay barber. It's cool, dude.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool, dude. We're not judging. We're totally judging, right, boys?
We're totally judging. We're totally
Okay.
judging.
Hey, it's not my fault you're gay.
Yeah.
I blame your mother and lack of father.
They rinse you out good, JS. There, you get your head rinsed really good.
No, they don't even like wash your.
Did they lubricate it up real nice too?
No.
Are you
Oh,
after the
just
barber's
raw
daughter?
dog
Is
it,
that what's
raw
going
dog
on?
it, and leave you dirty, huh? Raw dog it and leave you dirty, dirty and itchy, huh? I see.
Crazy.
There's particles everywhere.
Oh,
I gotta go home and take a shower. Yeah. So, walk of shame right now.
Chair's been holding down the stream.
Actually,
Yeah,
Wicked
yes, he
Wally's
has.
been holding down the stream. All
No,
donations
Chair's
go to
been-
Wicked Wally today.
Chair's been holding down the street. Wally's been an amazing co-host. I'll give him that because I had to key him down. I had to go find a fucking earbud.
Well, Wally, tell me about shadow fleets.
Yeah, that is something that they're not really talking about with Venezuela, and I really think it's a hit. It's like a quiet motivation behind what Trump was doing with Maduro, because really some of the other biggest offenders of using shadow fleets to skirt sanctions are countries like Russia, China, Iran engage in it, and really it may. Venezuela participates in it too, and they were just the easiest country to make an example of. And that, I think, part of doing this was Trump's way of saying to every other country that does it.
G13, that little circular base with the peacups.
What?
That little peacups. Oh, sorry. I'm talking to my Rust crew. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, so I think that was Trump's way of signaling to Russia and China, especially, like with Maduro, going, look, we can police this a lot harder if you all don't start playing ball and behaving. because it'll ultimately hurt them a lot more to break up the shadow fleet practice, because then they will be hit with all those trade sanctions that they're skirting with it.
Right.
Because you can have a boat that is registered and insured in, say, St. Kitts, and that gives you permission to fly the St. Kitts flag on your vessel, but you may never dock at St. Kitts ever. But you can go around to any other port in the world under the St. Kitts flag, and that's going to affect like what you're paying when you arrive in other countries. As far as I think you can skirt tariffs with it as well.
People, hold on, but just so you know that people do that with a bunch of other things too. People do that to skirt what is that? In the States, like people do that to do their concealed weapons permit. I don't get Washington State's because it's stupid. I go and get Utah's. Kind of thing. Does that make sense?
Let's get him. ATF. Open the door.
Does that make sense? Like, I mean, obviously people are going to go where it's more advantageous to them, right?
Well,
yeah, but they're doing more than that. They're doing
but this is what happens, however, is you've got these boats that are sailing under under non-Venezuelan flags, and they're full to the brim with Venezuelan oil.
No, I agree to this. I'm saying that they're everywhere. A lot of places do this though, not just oil.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
This is not. It's not just an oil problem. That's a we as how we regulate stuff problem.
Yeah, countries and companies and shit that are under international sanctions and like economic sanctions, they engage in these kinds of practices all the time because it lets them dodge sanctions.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna put this SAM missiles in these sites right now, and then I'll be there.
They blame American sanctions for why their country was so
Part of the reason I believe that this does play a real motivation into what's going on with Venezuela and how they're handling everything down there is because really this situation isn't exciting. Like the Shadow Fleet stuff, like it's not enticing to most people. They're not going to give a shit. It sounds like it's just geopolitical trade nonsense. And people barely understand how tariffs work, so why would they give a flying fuck about shadow fleets? It's like what's being put forth to the public is a sexier answer for people to speculate on, but I think this, like the boring shit that nobody talks about, can tend to be the real motive a lot of the time.
Yeah. Well, this has a lot of interesting aspects that make it, a good story in the public eye because there's boats getting blown up.
I'll be there in a second. I'm just putting the SAM missiles in. Maybe it looks like you're on the right spot, but.
And yet, here's the funny thing, JS. For all of Venezuela's posturing that they've done for years and all the shit they've talked about America, they can't even threaten their own fucking neighbors. Their own military is so fucking weak. They couldn't do anything to Colombia if they tried tomorrow. They can't do it. Hell, there's Colombian guerrillas embedded in Venezuela who hiding from the Colombian government in there, who would still fight the Venezuelans if they tried to do shit to Colombia. They can't threaten anybody. If they launched missiles at us, hypothetically, they would not get past, Puerto Rico before they'd be detected and intercepted. The Air Force that Venezuela has is 40 years behind us. They can't threaten anybody with that. They barely have a Navy or anything to speak of. They can't do shit. Really, the ultimate justification of, well, why did we go in there and do this? Well, because fuck them. They can't do nothing about it.
Hold on, I gotta switch real quick.
Like the way that they've behaved internationally since Chavez had become president, and then the fact that they can just get stepped on inside of an hour and they're done, just shows you like Venezuela tried to posture itself for better part of 25 years as a bully on the international stage toward the US, talking shit, and then you actually tell them to square up, and it turns out they've never been in a real fight before, and they can't do shit.
My thin spot is showing because I don't have no. Anyway.
You have no hairline? Yeah, I know, bro. It's okay.
No, there's a really thin spot. It's from the dreadlocks. It's traction alopecia.
No, JS. It's from getting old, bro. You can cope all you want.
I'm not getting old. It's from dreadlocks. That's why my hair's all patchy. Has nothing to do with getting old. I'll never get old.
The fact that you had to just cut that in a very close style of mine is just going to get me more people in chat thinking we're related for some reason. There was at least 2 people from, I think, Counterpoints' chat that thought you and I were related during that debate. I don't think it was any of, like, regulars we know.
Counterpoints' chat. How is he streaming it?
I could see the people from his chat in the StreamYard.
Apparently the audio from ours, well, yeah, I've tried to go back and watch it, but when we were debating, the audio was a little messed up. When you go first, that's the same thing that happened at Word War. You go
We were the test dummies.
Yeah, they got to get all the tech stuff in order.
Well, the other thing is that normally it's like, for a lot of shit, I think most times people would absolutely hate going on first more than anything because you don't know what the room temperature is going to be like when you get out there with the crowd. If it's like, okay, hot crowd, fired up, everybody's excited, it's fucking easiest job in the world to open a show like that.
Yeah. I didn't want to go first, but I ended up going first. But I was like, okay, whatever.
Why do you think I gave my little performative, hey, everybody, this is a live crowd, wake the fuck up?
Yeah. Well, we had to get the party
Here's
going.
the thing. Here's the
the
thing. There's
alcohol.
a reason why I go to events, right? Because like I'm like pure energy, right? I'm surprised, even with the lack of what was going on, they didn't see me at DebateCon and realize it would be a miss not to have me there, right? I think, I mean, if you go, like, people will even tell you that the energy changes into an event when I get there. You know what I mean? And it even started when I started doing PAX, right? Like when I first was doing PAX, Penny Arcade Expo.
Oh,
it
I
was
thought you
just
meant political action conferences.
No, PAX is Penny Arcade Expo.
Oh, so the
now
gay
when
PAX.
I was
talking
doing
about PAX PAX JS,
When I-
not PAX
I thought he was talking
PAX.
about Tampax.
Fudge packs.
Okay.
It wasn't about you. It wasn't about you. It was about it was Juju that time. It was Juju that time. It was
How are
Juju
you
that
talking
time.
to 2 groups of people at the same
It was
time?
Juju that time. Because I have a headset, I got a phone, and I got a computer. It equals 3 ways to talk. Now, prospectively,
He's getting
when I go to an
Juju.
event, like I just try to like bring a pure energy, right? Just straight energy.
I know.
And I don't think that there was a lot of people there that were like hyped, right? Just
It's a debate event. It's not a damn
you know what's funny
Super
about
Bowl.
that? You know what's funny about that, though, JS, that he brings that up, is I actually said to Millie while we were watching the stream last Saturday, I said, I don't think Avarice ended up going. Why not? Because I'd hear him.
Yeah, you'd hear him in the crowd. There were people talking the whole time. I mean, the audience was actually saving the debate in the Pearl one because
Right.
at least it added some interest.
Pearl had nothing to say.
Yeah.
Like, if I had one big criticism for the whole thing, it's just please get somebody that can tighten up the format and solve the dead air problem, and they're good.
I mean, they can't do anything about that if the debater's not performing. If the
Well, they
debater
can,
freezes
as far
up.
as I mean the dead air, like in between the debates. Like, what purpose did why
Having
have
the
a
screen playing?
why have a commentary panel if they, like, after the first debate, they talk for 5 minutes and then it's an hour recess and everybody who's watching remotely has just got a spinning logo for an hour and can go do something else. No, you want to keep the people at home engaged because they can just change the channel. They should have had more debate panels going on in between the debates, even if it was just talking about the other one, like fill the time.
Yeah, just like, even just walking. That Crystal lady should have been walking around talking to the audience or
Yes,
something.
that's another thing I will say. The whole like pro wrestling, like MMA style interviews backstage, that's good. Do more of those. Do them after the debates too.
Yeah.
Like all that kind of shit, really good. Feels like makes the show look important.
there was a few misses, right? And you have to look at that. I think the big thing you got to look at, right, was the audience. We already knew going in, and I knew this going in, that the primary bulk of the audience was going to be Andrew crew. It was showing pretty heavily that it was Crucible.
It was Gavin's crew who showed out.
It felt like it felt like it was more. I saw more
Crucible
Crucible crit people total personally. I saw Crusader, Rachel. I saw a lot of talking about Rachel. A lot of Rachel talk.
I didn't know Rachel was even there.
No, I'm talking about what was going on in the chat. The chat.
Oh, I'm talking about who was at the event. There was a lot of.
I don't care. No, we're talking about the production. Why are we? Nothing matters outside the production.
I thought we were talking about the audience at the event.
We are talking about the audience. So the audience that was watching. No, he was talking about the audience with the logo and having to tune in and an hour out.
Okay. You're right.
Yeah, it's like if you can't use all that time, don't book all that extra fucking time.
That's what I'm trying to get to is the time
has
here, right?
Post jerk off mindfuck right now.
Or do a fourth debate and keep the show going for the whole time. Like one more debate could have filled instead of 3 hour-long
I
breaks.
think if they didn't want to do anything themselves, during the dead air, they could have at least like partnered with some streamers to be live reacting to the show and switch to those feeds so that people had something to watch.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting. They should have. That's what I'm getting at. That dead space for the live air was just destructive for the show.
Yeah, they could have reached out and said, "Hey, we got like 6 streamers. We're gonna cut to you in like 10-minute increments to fill time."
Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah.
I mean, if only there was an area on the internet of people who have opinions about analyzing debates who could have engaged with the show, but apparently no such community exists.
Spider tape right here.
Well, they could
Whoa! There's Spider! Fuck! I just got hit by Retro. I just got killed by Retro Spider right there. Fuck, guys!
Damn, you suck.
Show you guys the fucking base. I got fucking jumped by 3 fucking people. Why? Where were you? You were supposed to fucking be there.
Why are you choking like that, Avarice? We thought you were fucking based.
Yeah, I mean, they could get all sorts of commentary from the panel verse. They could find.
There was tons of different opportunities or things they could have done.
My Tommy kid.
But it's all. I mean, it's new.
And my gay ass green outfit I was wearing. My fucking fucking Boy Scout outfit I was wearing.
See, and there's another. You got a good point. There's a point there, Blackout, because here another thing I did like that they're doing is like when I think it was JS just mentioning like panel verse shit, so I can actually tie that all together. when I saw some of the announcement trailers, I think the Israel one, like they were
The line right where I said it was the line between G15 and G14. That's exactly where I said it was.
or something.
Yeah, so they were specifically showing that not only did these people disagree on the topics of the prompts, but they were also showing like instances of everybody in those debates at some point. I think they were like talking shit back and forth to each other in different shows. So it's like they seem to want to lean into that like pro wrestling thing where it's like we don't want people to just disagree. It would be even better TV if they also had personal issue with each other, and I think that's a smart thing to do.
Well, I even do
Right.
that with even just on the small scale that I do debates on. When I find out I have a debate coming with somebody for 2 weeks, I'm going to watch their content. I'm going to roast them a little bit. I'm going to, make, Mosman got mad at me one time for this because we had a debate prepared and I was on my stream talking shit. I was like, I'm going to whoop his ass in this debate. I hope he's ready. And he messaged me. He's like, why are you talking trash about me? I was like, bro, I'm promoting a show. Like it's no hard
Yeah,
feelings.
it's
I'm
not.
just
Yeah, it's not personal. Yeah,
We're working.
It's work. Exactly, it's work. I'm
Wait,
just working.
who said that, JS?
It's
Mose,
Shut up.
Once I explained it to him, he's like, "Oh, okay."
But who got overly sensitive?
It's you don't know Mosman, but he's a cool guy, so he's a nice guy. But I'm not trying to
He
talk. Shit
sounds
on
like
him.
overly sensitive.
Well, at the time, he didn't know me enough.
He doesn't understand that some of us like to kayfabe in public.
Yeah, I was like, no, man, I'm just messing around. It's no hard. I'm trying to like make it a show, make
Just
people
don't
excited.
understand.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, you got to hype it up a little bit. That's why if I did the NorPrep debate thing, I don't know if I could do that because I would be talking about it.
Well, I think what built a lot of the hype for Anna versus Pearl was the fact that they were including clips of them actually addressing each other negatively. So like you watch the hype trailer, you're like, regardless of how you feel about who's right or wrong on the prompt, the attraction becomes, wow, it sounds like these two don't personally like each other and they're going to be in the same room live.
Well, Pearl said she was thinking about physically attacking her. In her stream, in her recap stream, she's like, I was like, man, I'm at a point in my life where I could catch a charge. And she said she wanted to physically attack her.
Hey, you know what? It would have been better television if she did.
She made Pearl look dumb.
Yeah. Well, it went the way it went. I expected Anna to body Pearl. That's what I expected to happen. I agree more with Pearl's position, but I don't like Pearl. I don't like either of them. But I was like, yeah, this is what Anna's. I don't know, but then I thought Pearl might have a chance because it's about the only thing Pearl talks about all the time.
Right, but it was Pearl's second debate / discussion that she had with Andrew. It was supposed to be a debate, but all she did was she did the same bullshit. He called her out then, and he's like, Pearl, you're not actually making any stances on anything. She's like, well, I'm not the one to tell men what to do. And it's like, then what are you? You're just regurgitating talking points. So when you dig into those talking points, there is no substance. I would even go as far as saying she didn't have her earpiece, so there was nobody to tell her, hey, just say this, do this, go to this point next. There's nobody to keep her on track.
Well, and on her show, she can kind of like what am I trying to say? She can wield authority. Like, so she'll always do, this is my show. And people might do that on shows that you go on, but you're not going to do that on my show. And like, now it's not your show anymore. And you just sit there quietly. It was rough. I almost feel bad for her, but.
I hated that debate even more for the simple fact that it had me thinking and saying the same thing to Millie during the debate that Erudite said during their interlude there, where she made the point of like, you know what, Pearl should not be making money on the worldview if she can't actually defend it competently.
Yeah. That's not even like that's not even like my forte or what I like to argue about.
I
But I
pointed
feel
right
like
at the screen, and I said to Millie, I'm like, I hate that this bitch and I agree on this.
yeah, because she's doing a bad job of defending it. But I was like, I could have done a better job than that. I think you could have done a better job than that.
Yes. Pearl made me agree. Pearl made Erudite and I agree on something, and that infuriates.
Yes. I was like, oh, I hate that and then Gavin was like basically, oh man, I was like, dude, he's
His
lying.
defense
He's
of her
capping
is
right now.
pathetic.
Yeah.
The defense of her was pathetic.
He's got to defend her because that's his side, and the men in the audience are like, "Ah, man,
But he's
divorce
getting
and
all this maternal
suicide."
shit about it. He's getting into all this mother shit to stump for a bitch who don't even have kids.
Exactly, and he kept saying, "Well, one of them has kids and one of them doesn't," and I'm like, I don't think Pearl has kids.
No, you're in fact making a complete ass of yourself, sir, because you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I was like, why are you defending her, bro? She bombed horribly. And yeah. But she has a fan base of simp guys. She's like, I'm experienced because I get letters from guys telling me about their situation. And I'm like, your sample pool are guys who write letters to Pearl. That's not like, what kind of guy writes a letter to Pearl and tells her, you helped me so much throughout my life and my, like, that sample
Not a
size.
real guy. It's a simp, right?
So
The covert simp.
I got a theory here. I want to hear what people actually think of it. I think her whole opening statement there with the dog mentioning the guy that she had planted in the audience with her with the dog tags and all that, like, really seems like a really based guy. He's doing a good thing. But I think she used that because she was hoping to just sway Anna with a heavy woman-to-woman emotional appeal from the beginning. And when she shot that load and it didn't work, she had nothing.
Yeah. Well, and then her closing was powerful, but the problem is you can't slip in a bunch of arguments in your closing that you never made during the debate and feel like that's an own because you're going last. Anna doesn't get to respond to any of that. Like, why didn't you say that throughout the debate?
Yep. And I thought that you made that point while you were doing your little review. You said that you made that point out, and I completely agree with you there. Like, all the points that she said in her closing, because then everybody says, well, she got a few digs in there at the end. It's like in her closing, like that's not really digs. That's kind of bullshit. Like it's kind of like
you do the closing she did as your opening because those are all your arguments, and then you debate those things, and then in your closing you go to the guy in the audience.
your point. Yeah.
Well, no, in the closing you do the emotional thing where you go to the
right.
guy in the audience
Okay,
and you have him hold up the dog tags because then that's what the audience remembers. The last thing they remember is this powerful image of this guy holding up the dog tags. But you don't lead with that.
And you know what? And you know what? The guy she brought there, that's a good fucking guy. Everything she said about him sounds like a great fucking guy. What he's doing should be celebrated. That should have been the last word. Nobody could have said shit back to it. He's doing a great thing. I wish people would remember it now if it had actually been the closing. But now nobody remembers that dude.
Nobody remembers that guy. They remember her standing like a deer in headlights on the stage.
They remember her asinine debating, and they don't remember somebody doing something actually important out in the real world.
Yeah, I would have flipped her opening and her closing, and it would have made the debate totally different. But yeah, I think it'll grow, and they'll get. It doesn't even need to be bigger names. Just like there's people who will jump on that stage and be more entertaining.
So I think another theory I have from watching that stream, the only other reason I can imagine that they interrupted that debate for the long Erudite versus McGinnis exchange is because they want to lead. They're hoping to book Erudite and McGinnis debating feminism at the next show. I think that was I think that segment was planted to set up a potential debate and see how people reacted to them duking it out.
Yeah, I'm not super interested in the feminism debate, but
I mean, it's better than what modern day debate's doing for the debate con in Houston in 2 weeks. It's nothing but verse Islam debates for an entire day. It's not even a weekend event this time. It's
just a
one
day.
day, and it's nothing but verse Islam. It's Islam verse everybody. That's what they should be subtitling the debate.
Yeah, it is. Yep. But they got
debate con 7, Islam verse everyone.
There's some big names though. I like David Wood. I'd love to see David Wood debate a Muslim live. Or the Danny Phil talk is gonna be weird. Atheist versus Muslim. But
Apostate prophet puts coffee to sleep. That's my experience with him.
Yeah. IP's cool. I don't know. His voice fry kind of annoys me sometimes, but or his voice always cracks.
I tell you though, if every Muslim streamer doesn't watch it, one of them is going to end up in a debate with Millie, and I won't be able to stop it at that point if it gets booked. Because she gets really pissed at all these Muslims who keep bringing up the Bosnian War as an example, when actually the Bosniaks that came in were Mujahideens from Pakistan and Afghanistan, and they're the Muslims who were like graping and beheading and setting people on fire in the early 90s there once everything popped off. Yet she sees all these Muslim debaters play it off like they were just victims, and she's like, they weren't victims. Like the Christian side, like the people in the Civil War there who were Christian did awful shit, but the Muslims did awful shit too.
But that Word War get involved form, when you fill it out, I filled it out, and there's a section where it says, what would you like to get involved with? And I wanted to check a bunch of boxes because there's like promoting, moderating, analyzing, debating, streaming, just an audience member. Like there's a whole bunch of different options you could pick, but you can only choose one of them. So I picked debater, but I would, I'm not a big promoter or anything, but if they did something like you said, Wally, if they had streamers LinkedIn who are going to jump in and give their commentary, that would be cool. Yeah, or analyst or whatever. But
And I think that was a really good, especially if they want to keep the layout where they have the long breaks in between. I think that would be a really good avenue to utilize, is reach out to a handful of streamers that could react on the last hour of the debate to carry you through your after panel. And if you really wanted to, you could cycle it in with different breaks. You do different handful of streamers once they got bigger or whatever. But yeah, no, I think that's a really great idea. Is if because then that would help bring more views to it. It would keep people engaged throughout the whole intermission process, so that people can fucking chill or whatever. But
they said that they were gonna get into like online debates too, and so that they could do like a Ultimate Fighter style thing.
I think the online debates, for what they have done, since they started out with going live with big names, I think they're going to use the online debates as more of a proving ground for people who can
Ultimate
do
Fighter.
live debate.
Yeah, it'd be like the show Ultimate Fighter, where you get all the new people come out, and you have like a bracket system, and if you win, then you're on the next show.
Well, and here's the thing. You look at the analysts, and I think there's actually an intended role and a way they should be using the analysts and positioning them to people watching, because this isn't like an MMA fight where they're talking over it, and this isn't like a pro wrestling match where they're helping tell the story. the analysts talking after the debate should be built. They should be trying to build anticipation with the viewer to want to see them be some of the next people stepping in the ring. That's how they should be using that time, is to be like, wow, JS is doing a really good job this whole night on this panel. I'd like to see him behind the podium.
Yeah. Yeah, that's something they could do.
If you're going to be on the camera for that, you're going to be in a position like that, fuck it. You got to maximize your fucking FaceTime. Get what you can out of it.
Yep. Yeah, but I hope it blows up. Somebody's snoring, by the way. I think it's Wagira. Yep, it's Wagira.
I've been on mute, so I don't know what you're talking about. It's not me.
Oh, what was that? It was you flashing. It was going.
Something sounded like there was somebody was making a snore noise, like right by there. Not right by the mic, but close.
Huh. Anyway, well, it's coming from you, but I guess you're not snoring. It's just background noise from you. But anyway, Stefan Molyneux said he's going to debate. I don't know a lot about him, but apparently he's like, I'm sure I've seen some of his stuff.
So he got banned from YouTube years ago in like the second purge.
Yeah.
Because I remember Molyneux streaming. He was
what did
streaming.
He get banned for? Because he's like an atheist, right?
He streamed Doom Eternal, I think, at one point in 2020, but he was a part of the purge around that time. But I don't remember what exactly he got banned for, but he was one of those early like race realist people, and he was one of like the early like more like he got known as like, I think he's like a moral objectivist. He is definitely I believe he's like an atheist.
Yeah, I think he's an atheist. But if he was getting into race realism, then yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah. I mean, as far as because I've watched some of his videos, but I never got into a lot of his debates.
Let's see what he's banned for.
By the way, Wicked Wally, that's a pretty cool shirt, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, I saw Falling in Reverse in Seattle. They did Buried the Hatchet. Got to see them and Escape the Fate play a couple old songs together. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, I saw them 2 years ago.
Far-right white nationalist from Canada.
Yeah.
Hate speech policies. So he said some racist stuff. They used to ban everybody. That's crazy because now, like,
yeah, he was a race and he was an MRA debater for the most part. I was looking up
MRA,
refreshing my own memory too.
It's like a Jared Taylor, like a race realist.
Yeah, I mean,
like bell curve. We have higher IQ type.
I mean, he had a reputation for being one of the better debaters on his topics back in the day.
Scientific racism, white supremacy, eugenics, and misogyny. Sounds based, except for the atheist part. But if you believe in Darwinism, you have to be racist. It's in the title of Origin of Species, the whole title. Like, if you believe in evolution, then you're a racist. So, okay, yeah. At the time, they banned Scott Adams for this, for racism against the black race, for pointing out differences between black and white people. Colin Flaherty, he wrote books about the knockout games. He made a documentary about the knockout games, and he got banned. Stefan Molyneux, Jared Taylor, a lot of intellectual race realist guys, or basically observant people, got banned.
Yeah.
Stefan Molyneux actually has a great book. It's called The Art of the Argument. It's pretty short too. It's a good read. I'd add it to your book list.
Yeah, I might check it out. The Art of the Argument. That's like this one from Schopenhauer.
Because I know he came up, I think, especially online. I think he did a lot. He was somebody who did have some involvement in like the very early, like prototype internet blood sport debate days, like around the same time that like Dyer started coming up in that space.
But that's what I was getting to. Somebody in chat, and I don't know if this is verified or anything, but somebody in chat said that they were hinting at, because Molyneux already confirmed to Rob on an X space that he's gonna be at a coming World War. And somebody said it was gonna be him and Jay Dyer. That would be pretty good.
That would be a fight I would travel for.
Yeah.
That would be one of those debates that I would be interested in. I would go to that live event, whether or not Andrew was involved.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm sure he'll probably end up debating there at some point, but I don't think he's going to be like involved.
Well, some people have tried to frame it as they dropped Andrew from the thing, but then I just have been asking them, like, because there were people pulling that in Word Wars chat, and I'm like, show me the evidence or shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't even want to like get into speculation on it, but yeah.
I just feel, look, here's the thing about when it happened, and this is all I can really say about it, is that I'm glad I didn't buy anything sooner. Because I didn't know, like, he was gonna.
We were kind of thinking it was going to be another Crucible takeover of like DebateCon.
Yeah, and I hadn't bought anything yet, and I hadn't been told. He didn't like send me anything privately, letting me know ahead of time. I found out when everybody else was noticing that they changed the website and took his name off of it. So I was grateful I hadn't bought tickets for that, because like to take like it was going to be me, Millie, and my son coming with me.
Yeah, honestly, like I will say, like
it sucks
I
after
wasn't
they
going
shot
to
that
Atlantic.
promo.
I wasn't going to Atlantic City, but if I would have bought tickets and then Andrew would have pulled out, I would have been furious.
Well, because here's the thing, Blackout. The ticket sale page was still up while you couldn't get on the rest. While everything else was dark, the sale page was still live. And the sale page said at the bottom, no refunds. So anybody from like our wider community who bought tickets in advance before that, and then Andrew was no longer involved, if that's why they bought tickets, they were getting hosed. Word War wasn't going to give them their money back.
Yeah, I still would have liked to go regardless of whether he's involved in it or not. But it would definitely be because I've seen, like, you think DebateCon, this next DebateCon is going to do anywhere near the numbers as when it's like a Crucible take. It's Rachel, it's Jim Bob, it's Jake, it's Andrew. They're going to see like the numbers are going to be nowhere near the same.
So all in all, I believe like for DebateCon 6, they were like maybe less than 10 tickets short of a complete sellout.
Yeah.
Now, just last night when I tuned into that disastrous fucking debate they had with T-Jump and Max, tag team and a couple of Christian debaters I've never seen before. It was fucking embarrassing. But last night, James was claiming that all like the all access tickets were sold out already for Houston.
I mean, maybe. I mean,
but
there's some big names in there in Houston. I mean, maybe. And cheaper tickets.
Well, Houston, yeah, I don't know. Houston.
I won't be surprised if they sell out, but it's
Well, here's the thing. James
don't know.
kept saying for months in the promotion to Nashville, James was saying for months that it was going to sell out. This was close to selling out. That was close to selling out. Yet he kept dropping all these discount flash sales that I kept missing out on. I don't think that the event was not in danger of selling out back in August, for fuck's sake. Anybody who panic bought back in August was an idiot.
But you can't hate on that. Like, that's promotion.
No, I'm just saying. I 100% think they could be fudging like how much.
You always got to be
event
like, we're
they
almost
sell
sold out. Act now. We're almost out.
Well, yeah, because I wonder if the venue, like, what's the venue like? Like, maybe it's a much smaller venue or something like that that would lead to the sellout being so much sooner.
And here's the other thing, like, I don't even remember seeing any Muslims attending DebateCon, like, in the audience, really.
No, they pulled up and they dipped out.
Yep.
Which is interesting.
So I don't think if you could only see a handful of them even show up, it's like, exactly who is going to go in Houston? Because clearly, like, the Muslim debaters don't draw people out IRL.
Correct.
Thank God.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of thought that brings up. I had a question.
Don't need DebateCon being blown up.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, I get it. Like, yeah, thank God they don't for obvious reasons. But if you're a debater and you're doing a live event, you're supposed to draw some fucking money. What good are they if their audience don't go there and spend some fucking money and sit in a seat?
True. Yeah. True that. But I thought it's kind of a thing I've noticed. I don't know. I might be super late to the game, but I'm just curious if anybody else has noticed it. But I don't see a lot of atheists debating Muslims. It's always like atheism versus Christianity, Christianity versus secularism.
Yeah.
But it's never atheism versus
They're scared.
Islam.
I respect Danny for doing this, and I think he's going to show up and do it. And I don't like that fucking kid, but he's smart. He knows his philosophy probably a little too much. He's a little too intellectual for me, but
here's the I think
he's got the balls to show up. Alex O'Connor backed. Sorry, I forgot where I was going, but let me finish it real quick. Alex O'Connor was supposed to debate a Muslim 2 years ago, or at DebateCon 4 or 5, and he backed out. And he was gonna. Or wasn't he gonna debate Andrew? No, he wasn't. I was like, dude, he needs to debate Andrew. But I wanted to go to that DebateCon because I like Alex O'Connor. I think he's the best atheist. He's one of the best debaters in the world right now. But anyway, he was supposed to debate a Muslim, and then he backed out. No, he was supposed to debate Andrew,
I was kind of,
and he backed out because Muslims were gonna be there. He wasn't even supposed to debate a Muslim. He backed out.
See, and it just seems weird.
Chicken shit atheists. but yeah, you're right. They atheists they're willing to call out Christians all day long, but they don't want to call out the Muslims because they don't want a damn fatwa.
Because I think with a lot of atheists, JS, the atheists who debate have bigger issues with Christianity because of the evangelical Christians. It's specifically like it's the going out and
pushing it on people
and pushing
what they would call shoving your worldview down my throat.
It's the proselytizing that brings them up to the debate stage with Christians.
That's right. Exactly. It's like cramming down my throat. Man, back up. You believe in your own shit. You stay in your lane, motherfucker.
Generally speaking,
That's my sidewalk too.
Generally speaking, atheists are not going to engage with Muslims on whether Allah is real or not.
Or it could be
right.
We're not.
Reason maybe they don't deal with
there
Muslims.
Is nothing to engage them with because it's the concept of Allah is below the concept of God.
Right. Yeah, that's where I was.
Because another thing is like really
the Christians
an
have a better
experienced.
argument, so they need to deal with the Christians. They're more intellectual,
Right.
So
Well,
they need to deal with the Christians.
way
The
more
Muslims,
intellectual.
they're
You're
like,
correct.
I don't even gonna waste my time with this fucking guy.
Well, and as an atheist debate, if you're an experienced
Or
atheist
like,
debater and you,
what does your God look like? Oh, we can't draw pictures of him. Nah, man, fuck you.
well, that's
We're
why I
done.
really black out.
Yeah, debate
the best
over.
way for an atheist to debate a Muslim is to just get them straight into the Muslim dilemma and make the Muslim defend Christianity and give them all the arguments against Christianity at that point.
Right, exactly.
Right.
I
That's
think
kinda how it
David.
seems.
I
Yeah,
think
'cause
David
I
Wood
just-
is
I'm
the
waiting.
Creator of the Islamic dilemma, or him or IP, one of those two. But
Yeah, if I was an atheist and I was going to debate a Muslim, I would just cut straight to the Muslim dilemma and drag them into Christianity, where I would be more practiced to give the full argument.
See,
Most atheists, I highly doubt, could give a full argument based entirely on the Quran only. They would have to go into practiced ground to contend with the Muslim argument.
I'm back. Sorry, I had to raid these fools. That fucking killed me.
this may be like a flaw in me. It may be something I need to stop doing, but I won't take the popular argument just because it's the argument everybody makes. So if I was debating a Muslim, I wouldn't bring up the Muslim dilemma, and I wouldn't bring up Muhammad.
Well,
and
here's the
Aisha.
thing. Here's the thing.
Hold
When-
on, let me finish my damn thought. I wouldn't bring up
Well, I
Muhammad
want
and
to. I want to add to your thought. I think that actually is a stronger ideology, JS. If you do that, because if you take a
I know
different
it's the
view,
strongest argument, but it's
no,
also the
you're
most
not
repeated and
no,
the most used
listen,
argument.
You're not listening to what I
You're
said.
not listening to me.
I
I didn't
think
finish what I was saying yet.
I was complimenting you, you fucking stupid fuck.
All right,
Listen.
No, hold on. Let me. I want to say something real quick. I just wanted to say that what it is, JS, is it's a really good idea that you go about it that way because it's really strengthening your foundation and your core belief system.
You're stealing my rhetoric.
Well, and I think the atheism one too is like I find that most atheists versus Christians debates end up being the atheist trying to do an internal critique from a Christian perspective.
You guys are straw manning it. No, listen. What I was saying is that it's good to. I think it's smart actually to take
that
the.
thought, JS.
Oh my god! I'm gonna smother all of you guys.
All right, say what you got to say.
What I'm trying to say is I think it's smart that you pick less popular topics because some of them have already been beat to the ground so much that people just they already know where you're going, so they don't care to listen. Right? But if you pick a smaller topic, like if you're going against a Muslim, and like let's say you're fighting Islam, and you don't do cousin fucking. Well, because everybody already expects that you're going to go to cousin fucking.
Well, now that
right?
Andrew's done cousin fucking, I can't do cousin fucking anymore.
Exactly.
So I'm just
That's
going
what
to stick to.
listen, that's
I'm
what
going
I'm
to stick to
listen, that's what I'm trying.
terrorism
That's
and
what I'm
polygamy.
saying. Let me lay in the plane. So, if you're not going to do cousin fucking, what else can you go after? If you pick something that no one knows about, they're going to be more interested in hearing how you're going to fight that debate.
No, I would
Agreed.
I would focus on terrorism and polygamy, and because and people do those too. IP actually used both of those in his debate at DebateCon 6, but that was a lesser watched debate, so he's like a smaller debater. But now, cousin fucking, Aisha, the 6-year-old, 9-year-old girl, and shit. What was the other thing we were just talking about? But anyway, yeah, those are the Islamic dilemma. Those are like the
Muslim dilemma.
I call it the Islam. I've always heard it as the Islamic dilemma.
Here because of a promotion, and there is beer cans all over my fucking house, and bottles of Prosecco and Kahlua and fucking Kirkland.
Gross.
You know what we could? You know what would actually not be
Prosecco everywhere. Look at this. Just bottles of Prosecco.
Yeah, that looks like you have a 2-month-old. That looks about right.
JS, you could actually maybe take it a different direction, but you have to consult Marshall on this and look up the studies, because if the motherfucking is on the table there, it could be real interesting.
No, I would.
Marshall's really acquainted with having sex with his parents.
The thing is, you gotta. There's certain things. If you say it to Muslims, you trigger them, and they go like retard brain. They chimp out and they start going crazy.
Real quick question. Now that we're on Marshall's subject, I've been wanting to know this. How does your mom feel about mustache rides? Since I can't make one, I can't grow one.
I don't know.
Marshall?
I actually don't know.
But you have one.
Just because I have the thing doesn't like. Never mind. I'm not gonna walk you through that.
JS, I think there might be another term for the dilemma that could be appropriate, because really Mormons face the same scriptural dilemma as Muslims, and then that could actually apply to a lot of other cults as well. So really, it's the cult dilemma in general.
Yeah.
So I was told that the biggest problem of Islam, right? And this is me being honest. I was told that the biggest problem in Islam is that the Quran is not really well written, and so it has to be deciphered through other books.
Well, the problem is that their book is like the word of God directly from God, whereas in Christianity, Jesus is the word of God, and the book is just like a guidebook. It's like the scriptures, they're under, Christ. We really follow Christ. We don't follow the book, that would be quote unquote sola scriptura, if you're just reading the book and taking it. But their book is like holy scriptural text. But if there's different translations and disagreements,
Don't be fallacious, right?
The Quran.
There are Protestants. Don't be fallacious, though. Like, I will give a credit. There are Protestants that are sola scriptura. So we have to look inward too. There are people in Christianity that are just as crazy.
Yeah, I mean, you would call me that, but I don't think you understand what that means.
What, sola scriptura?
Yeah, what's that mean?
What do you mean? I don't understand what that means.
What does that mean? What are the other four solas?
What do you mean? What like sola, solar? Is that what you're talking about?
What are the other four solas?
Well, there's the interpretation of your interpretation, bishop interpretation, God interpretation.
Before you go throwing around sola scriptura and saying some Protestant people are sola scriptura, you should know the other four solas.
Am I not explaining the other four?
Well, just say them real quick.
What are they, Josh?
Grace, faith, God, and Christ.
Did I just said God as perspective. What the fuck are you talking about?
Right, but so you know that scripture, sola scriptura, means by scripture alone. But you know that the alone there is like a misnomer. The word sola is
but what you're talking about, hold on. So what you can't hold on.
Up on that word.
Hold on, we're talking about sola scriptura,
it's a bad word to use,
right? Hold on. Listen, but you're talking about sola scriptura, right? And you're like, well, name the other solas, which have nothing to do with this sola. We're talking about sola scriptura, and you're talking about like sola. Hold on, you're talking about sola gratia or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Which has nothing to do with.
It does.
No, because what we're talking about is I'm saying that there are some.
These are the five solas of the Protestant Reformation. You have to have. You can't just have one without all the other four.
But some do. Some do.
No. Well, nobody who knows what they're talking about does. Like, yeah, I mean, some people think.
Okay, but do you think all? Okay, well, but here's a good question. Do you think all Muslims know what they're talking about?
No.
Exactly. I don't think all Christians know what they're talking about either, or there wouldn't be Protestants.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you're right. So there are some. Yeah, there are some Christians that. So what's your point? There are some Christians.
No, what I'm saying is that you can't just look at Muslims as a tribe when we attack it, right? You can't just look at like all of them do this. And this is what I was trying to get at, right? There's sects and this is what I've been learning, is that there's sects of Islam, and they're all very different, right? And how we attack the sects, and how they interpret it is different. Now, the big difference, what I'm
There's
getting
no
at, and let me
Christians
land.
that worship the book.
Hold on. This is what there are Christians
I mean,
that
yeah, I guess nowadays there's damn
unintentionally
Christians that have no-
there are Christians that unintentionally
There's
worship the book. But
transgender,
hold on.
gay, unicorn
But what I'm getting
Christians.
at, hold on. So what I'm getting at specifically though is that unlike Christianity, where the book we just have the Bible, right? And there is no other like depictor to tell us like go because you read Psalms, now go read this book because that
But you have to be
interprets
careful.
Psalms.
You have to be
Hold
careful
on.
about what you're saying, because you're saying
Hold
the
on, there
Quran
is-
has to be interpreted by other books, right? That's what you're saying.
Well, that's what they're so I've talked to Islams, right?
But the
and they
Orthodox
use
would say
other
that the Bible has to be interpreted by church fathers who wrote books.
my father. Hold on,
Their
hold on.
dads,
That's
so
what
we
I'm.
have to
Hold
read
on. That's
their
what I'm
books.
getting. Hold on. That's
So
what I'm getting
basically,
at.
you're-
So give me 2 seconds here. You're going on perspective. What I'm trying to say is each sect has their own writing, right? Their own Bible, like a separate Bible. There's actually names of other Bibles that hook off the Quran. In Orthodox, there's not another Bible. There's like an Orthodox study Bible, but that's not that. Those are all subjective, and they make it very clear. There's nothing that's above the Bible. Unlike the Quran, where there's other books that are equivalent to the Quran in wording, like the Hikaku or whatever.
The Hadiths.
What?
The Hadiths.
The Hadiths, yeah, like the Hadiths, and they're equal.
Yeah. Yeah.
There is nothing equal to the Bible in Christianity. Nothing. No text equal to the Bible.
Yeah. Right.
That's the big difference. There is nothing that can equate the Bible's words, because that is the word of God.
But we
in
don't.
the Quran, that does not exist.
Yeah, I know, but we don't treat the Bible and the scriptures in the same way that they treat the Quran, is what I'm saying. They treat it like that's God's hand wrote that. And
no, but they take it another step further. They don't even say God's hand wrote that. They say God's hand wrote all of it, including the.
We would say our scripture is infallible, but it was written by men who were inspired by God. So that we'll still be textually critical of verses and stuff, because you'll find parts you can find 3 different stories of David and Goliath, and there's differences in the 3 stories. So we'll be textually critical. We'll say, well, maybe there was a symbol that was off there. It should have been there, and we'll make sense of it. They won't do that. They're saying that that's like God's hand like reached out and wrote that.
Hold on, I'm fighting some Islams right now. Give me a second.
What? You fighting some Islams?
You're being Islamic.
Oh. No, I'm saying that disproves their thing. You're right, because they have different versions too. And Aisha's goat ate her homework. So, like, some of the Quran got eaten by a goat. So how is it like straight from God, infallible, unchangeable, unalterable? But yet, I think there's an exact word for it. I have in my notes somewhere, but it's like miraculously, something. It's 3 words, but basically, really, really, this is straight from God. But yet, a goat eats some pages of it.
Well, Josh, there was a fella. I forget his name exactly, but
a fella or a feller?
This fella, I don't know. This fella was supposedly, he was the first person to try to make a collection of scripture for the church. And it was something like 7 or 8 books from the Old Testament and 5 letters of Paul. And the dude was branded a heretic and condemned. That's why, like, part of the problem with when you have people where it's like your soul, someone who is appealing only to scripture becomes, well, which version are you appealing to? A version that was condemned, a version somewhat only one specific group uses.
Yeah, when Erasmus was helping to translate the King James Bible, he said he would only use Textus Receptus, and at the time there was only like 4 manuscripts of Textus Receptus that he was going to translate. And then out of the blue, they just bring him 2 new scriptures, and he's like, "How do I know this is Textus Receptus?" And they're like, "Because we're going to cut your head off if you don't know that it's Textus Receptus, so you're going to put it in there." And then he put it in there. But that's a whole nother.
Well, and this is why it's like historically, it becomes historically a problem when I've talked to people in the last couple years, and then like you trace it back with them, and it's like, well, you've got to someone would, because I've talked to like some non-denom people over the last couple years, and it's like, well, you got to give me a reason why why I should be using this 66 book version of the Bible than the Catholic one I used growing up, or like the Orthodox Study Bible. You have to give me a good reason, and then really you're ultimately coming back to a particular church council. So now you're not just appealing to the scriptures, you're appealing to a church decision that validated that. So it's, and then there was a decision that said the larger collection is more correct. So at that point, what do?
But I wouldn't recommend you read one. I'd recommend you do heuristics and you look at all of it, and you look at the original translations and the words and the Hebrew, and you study it. But I could recommend, like, if somebody's like, which Bible should I read and what book should I read? I'm starting to read the Bible. I could, say, hey, check out Proverbs in a King James Bible. It's based. But
They are just running Bradley nonstop.
But if somebody was like trying to know the truth, I'd say, yeah, look.
And this is why it's like, this is why I think it always becomes a ridiculous debate, because really,
I would if I wasn't like at work right now. So I'm kind of like half here. Sorry,
at work,
I'm like literally down the
Rust.
basement.
He's playing Rust with some guys, and he's on a stream, and he's saying he's at work.
I really want to, but
yeah, but it's like, but you see, like, if we were like, you see the my whole problem with the subject.
Mute again.
Yes, outside.
My whole problem with that concept, like with the sola scriptura concept in general, becomes like, so before you and I, Josh, were even going to say debate it, we have to both come to an agreement on which version of the scripture we're going to use.
Yeah.
Yeah, that kind of goes full circle back to why I think atheists don't debate is like Islam or Muslims, is because probably just less access to the information for them to attack, whereas there's so much information on Christianity that they can. Yeah.
As soon as you start trying to go to the Quran with them, or the Quran, let's say I read this Quran that I have right next to me right here. Boom. I read this Quran. I start going to the scripture. I have post-it notes. I have highlights. I have notes written in here. I go to any one of my notes. I go to Al-Talbah 9:5, kill the infidel. Being savage, 4-6 sounds nice. It's trying to sound nice, but later it gets. Anyway, I go to my notes. I go anywhere in here. They say, "Do you read Arabic?" Well, then you don't know what you're talking about. So that's how they just.
Right.
You can't even debate, the scripture with them. So.
Okay.
But I would, I still read it because I want to know what they're gonna try to argue, but then they'll say, "Well, that's not the right version."
Yeah, because then if you had like gone to college and did a whole bunch of like Arabic studies and knew the language, then they would just call you like a Israel talking head or something.
Yeah, but
with Christians, you work for BB.
With Christians, whether I'm reading from the Septuagint or the Masoretic, the King James, or that book we're gonna pretty much it's mostly all the same. There are small differences and things
Right.
if you get real deep into it. But overall, it's mostly the same. That one just has a few extra books, and I think you should read those books, and you should learn those books, and you should study those, and study what church fathers and theologians and scholars throughout history have said about it, and then from that point, you just gotta, I don't know, follow your heart.
Purgatory is one of the easiest ways to not be Catholic anymore.
Purgatory is one of the what?
It's one of the easiest ways to become not Catholic because it's when I figured it out, it was just another reason for me to leave the Catholic Church ages ago.
Yeah, I think they're wrong
Because if,
about. No, I
if you
think there
follow
was a
the
purgatory
concept
until
of
Jesus came.
purgatory, if you follow out the concept and the logic and everything about purgatory to its logical conclusion, it's you are basically saying that the Catholic sacrament of confession is then not true. Because why would there be purgatory if confession is supposed to give you absolution? There is no, but yet there is still some temporal debt assigned to your sins that does not get erased.
Yeah.
It contradicts absolution.
But see,
And
so
if you're-
you saying that, because I would say that too. I would say when Christ came and he goes down into Sheol, he defeats evil, he defeats hell, he defeats death. He's in Abram's bosom, and so Abraham's bosom, limbo, what you just said, the P word. Shit, I can't remember the word right now. Purgatory. Yeah, all that stuff. I believe that was a thing until Jesus comes, and then purgatory. There is no more purgatory. There's no more waiting room. Now you go one way or the other. But they would say that's just my interpretation, and I need to listen to the Pope.
But within the Catholic thing, it's like, well, they're explaining to you that confession gives you absolution. All your sins are forgiven. Your soul is wiped clean. You're good. Every time you receive the sacrament of confession, you're supposed to be good. Purgatory means no, you're not good. So therefore, the absolute forgiveness is contradicted. It's contradicting the whole concept, and at that point, it's undermining the sacrament, and the sacrament's invalidated.
Yeah.
Like that to me is a worse kill shot for Roman Catholicism than anything else, than almost anything else for me, is because it's the logical conclusion of purgatory, if you trace it out, is that it is invalidating a sacrament.
I'm trying to read. I'm just looking through the chat. I haven't looked at chat in a minute. Sorry, guys. They're like writing novels in here. I can't read all this.
Yeah, Elder and Rev are having a sola scriptura debate on the fly.
Yeah.
That's fun.
Yeah, that one up.
Yeah, yes. Why don't you plug in your channel running brain, your promoter brain, and look at the chat and book this shit?
Yeah, well, that could go to easy.
It's in your chat. You got dibs, right? It's happening right now. You got first. You're first here.
Sola Scriptura.
You got the right of claiming here. You have claimant's rights here. It's your property. This fight's on your property. You got the claim.
Yeah, I think me and Elderline have had this one many times, but yeah. Yeah, that's a debate I would take
from
too.
The Discord looking in on chat, it's a debate to us.
It annoys me when people throw around that word sola scriptura when they say it, because I always ask them, what are the other four solas? And they never know. They just heard this thing, sola scriptura, and they latch onto it, and they're like, oh,
So-
you just believe in the Bible. That's not what sola scriptura means. It's actually a misnomer, and it tricks people because sola means alone, by scripture alone. So you hear that and you think, oh, it's just the scripture, but it's actually there's 5 things alone that join together so it's grace, faith, God, Christ, scripture. And what I say is all the Orthodox and the Catholic Church have done is they've added a 6th sola, and they say ecclesia or the church fathers or apostolic succession, whatever you want to call it. You just added another sola to it. And so, but you would still, because even the church fathers would still follow sola scriptura. They would still follow the scripture. If we're saying something that goes against the scripture, that's heretical. Like church fathers say that everything they say has to be scripture based. And then that scripture is based off of Christ and God. And then the grace and the faith thing gets weird. And I know there's whole different debates to be had about grace and faith and works and all that stuff. But the church fathers acknowledge that what they're saying has to be from the scripture. And that's why they made the scriptures. But then when you turn everybody against sola scriptura, it gets to be like they start attacking universal literacy, and they say that it's a liturgical document and everybody's not supposed to read it. Like, what did you think was going to happen, that people aren't going to figure out how to read in the future?
So clarify this for me, JS. Just
Nobody's
so I know.
smarter than me. I can go read too.
Clarify this for me though. So with sola scriptura, is that separate from the personal exegesis concept, or is it one and the same?
So maybe that's
Like,
where
is saying sola scriptura also, is that basically hung together with
what we would say is
we all have
I don't know
personal
about me.
interpretation?
Yeah, what I would say is the spirit interprets the scripture, and the scripture interprets the scripture, and that's not circular. I'm saying the writing teaches us the what's on the paper teaches us the meaning of it, the truth, the word, the scripture. The word interprets the scripture interprets the word, and the scripture also interprets the scripture, because we have 44 books written at different times, and they reference back to each other and they corroborate, and it, so that's the writing. That's like the book we have to study the knowledge that we can have of God from wise men who came before us, who knew God and walked with God. That's the scripture. But you don't even need that. Like I believe you could come to Christ without ever reading a Bible. That's not even necessary. So, and I think maybe Orthodox would agree with me on that. I don't know. But shit, what am I talking about? I'm tired, dude.
Sola Scriptura.
We're talking about sola scriptura. What I'm saying is,
Scripture is the final authority for faith and practice in a Christian life. Final authority doesn't mean only authority, gentlemen.
yes, it's like a chain, and you have to have all of them. You have to build up to that point, because if you don't have the grace, you don't have the faith, you don't have Christ, you don't have God, scripture doesn't even matter. And I think all the Orthodox Church did, and I agree with this, I'm okay with this, is they added a 6th sola, which is the authority, this is the scholars in Proverbs. I've been reading Proverbs lately, and it keeps talking about a man who rebukes instruction is a fool, and that a wise man listens to instructions. And so that's like going to the guys who know more than you. So there is value to that, but there's also value to the scripture. And when we just say, oh, that's sola scriptura, then it's I don't know, it pisses me off.
Well, even though I'm sola scriptura, check this out. I have a book in my hand called the Westminster Confession of Faith. This contains all my doctrines and catechisms. This is my guardrails. If I go outside of these guardrails, then I'm no longer within confessionally reformed Christianity. For example, if I try to preach something different than the Trinity, outside of my guardrails. So we do have guardrails, and the guardrails isn't just the scripture; it's our confessions and
But who made
catechisms.
that guardrail?
This guardrail was made by the Westminsters, and it's a bunch of scholars that came together and agreed upon certain doctrines and traditions for the Reformed faith. And several other churches also have other kinds of forms of confessionals and stuff like that, but I really like the Westminster Confession and the Scots Confession. They seem more in line with Orthodox Christianity than most of your modern Protestants. So your modern non-denominational Protestants, non-denominational guys, they have no guardrails. Those are the guys that will preach some weird, wild stuff. But your actual Protestants, your OG Protestants that came right out of the Reformation, these guys have confessionals, they have catechisms, they have creeds, all of that stuff. These are our doctrinal guardrails. That's why you don't go to a Presbyterian church and hear them preaching pre-tribulation rapture, prosperity doctrine, and you won't hear the same thing at a Reformed Baptist church either.
Don't I go to Presbyterian churches and hear them speaking in tongues, or am I thinking of Pentecost? It's something with a P.
That's the Pentecostals. Those are the wild guys. But Presbyterians, they're very strict with their doctrinal guardrails. For example, in a Presbyterian church, the preacher or pastor isn't the head of the church. He doesn't get the final say. It falls on the presbytery, the elders. The elders get votes and stuff in the church. So you don't end up with like some wild dude saying, hey, I'm a prophet, I'm the next Jesus, and then just taking over the church and marrying all the female congregants.
So you're sola scriptura, but you're also solo ecclesia, because you're taking extra. And I'm not saying this is a bad thing. This is kind of going toward my argument that there's maybe Luther was
See,
short
sola
one sola.
scriptura, there's sola, and then there's soli. So your soli scriptura guys are the guys that are like 66 books of the Bible. That's it. I'm not listening to anything anybody else has to say. Early patristics, out the window. Mark Henry, out the window. Justin Martyr, out the window. Charles Spurgeon, out the window. They don't want to hear nothing from anybody else. They want the scripture by itself so they can have their own revelation through it. That is soli scriptura. Sola scriptura means that the scripture is just the final authority for faith and practice in the Christian life. In other words, like if a Mormon comes to me and says, hey, did you know about the emerald tablets and stuff? I'm like, okay, well, show me some proof of it. And then whatever they produce for me, like the Book of Mormon, read that, and then I compare it to the Holy Scriptures. And if I find contradiction, then I find it wanting, and I don't want that book. And I did the same thing with Quran. But the thing about sola scriptura and what's very beneficial of it, especially in the United States, is during the rise of certain heretical sects such as Mormonism, LDS, and those guys, a lot of your sola dudes wouldn't even touch that because it fell way outside of our doctrinal guardrails, and there was a lot of contradiction to scripture.
Yeah, that's why they got chased out of America. That and the multiple children wives.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well, the more that's why it's another funny odd comparison between the Mormons and Muslims, because the Mormons had that very strong militarizing phase during the Reconstruction era when
It's
they
not
went
a-
out west.
It's not
The
even an
only
odd
difference
comparison.
between the Muslims and the Mormons is that over here we had the benefit of the government coming down on the Mormons.
Yeah, it's not even an odd comparison. They know they recognize that. I've said it to the missionaries. I'm like, Joseph Smith reminds me a lot of Muhammad. They're like, yeah. They're
Both
pretty
revelations
similar.
are based on trust me, bro. I totally had this experience.
They both don't like the Jews. That's a fact.
Did you ever see that? Did you see that movie that was out last? I think it was like last.
Nobody
summer,
likes the damn Jews. What's
the Mormon movie?
The Mormon movie? I don't think I've seen
Heretic.
that one.
Heretic,
the one where it's like
where
Hugh
the girls
Grant.
come to his house. That was good.
It's I explained that to my ex I saw it with at the time. I said, So this is actually like this script was written like I'm convinced a Mormon writer had a nightmare where they debated Jay Dyer and wrote this script afterwards.
Yeah.
That's what the movie feels like, is like it's a Mormon's nightmare of what a debate questioning their faith feels like.
That was a pretty good movie.
Yeah. Mormons are really closed in, so they're really hard to reach as far as trying to get them to repent or
Well, you
change their
gotta get
mind.
them somehow. You just gotta. It's step by step, but one way or another, eventually you can get them out of those temple undergarments, Rev.
The problem is if you
Yeah,
pull them out of that,
watchtower. Yeah.
if you pull them out of that too quick, they just reject Christianity altogether and they go atheists.
Yeah. Well, it becomes a little difficult for people when you challenge their faith and their beliefs. Usually I like if I'm trying to witness, then I do it very gently, very easy. If I have an ex-Mormon, I don't attack Mormonism when they have questions for me. Like I'm not going to tell them Mormonism bad. I'm pretty sure they already get that concept if they're stepping outside of it already. So I try to give them as much information that they can use to make things palatable for them as they as they're
Conversation is we got a new game we just made up. It's called Pull the Burqa.
pull the burqa. Pull
Yeah,
the
it's a
burqa,
new
dirk,
game.
burqa.
What you do is if you see a burqa, pull it off.
Oh, there you go.
100 points. It's like the run people over in the parking lot game. You ever do that one? You know, lady with the shopping cart, 200 points.
I'm gonna disavow
She's got a
this
kid at
game.
500.
Audience, don't play this game. I'm gonna disavow this. I think that will get you like arrested.
Just wait. You think that's good? Just wait till all the great content that's going to be coming in GTA 6.
Like assault, yeah.
Don't they have like a parade in that game now
not
or
do
something?
calls to violence.
Supposedly, Rev, they are adding full pride parades to GTA, to the next GTA.
And is it going to be MMO?
It is.
No, but they're not gonna
Like
be. You're not gonna be able to interact with them.
Yeah, you will,
No,
JS.
you'd be
They're
able
not
to
going to make
interact
it
with
so
other
you
players.
can.
So.
Okay, so here's the thing,
We
JS.
talked about this before. They said that they were gonna make it so it was gonna be like in a cutscene or in a in-world event, but you're not gonna be able to. They're not gonna let you drive through them.
They may allow it, they may not. I'm just saying either way, there will be mods to make it possible.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
It will be modded into the game one way or another, with or without Rockstar. We will be able to do what people want to do.
Because they dropped a bunch of things like GTA is gonna put Pride festivals in its game, and all the comments in all of them were like, "Can't wait to get my Mustang GT or 80 miles an hour. Let's rack on." All the comments said stuff like that. And so then they came out with a thing, and they're like, I think they like were feeling the pulse on the crowd, and they're like, "Damn, if we do this."
No, the reaction was exactly what they expected. They're not idiots.
Yeah, they act the same way with the police in the game too. They're like, "Oh, should we put cops in here? Because it's just going to cause anti-cop people to be stoked about it."
No, it's okay to kill cops. You're not allowed to kill gay people.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true.
They're saying that. Well, what I heard from somebody, we talked about this like a month or two ago. I thought it was you, but
Probably was me.
well, I thought it was you saying that they're gonna make it so you can't actually. It's gonna be like an in-game.
Well, one way or another, you will be able to, because you got to
in-game,
think
but
of how the
cutscene.
modding community operates. It'll
Yeah,
happen
yeah,
one
yeah.
way or another.
Yeah, once they mod it, it'll definitely happen. Yeah, but I don't know if they'll let you do it in the standard game. Maybe I don't know. I don't know what.
They
GTA
could
6
take
is
the
gonna be like.
approach. Rockstar could decide to just take the hands-off approach, because shit will hit the fan no matter what. You'll either have outcry from the left, or you'll have outcry from the players, and then mods will just make all the shit happen, and then people will cry about the mods, and then Rockstar won't want to fight the modding community, and it'll just become a mess. They might as well just let it happen.
Yep. All right, guys, I got to go to bed.
Yeah, no, you don't.
Yes, I do. I gotta get some sleep.
I've seen you stay awake all day. You were awake all day in Nashville.
Hey, Josh.
Well, I was sleeping at night in Nashville.
Where's James been, by the way? I feel like I ain't seen him since DebateCon anywhere.
I know. What the heck? He's supposed to be my
I
best
think
buddy
he popped up
now.
on Speakeasy's Verbal Combat one night after DebateCon, but I haven't seen him since then.
I've talked to him since DebateCon a bunch of times, but he's just
Where is
around less
where is the
frequently.
water boy from DebateCon? James, I'm just gonna almost get
The
kicked
water
out of the
boy.
party because I'm attached to this water bottle.
Yeah. I don't know, but I do want to do Verbal Combat tonight, so I need to get some sleep.
Yep, you will find me there.
I've been up
I
since
might hop
yesterday.
on. I'm taking Millie to see the new 28 Years Later Part 2, The Bone Temple.
What's the new memory or movie with Chris Pratt in it?
The one where he's got to like prove his innocence to an AI judge. I saw that. That actually sounds interesting.
Yeah, and I think I thought it looked kind of whack. It looked like a Minority Report copy, but I like Chris Pratt, and I heard Christopher Nolan has something to do. He's not like the main guy on it, but he like helped write it or something.
Yeah, it's called Mercy, I think.
Mercy, yeah.
Yes, Mercy.
It gave me the same vibes. It's like AI. It's Minority Report 2.0. You know,
Minority
plus
Report
AI
with
plus.
AI. Yeah.
Yeah, AI Minority Report.
Yeah.
Whatever you do, if none of you have wasted your time on the new Running Man, don't.
Oh, I started watching it last night and I fell asleep. I was gonna watch that before I went to bed tonight.
It's terrible.
Cool. I'll use this moment to bounce out of here. I want to say thanks again for super
That's,
good chat, and also gonna try to prepare for VK later.
Nice. That's Rowdy Gowdy. You're cutting up really bad, but yeah, thanks for hanging out. You don't gotta.
I say all of that about the movie to say I may show up tonight. It'll depend on how awake I feel after sitting through that movie.
Huh. Yeah. All right, guys. Later. I'll
Take
see you
it
later
easy.
tonight.
God bless everyone. Have a good one.
God bless
guys.
everybody. Take it easy.
All right, chat. I'm going to bed. I got the haircut. It looks goofy because it's not styled and it's been under a hat all night and now. But you know, once I get it fixed up, that guy never does me dirty. He always does a clean fade. But anyway, it's so funny when people come on the panel and then at the end they're like, "Hey, thank you for having me up, JS." Like, bro, it's an open panel. You see some of the retards that hang out here for like 12 hours sometimes. You won't thank me. There's no thank you necessary. It's not like a special guest spot. You just here. We've had some crazy people up here. Stop complimenting me, Auntie. It's uncomfortable. I'm a man. I don't get compliments. What's up, Shazzy? Sorry, I haven't looked at chat in a minute. I'm tired, guys. I'm trying to go to bed. Yes, I'm not responsible for his words. Just be nice and say you're welcome. What? What did that barber do to your head? Bro, shut up, bro. What are you talking about? That's called a fade, lady. Get out of here. Dude, he edged me up. What you talking about? My head is just kind of weird. It's not his fault. My head is just weird. He took the Flowbee to that bug. What's a Flowbee? I don't even know what that means. It's not his fault my hair is messed up. How's the back look like? You're crazy. Shut up. All right, I'm going to bed, guys. Where can I send you to? Anywhere? Anybody know? Anybody know? I want to know. Does anybody know? What the heck? You didn't want compliments. I never wanted a compliment. Ever. I've never, ever wanted a compliment. All right, you guys are going to Mr. Bill. God bless you guys. Thank you for hanging out. I'm out of here. I'll see you tonight. Bye.